All right, this is New Hampshire Track and Field, powered by Marathon Sports, here with you at the 2025 Black Bear Invitational. Girls 3200 now on the track.
And underway.
Yep, there we go. Nice and rainy out here.
Not bad 2-miling weather, actually.
No, definitely not.
Not the best pole vaulting weather.
Well, no, for sure not. And I know high jump's definitely a game time call, so to speak. So,
a lot of girls on the track right there, and it looks like Paterna to the early lead.
Yeah, we'll get those names up in a moment, but also want to shout out our Meat Hub sponsors, Tim's Truck Capital, as well as Adventure Campers, which, speaking of, very nice of them to be able to provide us with one. Well, I guess myself with one.
Ryan's nice and dry inside. I'm standing outside, but
Yep.
that's because it's by choice. I like to be able to see the entire track with my own eyes.
Like I said, what a trooper you are for sitting out there.
Super trooper.
But again, as I just said, we'll get these names up. So I do see Cook. So we have Mackenzie Cook from Oyster River, Paterna of Exeter, Bullock and Griffith of Phillips Exeter, Bedard of Merrimack, Smith and Burdett of Concord, McWhorter of Merrimack, Murdo and Lovett of Co-Brown, England of Plymouth Regional, Simpson of Alvern, Chase of John Stark, Paul of Milford, Ralabate of Exeter, Hill of Co-Brown, Cartagena of Alvern, Berube of Alvern, Laufersweiler of Londonderry, DeLong of Londonderry, and Hathaway Ruby of North.
And right now we got Paterna with the lead, followed closely by Cook.
Yep, looks like they just came through at about 81, 82 for that first lap.
Duo from Phillips Exeter and sitting in third and fourth right now. Shelley Smith in fifth. It's still early, but nice, good group of girls there to the front pack. We do have a split between the front pack, one chaser, and then the back pack.
Yep. Yeah, Mike, you actually definitely have a better visual than I do. I only have eyes on the leads on my end. So there's advantages to our positions right now.
There's advantages to standing out in the rain.
Yep.
I might care if I wasn't already wet anyways, but it's been a wet and windy morning this morning here.
Yep, it was pre-downpouring. It slowed down a little bit, but hopefully it continues that way.
I had somebody say that on their way here they actually saw the sun peeking out here and there.
Ah, so a little glimpse of hope here.
Glimpse of hope.
But
all right, a quarter of the way in, we've got Cook moving to the lead. Paterna letting her slide right in there. Shelley Smith right off the shoulder of Phillips Exeter. Bedard in there. And the race is rolling right along. They just kind of, Mackenzie must have put on a little bit of a stepping on the gas pedal because they definitely opened up. They're now 25 meters up on the chase pack.
Yep. I mean, if I'm mistaken, I believe Paterna faced off against
they
Kavanaugh last week.
No, so
was that
these two raced in the 1600 last week.
Okay,
with Paterna stepping around on the last 100 meters.
I was trying to remember if it was a 16 or the 32. And, so, again, Paterna's kick is really gnarly on that final turn. So, I again, as Cook has seen that, I'm sure she's looking to try to pull ahead a little bit
I was standing
sooner.
I was standing with Mackenzie's mom during that race last week, and she was a little antsy for Mackenzie to try to open up a bit of a gap because they're very aware of Paterna's kick.
Yeah, Paterna is just, as soon as she hits that 200, she just opens up.
All right, we're through three, and they've got 35 meters on the field. Shelley Smith in fourth, splitting the duo from Exeter.
Yep.
Alvern in seventh.
Yep, you see that chase pack right there. Pretty big pack.
It is.
In the chase. It's kind of anybody's race there for third in this case.
And, while this weather's great for running, it can be tough if you're having a tough day. Weather like this makes it a lot easier to lose contact of the group that you're with and stuff like that. We now have Shelley Smith in the two Phillips Exeter girls stretching away from that chase pack.
Yeah, it looks like they came through at about 70, looks like, on that lap, potentially. Nope, sorry, that's 82.
But I would
Number
say
didn't look right.
I would say our leaders are away because it's almost 50 meters at this point.
Yep.
That means you're outside of the view of the people behind you at this point. And, the likelihood that they're going to be able to close you down, you'd have to come off the rails. And on a day like today, it's not like you're going to overheat or anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I think we're coming up on
All right.
Are we coming up on our, halfway. So about 5:30.
And there is just a slight gap. Looks like Paterna's trying to close that down now, but.
Yeah, again, Paterna's pretty much safe if she's just right on Cook's shoulder.
All right, the Phillips Exeter duo with Shelley Smith just rolled through, and now Ellie England made a good jump to leave the comfort of the pack that she was in and starting to zero in on the back of that chase pack. We are definitely, it has spread out. It's that first lap, everything was pretty close together, but it's definitely spread out now.
Yep, a little bit. You can kind of see Cook trying to open up her stride here in this final half. I mean, both look really strong right now. No, neither of them look like they're tired out.
There's the back of the course. Or of the group, I should say. Yep. And here comes the front.
Yep. So Cook and Paterna have about probably a 50-meter gap, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's a little more
on the rest of the pack. And it's the two Phillips Exeter girls and Smith in that chase pack.
Yeah, England chasing that group.
Yep. So we're at 7:07 right now.
Everybody looks pretty I'm not seeing much distress. I'm not saying anybody looks comfortable, but not a lot of distress.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be very comfortable.
Melanie Bedard having a good day.
Yeah, Bedard's seated right now in.
She's in seventh.
So again, this meet is a super unique one. I mean, it's one of the biggest in the state of New Hampshire. I mean, it was also the first to have the 3200 as the first event. So this is a very, very much a staple in this meet, as well as having the 4x8 and 4x4s coming at the end of it too.
One of the favorite meets of true 2-milers because they get it out of the way right off the bat.
Yeah, they don't have to wait around for the end of the day.
Or do a less event first.
Right.
Paterna is now right up on Cook.
Yeah.
They got 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, if you're Paterna's in the right spot for her to.
And as I said, that Mackenzie just went back to the front and is trying to open a gap.
Yeah. No, she's definitely opening up.
We still in that 3 through 5, we still have the 2 girls from Phillips Exeter and Shelley Smith.
Yep. Those 2 are Bullock and Griffith.
And then it's Ellie England, Melanie Bedard, Smith's teammate.
Yep. Looks like we're splitting around 81s right now for Paterna and Cook.
And Cook does now have about 3 or 4 meters on Paterna.
Yeah, she's opening up. So, Paterna's up 1-0 on the season, so to speak.
Yep.
But Cook is looking to even things out. So we should be coming up on the final lap here, right?
Yeah, there's about 60 meters till they hit the line with 1 to go.
Yep, so they're starting to...
Oh, they're passing people like crazy now.
Going through some lap traffic here as we're going to get the bell lap.
There's the bell.
Cook and Paterna. Cook has about 3 or 4 strides on Paterna.
And looking to open that up a little bit more.
Yep.
Try to negate.
The thing is, has
Paterna's
Paterna
kick.
Cook go too far out.
I don't know. It's that would be I'd be nervous.
Yep.
But she is starting to stretch. Paterna just changed gears a little bit.
Yep.
Looking to make contact with 200 to go, I think.
Yeah, I think as soon as she hits that 2, that's where it gets
Phillips Exeter
lethal.
in third now, about 10 meters over Shelly Smith.
Yep. And we're at the 200 mark. Paterna
And,
still about.
Yeah, she closed up it a little bit.
No, but Cook has a. Cook's kick is nothing to joke about either. I mean.
Cook knew she was coming. Paterna going to the arms. I don't think she has enough space, though. It's hard to tell down the straight. She is kept coming on, but she's not going to get there. This is going to be all Cook today.
Yep. Cook did
1-1.
10:48, and they're tied up on the season. 10:48, the unofficial time for Mackenzie Cook.
Third is just entered the straightaway.
Yep. So that looks to be Bullock, Phillips Exeter, I believe.
Should be the number 3 seed.
Yep. That's Bullock.
Here comes Shelly Smith.
Yep. And
with Bullock's teammate trying to close down, but
that's
not
Griffith.
enough space.
So 11:21 for third.
Shelly Smith will take fourth.
Yep, coming in 11:27.
Bullock's teammate just crossed the line in fifth. And we've got Ellie England coming down the straight, and that'll be sixth. Bedard in the race with girl from Milford. Looks like Bedard will stay out. Barely. Well, that was some good racing.
Yeah, that was great, especially with whoever. So officially 10:48.45 for Mackenzie Cook. Paterna 10:49.86. Results will pop up on screen shortly. I think we'll get them in bulk here.
And our final finisher is 200 meters from the line.
Don't have all the results yet, but again, so far Cook 10:48.45, Paterna 10:49.86. And again, should mention this, Paterna's only a sophomore.
Yes.
She's got 2 years behind Cook.
Yep.
And she's that lethal already. There we go, up on screen. We have some results. I don't think these are up to date, though. I think we're missing a few. We're missing those front three, Bullock, Griffith, and Smith. But LA England, 11:48.17. Just leave those up for now, as we'll kind of segue over to the boys 3200.
Yeah, our final finisher just crossing the line. They're bringing the boys out.
So we got 2 Phillips Exeter boys seated at the front. Howland Vlahakis.
Bocelli, formerly of Guilford.
Yeah. Couvert.
Stepped right in to take Patrick Gandini's spot that year.
And we've got pretty good.
Should be a good race.
Yeah, so we got Samard of Conval, Peters of Portsmouth, Youngs of Co-Brown, Clapp of Oyster River, Larson of Co-Brown, Skarupin of Milford, Gravelin of Co-Brown, Petrie of Sanborn, Clemens of Concord, Matson of Alvern, Rowe of Alvern, Bucka of Kingswood, and Decker of Conval. Here we go. Again, the girls' 3,200-meter results up on screen.
Yeah, this should be a good race right up there at the front. Bocelli and his teammate are put in at 9:20 with no seconds on the, I mean, with no tenths or anything like that. So those, they haven't run that yet. And then you've got Will. So I believe he was 9:29 or 9:28. So this should be
right on the money.
Pretty good. They've got him up, just clearing the track.
Yep.
Red flags up at the moment. Wind and the rain picked up just briefly to get this one started. Don't want anybody to go home dry. We're doing a number check. One of the hometown boys here from Co-Brown putting the number on the wrong. We're still red flagged at the moment. Just went white. Here we go.
Yep, there we go. Here we are, boys, 3,200. And we're off.
Bocelli right to the front, at least on the inside. Hard to tell when they're using the barrel start, which they should be using all the time for distance races, in my opinion.
Like we thought, those top three all to the front.
I'm looking. We also have Oyster River slotting into fourth. I think that's Patrick Young's of Co-Brown in fifth. But there's some movement.
Yeah, that might be, is that Skarupin of Milford, I think?
Just sliding up.
Yeah. I think that may be, yeah, that looks like to be Skarupin. But as we think, all right, Samard has now moved to the front. That's where I expected him to be.
I was talking to his dad earlier today, and yeah, he was pretty excited for today's race.
Yeah,
to say the least.
Yep. Hardly recognize him without the shades on. Yeah.
What did they just rip through in?
They went through. No official split. It looks to be around 70. Oh, nope, actually 66.
66, that's rolling.
Yeah.
That is
rolling.
rolling.
They're not messing around.
And, I mean, we knew it was going to be the three of them, but right now they have a 25 meters on the rest of the field.
Yep.
When I say they, I really mean that. That's back to Bocelli's teammate. There's a gap between him and Bocelli of about 6 meters, and then Samard's got like 4 strides on Bocelli. He's not wasting any time.
No, not one bit. And
why not, right?
Nope. Again, in this weather, you might as well just go for it. Get some sort of time in. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, they're rolling.
Yeah, we'll see what the 800 split is here. Coming through, wow, 2:15.
2:15, 9 minutes pace. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yep. Again, Samard was seated at 9:29.
Then we've got Young, Peters,
Clapp.
Is that Petrie? Sanborn.
Actually, that is.
It's Sanborn.
Okay, so that is Petrie. Yep.
And then I think it's Graveline, right?
Yep, Graveline. And
I saw him earlier. He was walking back and forth and back and forth. I said, "Are you running today?" He goes, "Yeah, the 2 mile." You already got some mileage on your legs, bud.
Yeah, it's hard not to want to move back and forth in this weather. Just try to stay warm. It's hard to not keep moving.
Holy smokes!
I
don't know what just happened. I was looking at the rest of the field. Samard now has 25 meters.
Yeah, he's just consistently going through. We'll see what his split comes up here.
This is nuts.
Yeah, so again, 2:15 through the 800, 1,200, 3:25, 3:26.
So he actually picked it up just a little bit.
Yep, 3:26.36 officially. So he dropped in there 70.
That explains the gap, but that gap is now 30 meters. That's crazy.
I know.
It's now Peters at the front of the chase group, followed by Young's, Clapp, Petrie, and Graveline.
Yep. Both Phillips Exeter boys are still together. It looks like Pierce is moving up to Bocelli.
Yep.
But it's Samard's show right now.
Right now we've got Conval at the front and Conval at the back. Bookends. He's got like 40 meters on him. He's gonna have 50 meters by the time he hits the mile. That's insane.
Yeah.
Somebody came to play. What are you saying? He's ripping 70s?
Yeah, he just ripped a 70 recently.
Okay.
Let's see what this one is. I imagine it's 70. If it's 72.
What did he
Yeah,
do?
yeah, it's 72.
Wow, he's rolling.
Yeah, so what, 438?
Yeah, 40 meters on the field. Both the Phillips Exeter boys together at this point. Then we got Patrick Youngs, Nolan Peters, Clapp.
Yep, so it's those three together in the secondary chase pack, followed by Petrie.
Graveline. Now Milford coming up. There's Spencer Clemens. You can tell him because he's the shortest guy in the field. He's probably the shortest guy in any field. I love watching him race because of that.
Rain slowed down out there at all?
It's kind of off and on. Right now, there's not much going on, but
okay.
The start of the boys' race, it was coming down pretty good.
Also, should probably worth mentioning that we are an affiliate of Lever. I don't know if you knew that, Mike, but
I had seen that. I don't really know much about Lever.
Well, if we had Tyler on the mic, he could tell you all about Lever.
I'm sure he could.
But from my understanding, it is a program that kind of helps you get yourself back into running off of an injury.
I could use that.
Oh, is that yeah? So bungee system for your treadmill to reduce body weight.
Oh yes, I did look that up. So Nolan Peters is now assumed fourth. With Youngs, he's gapping Youngs and Clapp at the moment. And it's Petrie, this kid from Kingswood, having a good race.
I believe that's Butka. He's had pretty solid races throughout the season from what I've seen.
Well, he's got those Terminator shades on, so that's. I don't know that's he needs windshield wipers for them today. And we've got the Conville kid in last, and he's only 80 meters up on being lapped by Samard. Samard's now got 70 meters over Bocelli and company. 2 to go. Right? Is that 2 to go? I'm looking at the back of everything, so I don't get to see the timers. Bocelli again back into second place, followed by his teammate.
Yeah, so far Samar's still ripping 73s.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's windy out here. Nolan Peters in fourth. Clapp now in fifth.
Yep.
Youngs in sixth. The Kingswood kid has now passed Petrie. What did you say his name was?
Butka.
Butka.
Simon Butka from Kingswood. Yeah, again, he's somebody that stood out in some of these races,
And
especially
now
indoor.
Clemens has moved in behind Petrie, and he's moving. He's gonna pass Petrie on this lap. He's rolling good. Clemens is.
Yeah.
All right, there's Samard under the straightaway. He's now 30 meters down on the back of the field.
Yep. So
and Bell Lap coming up.
Yep. Samard coming through. Let's see where he just comes through at. My guess is about 73, 74.
Bocelli has now opened up a gap and has actually closed in a little bit on Samard. He's got about 80 meters to make up, so that's going to be.
It's going to be tough.
Pretty tough. And it's not like Samard's coming off, I think.
No, he looks like he's just opening up his stride. He's closing this final four.
He's going to get he's definitely going to get at least 3 guys.
Yep. Yeah, it's perfect timing for him to just get up to that lap traffic because he can just start picking guys off.
Nolan Peters is actually making inroads on Bocelli's teammate.
Oh.
I don't know that there's enough time to get there, but
he's definitely trying.
Here comes Clemens. He's right on the back of Petrie and just pulled out to go around. 1 lap to go. Contrast of size there.
Yep. So Samard ripped through a 73 on the last lap. Let's see what the final closing is. Still looks like he's just kind of jogging.
Yeah. It doesn't look like he really went at the he just jogged through the finish.
Yeah, 9:30.
9:30. Here comes Bocelli in for second.
Yeah, he goes in at 71, and it looked like he was jogging.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't think he was. It didn't look like he was super happy. Here comes the
I mean,
other
on a
Phillips
day like
Exeter.
this, I think he should be.
Yeah.
So 9:30:69 is the official winning time for Samard.
Peters in fourth, Clapp in fifth.
Bocelli 9:40:23. Couvert 9:49:81. Peters 9:51:54. Clapp 9:57:91.
Patrick Youngs just came through for sixth. It's going to be Bucka for seventh. And here comes Clemens.
Clemens over Petrie.
Yep.
Youngs 10:09:13.
He is smooth.
Bucka 10:17:75. Clemens 10:25:87. Petrie 10:29:13. Graveline 10:37:55. So yeah, boys 3,200 coming to a wrap. As we're gonna be moving into the sprints soon. And
we should be moving into him right now, but the Alvern kid is running. He thought he had an extra lap to go. But he's definitely done because there was nobody that – it was only on that last lap that people were getting picked off. So
yeah, so we're going to get the hurdle crew to set them up.
Looks like they're getting going. I can tell you that I'd much rather be a 2-miler today than I would a hurdler.
Yeah.
This has got to be tough conditions for that.
For sure. Don't want to say anything too much, but last week we actually had a lot of sprints injuries last week at Sanborn. I was kind of surprised with the weather.
Yeah, I mean, it's early though.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't. It was weirdly warmish, not warmish last week as well. So they're pulling out the hurdles.
Yep.
Definitely men's hurdles at the moment.
Yep. So we have the seeded and unseeded boys hurdles.
I'm trying to remember what I read on that. I think they're going to take the top individual from the first 3 seeded heats, right? Is that how that's working?
Yep, top one from each heat plus next best times.
Good. There we go.
Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing from there. So first heat, we've got Domain of Kingswood, Hussey of Merrimack, Kelly of Portsmouth, Zakos of Alvern, and Jeske of Merrimack Valley. Kelly comes in with top times 15:31.
What do you think? Do you think they'll be sub 16 on this?
Hard to say.
It'll be good competition, but
it's just barring the weather, and I mean, how's that wind on that front straight?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's a kind of a crosswind, but it's more at their back than it is in their face.
Okay,
for sure. But I would just, these technical things and this type of weather is just really tough.
So, I mean, we're not going to be seeing any state records today, but
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. So
they have the white flag. Hard to see. I can't see all the way down.
Yeah, I can kind of see up on my screen there, kind of getting themselves set in blocks, trying to stay warm. Can't see a white flag on my screen. Waiting for, I see the official down there.
Well, they do have a tendency when they switch to, from a distance event to this, that there's a change in instruction.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they take care and take time to make sure that the runners are fully aware of how it's going to go. I can't imagine in the heated heat that any of them need to hear it, as they probably have heard it plenty of times.
Yeah, I'd imagine. Looks like, again, they're all kind of jumping up. All right, we got white flag, looks like. That's our first heat that you all can see. White flag. All right, looks like the official's going to get us ready to go. Again, Demain, Hussey, Kelly, Zakos, and Jeski in this heat.
Generally, the middle of the track is your faster athletes.
Yep, so again, the one to look out for will be Kelly, but can be anybody's race in this type of weather. And we're off. Looks like Kelly up at the front. It's looking pretty smooth. Wow.
Quite a bit ahead of everybody in this heat.
Yeah. Wow. Flawless. Great run, sub 16.
Sub 16?
Or sub, yeah.
Is it?
Just bare, almost there. 16:11.
Ah.
Didn't hit a hurdle. Great work. Zako 17:50. Hussey 18:34. Jeski 19:34 or 19:84. Excuse me. And we only had 4 runners in that, so Demain did not start. We're gonna move on to our next heat.
We get a white flag from the timer. Looks like the gun is up.
Yep. So we got Tilofsky of Conval, McGann of Concord, Gersbowski of Co-Brown, Schatz of Timberlane, and Fong of Merrimack. Gersbowski is the top seed in this heat.
And
they're off. Gersbowski looks to be up at the front. Only 3 runners in this heat.
I'm guessing we're seeing lots of scratches due to the weather.
Yeah. Oh. There's our first fall, unfortunately. And pretty close again to the low 16. So 16:44 for Gersbowski.
So that's setting up to be a good
final. A good battle. McGann 18:82. Fong 24:57. Great job for him to finishing. Tripped up on that 4th hurdle, I think. So again, as I mentioned the names, we probably won't have the ones who won't start, but so again, top 6 advanced. Bubble time is 19:84.
Right now, there's only one person out.
Right. So we've got Wynn of Somersworth, Hawkins of Pembroke, McCamick of Hollis Brookline, Krazan of Wyndham, and Shason of Kingswood.
Gun is up.
Yep. White flag. We've got runners heading into blocks. We've got, looks to be, we have all 5 runners in. I believe we do. Oh, nope, I only see 4. And they're off. Slight lead by McCamick. He's looking good to take this one. It's going to be McCamick followed by Krizan.
Yep.
So 16 low again.
Well, that should be
16-1-5.
That should be good final
so he actually beats Gersbowski on the prelim. Yep. So Krizan 17-13, Hawkins 18-42. Oh, looks like lost a shoe there. Hawkins 18-42, Win 21-24. As we move on to our
Heat 4.
Heat 4. Bubble time's now 17-13. Dropped down quite a bit already. Leliver of Merrimack, Bachhuber of Co-Round, Gullidge of Lebanon, Kasongo of Londonderry, and Miller of Bow. Supposedly in this heat. Again, I think we see only 4 runners here.
Gun is up.
Yep. Heat 4 of 5.
There we go.
We're off. All right, we got 3 runners. Got Bachhuber, Gullidge, and Kasongo. Kasongo looks to be in the lead ahead of Gullidge. Pretty smooth over and looks to be probably 16 high. That's what it looks to be.
That was heat 4?
Yep, that was heat 4.
Looks like we're on to heat 5.
Yep, Kasongo 1686, Gullidge 1728, Bachhuber 2026.
I'm looking down the line, and I think I see Michael Reynolds, right?
I think so, yep. Michael Reynolds in lane 4. So we have Young of Alburn, Donahue of Merrimack, Harwich of Phillips Exeter, Reynolds of Merrimack Valley, and Garnaccia of Wyndham. So here we go. Final heat, bubble time, 17:13 still.
There we go.
There we go. Final heat for the boys seeded 110 hurdles. It looks to be Reynolds in the lead. Phillips Exeter is closing in. It's going to come down to the final stretch. That's going to be close.
That is going to be real close. Reynolds hit hurdle 9. It just threw off his momentum.
Yeah, so Harwich takes it 1673, Reynolds 1679. Reynolds actually, I believe, makes it in as the final time.
Yes.
Top 6.
That's the way I would see that. All right, they got the hurdle crew out. They're moving the hurdles for the girls. I'm not sure.
Yep, so I think it will be the girls seated.
Yeah. They moved. I'm watching them move the hurdles, but they haven't adjusted them any yet.
I can do that. Do you want to switch it all today, or are you good up there? Well, that's fine.
They are moving them.
Yep.
Let me know. I'll go try to find something.
Now they're going down. That would be a surprise.
Yeah.
That happened in the Olympic trials for the steeplechase, I remember. And I'm trying to remember who the individual was that ended up hitting the hurdle hard, or the barrier hard, end up injured, out for the season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They got it. They were able to fix it by the next lap around, get it lowered, but it had been at the men's height.
Mm.
And, of course, those don't move.
No, they certainly don't.
Watching all these people check in and stuff like that, and see some of the girls applying those stickers to their legs, I would think that they might not stick that well today.
Probably not. Can't imagine they would. Looks like we got our top 6 qualifiers for the boys. Kelly being the number 1 seed, of course, at 16-11, followed by McCamick, Gersbowski, Harwich, Kasongo, and Reynolds.
Reynolds
top
making
6.
it in.
Yep, and then I believe, not sure how the unseeded works. If maybe top 2 times from unseeded, I'm not sure.
Well, I would think that they take from the seeded heat, they'll take the top individual, and then they'll fill in the field by times.
Right. That's what I'd imagine.
Those actually ended up being what appeared to be relatively evenly split. I don't know. I mean, we are kind of early season, so some people probably haven't run the hurdles much. I don't think I've seen Reynolds' results in anything yet. So if you're just getting going, it's, you could end up in a slower heat, so to speak, but be a really good hurdler and just not been there yet. So we've got white flag up this end anyway.
Yep. Doesn't look like our starter is ready. Yep, looks like we got starting command. So, girls, we have 3 heats for the seeded section. Gillespie of Londonderry, Karen Herrick of Lebanon, Dow of Hollis Brookline, Boel Bannock of Dover, Howell of Sauhegan, and Massaquoi of Concord.
And Dow is, I think, the favorite for the meet.
I think
If I
she
remember
is.
correctly,
Yep.
our fastest
Yep.
here
Yeah,
today.
15:85.
See if we get down under that 16-second mark.
Here we go. First heat. And it looks like Dow on her way to
Yep.
show that she is definitely the favorite. Look to see what her official time is. Official time 15:46.
Whoa. That's under 16.
Yeah. Boel Bannock 17:11, Howell 17:66, Massaquoi 18:72, Gillespie 18:75.
How many heats do we have of this?
3.
3 total.
3 total. Looks to be bubble time 18:72 so far. Tiana Brown, the favorite here. Horak of Lebanon, Rogers of Oyster River, Brown of Nashua North, McVicker of Exeter, Perkins of Portsmouth, and DeMambro of Sauhegan.
There we go.
They're off here. It looks to be pretty even between Rogers and Perkins.
No Brown.
Or yeah.
Oyster River taking that. Last heat coming up.
Yep, so Rogers 18:08, Perkins 18:26, DeMambro 18:78, Horak 20:34. Now coming into the last heat, got Bristol of Sanborn, Collier of Merrimack, Flynn of Portsmouth, Pelletier of Kingswood, Higgins of Lebanon, and Montgomery of John Stark.
I wonder if whether we're seeing non-entries partially because of it is the beginning of school vacation as well.
Right, yep. I actually just talked to my old head coach, Piatti.
Yep.
And he mentioned that a lot of his top girls are off in Spain.
Ah, well, there it is.
I don't know why they would pick
Portsmouth
Spain
takes it.
over the Black Bear Invitational, but, you know,
Wow, yeah.
teach their own.
Yep.
So that one's going to be Flynn of Portsmouth, 16:85, Pelletier, 18:25, Montgomery, 18:35, Collier, 18:57. That's going to close out the girls'
I don't
heats,
know. They
think.
haven't. They
Looks
look
like there's
they're-
more, yeah.
It looks like there's more. So you must.
My
have
side
just-
says 3.
that must just be the seeded heats.
Yep. So I think we're moving into the unseeded heat now.
Because I definitely see ladies down there, and they
Yep.
haven't done anything about removing the hurdles.
Yeah,
That would
so
be a surprise.
I think we're moving on to the unseeded heats. So now we have 3 of those.
I'd say even though these are girls' height, I think the boys' 100 meters would be surprised by them nonetheless.
Yeah. Bellevue of John Stark, Tobin of Alvern, Satilis of Silas of Wyndham, Fateau of Bow, Norris of Exeter, and Moser of Merrimack Valley. Looks to be Silas of
Silas?
Wyndham so far. She's going to be caught.
Right at
Maybe,
the line?
yep. It's going to be Fateau and
Bow.
Tobin. Silas in second, 1861 for Fateau. Silas, 1879. Bellevue, 1940. Tobin, 1970. Mosier, 1995. Moving on to the second heat.
Heat 5.
Floyd of Oyster River, Menard of Concord, McAvee of Alvern, Wright of Wyndham, Wing of Pembroke, and Cody of Merrimack Valley. Looks like the wind is picking up a bit
Yes.
out there, huh?
It's especially for these sprint girls, like there's a bit of a chill in the air.
Second heat in the blocks. And they're off. Clean start so far. Hard to tell who's got the edge here. Might be Wyndham's right for now.
Yep.
But it's anybody's race still. It's between
Closing up at the
McAfee and
line.
Wright. Yep, a little stumble by McAfee, so it's going to be Wright who's going to take this
Yep.
heat. Yeah, footing's going to be tough with these hurdles.
Yes.
So Wright, 1974, Cody, 2003, McLeod, 2028, Wing, 2081, and McAfee, 2144. As we move on to our third and final heat for the girls' unseeded section.
After this, they'll pull the hurdles. We'll have the heats of the 100.
I think we might have the boys 110 unseeded also after this, actually. Which, well, that doesn't
No.
make sense, though.
No, they already went. They already did the boys 110, so it should be we should be into the boys 100, I would imagine.
Yeah. We're off for heat 3.
Of course, we do reverse order in the trials that they don't have to change the hurdles.
Nihan, Frecker, Rodriguez, Nicotina, Beniste, and Grattan.
Wow, this is tight right at the
Yep.
finish.
And it looks to be Frecker to take it. Frecker, 2042, Beniste, 2066, Rodriguez, 2071, Nihan, 2190, Grattan, 2258.
Off come the hurdles.
Yep. So we didn't have the unseeded boys, just the seeded.
No, we ended up having 5 heats of the boys.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, my side said it was all under the seeded section, so that's why I'm getting confused here. So now,
Hurdles off.
boys seeded prelims for the 100. Three heats of the seeded.
I think if I was a sprinter slash hurdler, I would much prefer be tough. I would think at this point you get a little chilly, then you got to try to re-warm back up and everything. On a day like today, that's got to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're a distance kid. I think you just kind of keep moving the whole day.
You can see on screen the throwing circles. It's looking pretty bad out there.
Yes. Well, and I haven't seen anything going on down at high jump. I would assume.
Yeah, I think they
that's gonna be
decided to.
scratch.
Yep, they're gonna scratch the high jump. But as now we're moving on into the 100. So we have Ingles of Londonderry, Catino of Portsmouth, Edwards of Conval, Scopel of Oyster River, Reardon of Exeter, and Damaris of Hollis Brookline.
They just did a write-up as I'm right down the road from Conval. And Conval's having a bit of a surge here this season. They came in second in indoor with, I think, only 5 guys competing. But when you get guys that are really, really good, you can score some points.
Yeah. Yeah, if you got all 5 guys
All
doing, what,
aces,
three or 4 events, it's
Yep.
looking pretty good if you've got all of them in the top of the state. For indication that we are all set to go. Red flag is
Red
up
flag
still.
at the finish line.
Yep.
I mean, at the start line. Sorry. We now have white flag at the finish. I don't know why they're putting a red flag up at the start.
Oh no, what I can tell, the official is waiting on something.
Less waiting, more racing. That's what I say.
Yeah, I know. Oh, looks like we might have been waiting on a runner. I'm not sure.
Oh.
I saw one. We had Tyler follow this legendary kid. It was English all the way down from the finish line. So I'm not sure if that's what they were waiting on. But oh no, we're still waiting on something.
You snooze, you lose.
I don't see any flag now.
I see somebody jogging their way down to the start line. Looks like they just got dropped off by the gator.
Huh.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
No.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay. Looks like we're good to go here. Again, Inglis, Catino, Edwards, Scopel, Reardon, and Damaris in this first heat of 3. Seated section of the boys 100 meters.
There we go.
First heat is underway. Don't have a full heat. That looks to be Edwards.
Yep.
Up at the front. It's got some challenge from Scopel, but
Yep.
it'll be Edwards to take it. Whew, pretty good time. 11:12.
Wow.
Scopel 11:29. Damaris 11:48. Reardon 11:57. Inglis 11:59.
I suppose too. Like again, the wind. The wind is it's a crosswind, but it's kind of at your back, so I can see that potentially being a slight benefit in the sprints, not so much in the hurdles where you have the technical issue of getting over the hurdle.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we've got pretty good one here coming in. Featherstone of Conval, Kala of Londonderry, Willette of Oyster River, Sanchez of Sanborn, Kirsten Gullier of Exeter, and Scully of Kingswood. Willette ran a sub 11 last week.
Woo.
Wind was pretty strong at the back, so I'm not sure if it was wind legal, but
I don't remember them taking any measurements. So.
nope, they weren't. So uncertain, but yeah, he ran pretty solid in the
still
prelims.
Gotta do it. You still got to
Yep.
do it.
So this one probably will be a little bit closer to legal wins potentially, but doesn't look like we have a reading out there, do we?
No.
Yep. So won't be certain, but here we go. And I'd imagine Talon is well up in the lead here.
Yep.
Crosses the line. 11 low. 11:02
Whoa.
for Talon. Sanchez,
Nice.
11:53. Featherstone, 11:68. Kirsten Gullier, 11:72. Scully, 11:94. That'll close out the second heat. Bubble time's 11:53. Sanborn Sanchez holds that right now. As we move on to the third and final heat for the seeded section, Newick of Co-Brown, Pettingill of Milford, Bruneau of Hollis Brookline, Massaos of Londonderry, Joyner of Lebanon, and Herda of Exeter. This one's pretty good too. Massaos, Bruneau, and Newick.
Yep.
Those are names that look familiar.
Yep. Seems like Bruneau's off to a little bit of a slow start, but that's not always the worst thing in your season.
No, it gives more room to
Expand.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because you tend to worry more about the guys running these such fast times early on. Don't want
Right.
them to peak too early in the season.
Yep. And I mean, if in some ways, if you've been doing it right, like you're not ready to rip right off the bat.
Yeah. Again, the ones to look out for, potentially lane 3, 4, and 1. Again, Edwards came in with a top time 10.84.
Wow.
So, and then Talon not too far behind the 10.95.
2 guys under 10 and under 11 in New Hampshire this early. Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep. No doubt that's going to be a really good final.
Yes.
Between those two. Third heat in blocks.
There we go.
Up and set. It's a long
Yep.
wait time and set, but we're good here. Londonderry taking a nice time on the acceleration, but it looks like Brno pulling away late.
Yep.
It's going to take it. Looks like it's Brno followed by Masaos, but 11:17 for Brno. Doesn't look slow right now. Masaos 11:33, Penningill 11:36, Joyner 11:79, Newick 11:90, and Herda 12:08. Really solid race right there as we move right along to the boys unseeded.
I don't know. I see the girls.
Is it?
I see the girls setting their blocks.
Yeah, so actually we'll move on to the girls seeded next. Top 10 looks to be Grace Sasoff Concord. So it's U in 1, Lutz of Lebanon in 2, Sasoff Concord in 3, Milks of Portsmouth in 4, Kearney of Oyster River in 5, and Wilson of Bow in 6. I'm not sure if we have both Milks here.
I know.
No, that was something we saw in indoor.
Yep. Be some watered down milks today.
Well, it seems like we only have the one, so
yeah.
So we're watered down to just milk.
Straight milk. There we go. First
All right,
heat.
first heat. Is Sasoff in a sweatshirt?
Looks that way.
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, and she's
A
gonna
hoodie.
take it in the full on sweatshirt. That's 1284 for Sasoff.
Wow.
Milks 1332, Lutz 1357, U 1360, Kearney 1373, and Wilson 1406 for that first heat. Bell time 1260. Again, top 6 times advance. So top 1 from each heat
Of the
plus the
first
next
3,
3
yep.
times. Yep, next best 3 times. Kelly of Pembroke, McBride of Exeter, Fitzpatrick of Co-Brown, Cardy of Oyster River, Lucas of Merrimack Valley, and Tona of Concord in this second heat.
Yeah, I had a athlete one time run in a winter jacket underneath their uniform. However, it was December in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think that's pretty called for, and for that one.
Yeah.
I don't know about the sweatshirt though. That's
I would
gonna
think it'd
get pretty heavy.
Mine-
Yeah, especially in this
mine
rain.
certainly is. Mine's pretty soggy at the
Yeah.
moment.
Hopefully she brought extras.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, we're off. Second heat. This one looks pretty tough to say.
Yep.
Across the line. Looks to maybe be Exeter. It's be
Yes.
McBride. Followed by Fitzpatrick. McBride takes it 13:07. Fitzpatrick 13:18. Cardy 13:33. Lucas 13:60. Kelly 13:66. And Tona 13:90. So far, the only sub 13 time is by Sasoff. Bubble time now 13:33, held by Cardy. Did you see that we got throws going on? I see the measuring tapes out.
Yep. I haven't seen a throw yet, but
Yeah.
it looks like they're checking in under the 10.
All right. So it looks like we will have throws go up, at least for the shot.
Shot's not nearly as dangerous as either disc or jab, but they've been throwing the jab. I've been watching jab down
Oh,
there.
have they?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yep.
Obviously, my vantage point isn't as good.
Right.
Dandino of North, Baumgart of Oyster River, Hartson of Alver, Manning of Co Brown, Noble of Hollis Brookline, and Conte of Concord in this heat.
Might be.
Looks
Whoa,
like
way on the
Baumgart. Oh, on the outside.
Way on the outside.
Conte of Concord, sorry. 13:33 just in on the bubble time. Not sure if she'll sneak in. Manning, 13:62. Looks like it was a pretty tight race as we wait for the rest of the results. Oh, looks like, yep, shot is throwing.
Yeah.
Girls shot right now. Hartson, 13:64. Baumgart, 13:66. Nobles, 13:68. And Dandino, 13:77. As we'll see if they get going with any of the unseeded sections. And I think we are.
Yeah, well, I see the boys down there.
Yep. So it looks like our final heats for the boys and girls are set already. Willette is going to be in the lead for the boys, 11:02. Edwards, 11:12. Brunel, 11:17. Scopel, 11:29. Massaus, 11:33. Penningill, 11:36. Those are our top 6 for the boys. For the girls, Saysaw in first. McBride. Saysaw, 12:84. McBride, second, 13:07. Conte, 13:33. Fitzpatrick, 13:18. Milks, 13:32. And Cardi, 13:33. I should have known. Conte was a winner of that last heat, so she does get in.
Yep.
So, yep, on to the boys unseeded.
Here we go.
Here we go. Doyle, Saysaw, Taylor, Funbole, Farrell, and Nicole. Looks like,
Fembule.
I'd imagine brother-sister duo going back as winners of their heats. That's actually Funbole, excuse me.
I was going to say, Saysaw's lane was empty.
Yep. So 11:64 for Funbule, Taylor 11:74, Farrell 11:77, Doyle 12:29. Got a nice little zoom in from Tyler on Davio
Oh.
as he waves.
Davio looks extremely dry.
Everybody out there does.
Nothing like a down puffy jacket to absorb water.
Yeah. Again, thanks to Adventure Campers for providing us with one of their campers, keeping myself and most of our equipment dry.
Yep. I know Adventure Campers, they're going to have quite a few of them over at the Deerfield Fairgrounds next weekend for Farm, Forest, and Garden Expo.
Well, there we go. If you're looking for campers, head on over there.
Yep.
Again, thank you again, Venture Campers, as well as Tim's Truck Capital for sponsoring today's Meet Hub. As we get underway for the next heat of the boys unseeded, it looks like we have 6 heats of this. So Carden of Merrimack, Cruz of Londonderry, Oglesby of Merrimack Valley, Bryan of Timberlane, Schultz of Cole Brown, and Bellarose of Dover.
Looks like Timberlane, maybe?
I don't know. It's coming up close. Looks like Timberlane is pulling away. That's Bryan, who pulls away last minute.
Pulls away last minute, hand in the air.
11:66 for Bryan. Schultz, 11:87. Bellarose, 11:92. Cruz, 11:98. Oglesby, 12:08. And Carden, 12:31. Going over to our third heat. Got Katzel of Sauhegan, Turner of Merrimack Valley. Mashian of Lebanon, Lions of Plymouth, Tersolo of Sanborn, and Kelly of Kingswood.
Looks like they're getting ready to get in their blocks.
Yep.
Doing that sprinter, jump up and down, shake out your arms, beat on your quads.
Also good to mention that we have, I believe, all 3 divisions here. Mostly D2, but it's nice to see that we've got some Division 1 D3 here.
I'm trying to figure. I don't know that I have seen D3 yet.
Do we have not seen?
Trying to think.
I thought Plymouth was D3. Were they not?
No, they're D2.
They're D2? Okay.
Yeah.
I could have sworn they were D3. Okay.
I was just thinking that myself.
Yeah.
I haven't seen.
All right, so maybe we don't have any D3 here, but definitely D2 and D1.
Yep.
Looks like. Speaking of, Plymouth
There they are.
is going to win it. That's Lions winning it 11-79. Catzel 12-02.
I was going to say, tell me.
Trussilo 12-07. Nemic Valley 12-22. Kings Kelly 12-39.
That would have been funny if Lions was the other kid with the cheetah hair. Lions with the cheetah hair.
Halfway through the unseeded boys. Figueroa of Hollis Brookline, Lassard of St. Thomas, Potter of Wyndham, Marcelin of Concord, Robin of Winnicunnet, and Benson of Oyster River. Looking at the teams now, trying to see if I can see any
I'm thinking. I don't
D3.
I don't think I've seen any.
Is Profile D3?
Yes.
Okay, so Profile, according to the results, is supposed to be here.
Ah.
So we'll look to see.
Here we
Fourth
go.
heat's off. Here we go. That looks to be Potter in the lead.
Wyndham. Lions. We had a cheetah hair. Wyndham, of course, are the Jaguars. We got all the big cats here.
Yeah. Looks like Potter takes it 11-94. Robin 12-28. Lassard 12-42. Figueroa 12-62. Benson 12-65. Marcelin 12-80. All right, fifth heat. Grugnail of Winnicunnet, Boucher of Dover, Stone of Sauhegan, Dumont of Winnicunnet, Grugnail of Winnicunnet, and Hurley of Alvern. Second to last heat for the boys unseeded.
They're in their blocks.
Yep.
Oh, stood them up.
All right. Take two.
Take two.
All right, we're back in. All right, they're off. Fifth heat.
Ooh, this is a tight one.
Ooh, that looks to potentially be Boucher of Dover.
I think it was.
Yep, 12-24. Dumont, 12-34. Grugnail, 12-43. Back-to-back Grugnail, 12-46. Stone, 12-52.
Do you think that he recognizes that a former Dover great was the one reading out his name right there? I bet he doesn't.
Probably not.
Do you think that you might have like slipped off the recognition board there or anything?
I don't know.
No,
I have
they,
no
st-
idea.
they still know who Ryan Moyer is in Dover.
I don't know. Some of the
I
athletes
guarantee they know who
helped
Tyler
coach.
Sheedy is.
They definitely do. I'm definitely probably slipping through the cracks. Unfortunately, my name is not on the record board as often as Sheedy's is. I've only got one up there.
Not only that, I mean, Sheedy has had some colorful moments.
Oh yeah.
Crawling across the finish line.
Yeah.
Those are the things that get you immortalized.
Yep.
Having just a plain old good career sometimes isn't enough.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Because then you can talk to them in the bird's nest. I mean, it could be awesome.
We've got the great Tim Cox involved here, leaving the door open so I can't see.
Looks like
There we
we're
go.
potentially gonna try to get.
Oh, somebody
Speaking
went
of Mr.
down,
Sheedy.
I think.
Bird's nest.
Oh,
Yep.
Look at that. A Dover 1-2.
There we go. So that was Stanton of Dover, 12-13. St. Laurent of Dover, 12-23. Tessier, 12-27. Rod Lunas, 12-30. Amanor, 12-52. Looks like we're looking to get Mr. Sheedy in the bird's nest. A microphone, maybe.
Oh.
As we were just speaking of him.
I don't know if we're going to use the same sort of chords that I've got. They're not going to reach to where he
Well,
is.
we've got an extension here.
Oh.
Mr. Davio is taking charge of that. I was put in charge by our executive producer, but I'm busy doing other things.
All right, so now we've got the unseeded ladies coming up.
Yep. So we have Pans of Merrimack Valley, Gonzalez of Somersworth, Belial of Kingswood, Swisher of Merrimack, Lee of Wyndham, and Baroud of Londonderry. Again, this will be my one announcement that I always say this. I apologize for any last names I butcher. I say this once a meet.
I don't
once
even
a meet,
apologize.
I say it.
Like, at this point, if you're not expecting me to butcher your name, then you obviously haven't listened to a broadcast before. I've got names that I say repeatedly that I can't say right. We've got the flag from the start line running its way back here, so I'm not sure exactly what's up. Conversation to be had on the straightaway. I'm looking over and seeing a very dapper Jay Smith there with his Under Armour hat on. And
looks like we have a conversation between our flaggers.
Yep.
Not sure what's going on.
I think they're having a discussion that the girls standing on the line aren't wet enough, so.
So we gotta keep them waiting.
Keep them waiting. That javelin went pretty far.
And as we wait, I as well say once again that New Hampshire Track and Field is an official affiliate of Lever. We get some help if you purchase a Lever Pro system and use code NHXCTF. You'll receive 15% off of your purchase, off of any Lever Pro system. Again, that helps support us as well. Again, you can go over to their website, purchase of a Lever Pro system using code NHXCTF gets you 15% off and helps support us.
We don't wish anybody to be injured, but if
you are,
you're already
might as well
injured,
go on
why
over,
not?
give it a try. According to Lars telling me it's a. Oh, looks like we have.
We got a lot of cord coming out.
Yep.
And we've got Tyler's about to hang down by his toes to grab
Although
the headset.
we are going to lose the camera at the same time.
Ready?
I don't trust that at all.
All right, and then just keep these out of the rain. Just pull it up. The cords.
All right. Again, we have.
Thank you.
Looks like the starting line flags jogging their way back down. So we have a chance.
It's got a lot of corns. Okay, here we go. We've got the girls getting ready to go in the blocks. For the unseeded section, we got 4 heats.
And at this point, I'm about to say 4 heats too many, but we'll get them going here.
Yep.
I do not know why they are holding them up, though.
I don't know. We've again, the flagger's talking to our official.
Tyler's saying that his mic's not on. We got to turn him on.
Yes, we do. Sheedy, are you there?
Hi.
There
Can you
we
hear me?
go. His microphone is now on.
Great.
So-
Hello, everyone.
Tyler, you want to talk about lever? Because you're the one that talks about it the most.
Lever, yeah. All right, yeah. So I heard you guys discussing this earlier. It seemed like you didn't have a good grasp on it, which if you got one, you would. Basically, it's a mechanism for your treadmill. You can kind of hook it up, and it's like an add-on to your treadmill, and it's like a bungee system that links onto your body. Mike, do you know what an Alter G is?
I do know what Alter G is.
It's basically an Alter G, but less expensive.
I got it. I actually looked it up, so I did see it. I don't know what's going. We just had a girl jog from the start line down the center of the track to here. She doesn't seem to know what's going on. Like,
Well, there's a white flag up anyways, so it seems like we're ready to go.
yeah.
Did she get disqualified?
I'm wondering if maybe she was standing down there but missed the seated. Like, I'm. It's the only thing I think.
I don't think so, because I think that's supposed to be Belial from Kingswood. It says she's in this heat. Now her lane is empty, and that must have been her.
Well, the white flags they're currently discussing over at the seating area.
Yeah. What lane was she supposed to be in?
She's supposed to
Tyler?
be in 3.
Oh, she had 4 on her hip.
Oh, so did she get the wrong numbers then? So here we go. This looks to be between Wyndham and Somersworth, Gonzalez and Lee. Look to see what the final time is. It's Lee taking it 13:97, Baroud 14:06, Gonzalez 14:17. Swish.
I would have just ran her without tags.
Yeah, it's really matter that much. I mean, maybe it's something with timing that it can't.
Yeah, but why? If so, you everybody else has numbers and one person doesn't. You could do that.
Yeah.
The numbers aren't magic.
Right. I don't know. That was interesting. All right, so we got our next heat. We have La Rochelle of Bow, Doherty of Londonderry, Callahan of Portsmouth, Galees of Londonderry, Jackson of Londonderry, and Garrow of Lebanon. Second heat. Is there still confusion over there? At this seating?
She's got a new number.
Okay. Are they gonna try to fit her in somewhere?
I don't really know, but she's not. She doesn't look like she's all that anxious to get back down to the start, though.
I mean, I personally wouldn't be with the kind of weather it's been.
But I wouldn't be putting new numbers on. I'd just be heading to the Team 10.
Yeah.
Or maybe the warm car.
Yeah. I mean, if you are racing, I would be jogging over there. I wouldn't want to
Yeah.
get cold. Especially with just the shorts on? I don't know.
Beats me.
I don't know.
I've been seeing a lot of kids taking their sweats off way too early today. I would be leaving them on until I'm on the line.
Yeah, especially in sprints. That's
Yeah.
You want to be warm as long as possible. Although Saysaw, I think, kept her sweats on
Yeah.
too long.
Fully sweated up.
Yeah, of all the things to wear, sweatshirt today might not be the best.
I know. We were talking about that. It's
Think about just about anything else.
yeah.
She's a lot faster than me, though, so maybe she knows better.
Yeah, who are we to say? All right. Wow, it's looking like it's kicking up out there. Tower, how is it in the bird's nest up there?
Here's what I'll say. I apologize to anyone if the camera starts shaking because my entire body is shivering. Yeah, it's quite
All right.
miserable.
Okay.
I'm actually glad to have people to talk to now. It's a lot easier.
It doesn't feel as lonely
When
up
you're
there, huh?
alone and it's cold and it's rainy, it's not fun.
Time moves slow. All right. So
Here we go, second heat. Second of 4. Here Here we go.
Looks pretty even.
Yep. Looks to be potentially Callahan, maybe,
Sportsman.
or it could be
Oh, I don't know.
La Rochelle of Bow on the inside. It's going to be La Rochelle 13.99, Callahan 14 flat, Galise 14.24. Doherty 14.31.
Here comes Kingswood again.
Garrow 14.37. She's going back and forth. She's getting her
Oh, my
reps
Lord.
in. And Jackson 14.40. So
What in the world?
what is
This is the
what's happening? I
craziest
know.
thing. She's
How many more heats are there? Is there a chance for her to even race
There's
now? Or?
there's 2 more heats left, but I mean, if she's gonna race, she needs to be in this last heat. But I don't know.
they're back at the table. They're
While we are assessing that situation, third heat, Neon of Pembroke, Kachukos of Co-Brown, Kinsella of Dover, Van Ham of Bow, Jackson of Alvern, and Mayala of Concord.
are they just
And she's going back again.
I know, and they didn't give her any new numbers, but I see Coach Lakowski going down with her. I wonder if she got down there and they said, no, we can't run you. I just
With the same numbers, I feel like
I-
at that point they should just had her
Run.
take the numbers
Take the
off, as you
numbers off.
said.
if you're not sure who she's going to be, she'll be the one without the numbers.
Right.
And now she's oh my Lord.
And is she coming back this way?
No.
All right,
But
third heat.
wild.
Yeah, it looks like Kinsella up at the front from Dover. We got a push from Van Ham, but it's going to be Kinsella.
So there are only 4 in that heat, so she
Yep.
could have certainly fit in that heat. There goes Coach running down.
I hope she runs really, really well. Like, she deserves it, man.
Yeah.
On
Oh,
a
she's
day
already
like
been
this,
back
to
and
have all
forth.
this drama happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard enough as it is having these kind of conditions.
Yep. She's down there. She still has her jacket on. Looks like
Ryan, are we connected?
Yes,
All right, cool.
we're good.
all right. Coach on her way back, so this should be good. She
All
has
right.
her jacket off, so she will be running.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Yep, so she is officially in. So we have Price of Plymouth, Zenny Minor, Belial of Kingswood, finally, Martin of Exeter, Stone of Sauhegan, and Weston of Merrimack Valley.
She's back off now.
What?
Oh, she is back off. Wait,
And she's nope. I don't see her.
Oh.
on my page she's in.
Looking down the, she was getting ready for blocks. At this point, I would just run. I wouldn't care. Like, as soon as the gun goes off, I'd just run.
Could
Try
be
to
kind of
keep
nice
me.
to have your mind taken off of things, like, instead of just waiting around,
Yeah.
getting ready for.
Try to keep me out of this heat. I dare you. There she is. Now she's got to. Looked like she had to go get blocks, right, or something like that.
Yep, looks like she's good. She's already got a couple of hundred reps under her
Yeah,
belt,
yeah,
so
She knows.
She's-
She knows the way.
She's warmed up.
all right, we are set. Fourth and final heat for the girls, unseeded. And they're off.
Third heat for the Kingswood girl.
Looking to see what she can do.
She
Trying
is-
to take it.
Oh.
Looks like
Yeah.
she's got
He
final
dies.
push.
I guess it was worth it then, right?
Yep, looks like it was. See what her official time is. Yep, 14:26 for Belial. Martin 14:44. Stone 14:61. Zenny Minor 14:76. Price 15:74. And Wesson 16:30.
All right. So what do we got next?
Looks like we're gonna have the 1600s. I
Would it be
believe.
the unseeded
Unseeded
1600s?
16s.
Yes, unseeded. We've got
Nice.
2 of those. First heat coming in. We've got Boyer of Plymouth, Smith of Souhegan, Han of Lebanon, Dutton of Londonderry, McEachern of Exeter, Wagoner of Dover, Davis of Kingswood, Walker of Souhegan, Goldberg of Oyster River, Malloy of St. Thomas, Enos of Plymouth, and Hill of Merrimack. Again, this is what I see on my side. I don't know if we have all of those runners in, but
I was gonna say it didn't. You were saying a lot of names. I wasn't seeing a lot of girls, but they're now working their way to the.
yep, supposed to be
The start
12
line.
in total.
I did hear an inside scoop that Sadie's trying to break 6 in the mile today, so we'll see if that happens. From Dover.
Inside scoop.
As in my mom said, I think she heard it from Sadie's mom.
There you go.
You know, a lot of these girls have been out in the rain for about maybe a half hour at this point waiting for their start.
Yep.
Some of them have sweats off like for a while.
I certainly would have been. You know, and it is tough for athletes. I think sometimes mentally, like you know, they expect to be going and.
Yep.
But just keep looping back and forth on the corner. Keep moving. You know, I've seen plenty of my kids just sitting around because, you know, they expect to be going shortly.
I would actually probably just sit in the tent for a while, like until right before the race starts.
No, you wouldn't. You would be warming up like crazy.
Well, I'd be warming up a little bit. I feel like I'd rather stay actually warm on a day like that. I wouldn't want to stand around her.
No, definitely not. Definitely not stand around. All right. White flag.
All right. All right, and we're
we've
off.
got the barrel start.
Yep,
You a fan of the barrel, Tyler?
As in the 2 different ones?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I love the barrel.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's a lot easier to go faster when you're on the outside.
Thankfully, somebody actually agrees with me.
I think that people who are on the outside end up just going so much faster for some reason.
I always, you know, my kids, they would think like, oh, I don't want to be stuck out in the barrel and stuff like that. I think that's the best
It's
spot.
way easier to get out, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't have everybody trying to crash to the inside.
Well, and then when you're on the inside, if you don't get out that well, first off, you're not out well, and then you have like seed 14 coming and crashing in on your spot.
Exactly. No, I'm a big fan, and it's just a much better way to get more kids into an event. Like, it's a safe way to get more kids on
Yeah,
the track.
no, I think
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense.
I'll be honest. Whenever I run the 8 and I'm in outside of the barrel, I love that position more than the inside.
Yeah.
The inside is
Yeah,
just
especially for an 8,
brutal.
yeah.
Yeah, the 8 you have to go out hard, and being on the inside, you just
Elbows.
there's so many elbows being thrown. Outside, not as much. It can happen, but outside, I feel like there's a little bit more wiggle room to kind of get out before anybody else.
Ryan, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think one of the worst things that track meets do is have people who are starting in lanes for the 800 to a lane. I think that's horrible.
That's terrible. I agree.
It's so
I'd rather
cool
just do a
looking,
giant
though.
waterfall.
I guess, but just because it looks cool doesn't mean you should do it.
I always
some
wonder
things-
how, like, you know, how do they decide who that's going to be,
Yeah.
right? Who is going to be the people that get doubled up in the lane?
Yeah, I don't know. They always kind of switch it up.
I would understand for like one of the like slower heats, but if you're in the top heat and you've got someone in the lane next to you, like you're flying out of the gate in 800, I think it's not a good idea.
The only thing though is, so let's say you were doing it here, right? You put 2 people in lane 1. As soon as the gun goes off, they've got all of lane 2 as well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you don't. I mean, you can go into the other lane. Like it's okay to be in the
Oh, really?
further. Well, you can be in a like you
It's
have
not,
the
it's not
space.
inside. I see.
You have that space.
Okay. Looks like we
2
have
exactly evenly matched people stuck in the lane. That'd be
Yeah.
tough.
yeah. All right, looks like we have slightly changed. Dutton
Yep.
leading the way from. Oh, it looks like it's also Smith. So
Yep.
Dutton and Smith ahead of
Yep.
Davis. Davis getting
Number 1 seed
Passed
for
by
Plymouth
Boyer,
moving
yep.
to the front.
Do we have a split
Or
at
towards
that
the
at the half mile?
actually, hold on. We may. Yes, we do. 3 flat.
Well, they're
Yep.
on the way to a 6-minute mile. And your girl from Dover is
In 5th?
in that top 5, so right there. She's actually moving
Tyler,
around
you,
into
you
4th.
said Wagner's. She's looking for
sub 6.
sub
That's what I
6. So he's
heard,
looking
yep.
for sub 6. Okay.
Nice, nice, nice.
She's moving well. She's getting up.
Well, I think, I mean, if that's, truly her goal, and obviously if we heard it, it is, and she knows what they went through for the half, she knows that she's got to keep moving.
Yep,
Yep.
because usually in a mile you'd see them slow down after the half.
Yeah. The 3rd lap, I feel like, is always the
Yes, sir.
killer. Every time.
If not earlier. But
If not
yes.
earlier, but I don't know. The 3rd lap for me every time in a race is always the weakest point. It's always the hardest
Well,
to
you're
get through.
trying
I
to
feel
save
like.
up a little for the finish, but you're
I think the
tired
best
from the first
mindset, I would just say, get to the bell and the last lap will take care of itself.
one. Yep.
Right. That's exactly. All right, here we go. Going into the final lap. About right around 4:31, 4:32.
They're close. She gets on her horse. She can
We'll
do
see
it.
how they close, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Number 1 seed Boyer is looking really good. But you also have Dutton and
Wagner.
Wagner. Wow, Boyer's closing really well on
Yeah.
that backstretch.
Yeah. She just moved into 2nd.
It's definitely a big gap, though.
Yep.
Right
And
last
look at
lap
this
of Boyer.
other girl coming from way back. Just moved into 2nd. Is that Timberlane?
So that I'm trying to see if it is
Looked like Timberlane. from
maybe
back here.
Lebanon.
Maybe Lebanon.
It was maroon.
It's maroon and had white down the back.
Could be Concord. Could be Portsmouth. So Boyer, great finish.
She will stay out for sure.
I hate saying this on stream, but Tyler, check the connection on your camera.
Let's see.
And she will win.
All right.
So
Apologies
finish line
for
gap.
our issue. I mean, it's pretty wet out there.
Lebanon.
Just a little bit.
So yeah. So
Is she going to do it? Here she comes.
we'll continue the play-by-play as much as we can. We're gonna try to fix the camera connection here.
Can't see anything on there right now.
It's in and out.
Okay.
We're fixing it. But we'll get results up anyway. So
Yeah.
Wagner 6:04, Boyer 5:51.
Oh, so she just missed, huh?
Yeah, she just missed it. Hannah 5:57.66 from Lebanon. Dutton 6:07.41. Malloy 6:11.78. Davis 6:13.13. Goldberg 6:13.50. Enos 6:18.04. Again, apologies for the camera connection. We're quickly trying to
Here comes the
Fix it.
second heat.
Hill 6:20.87. Smith 6:22.95. Walker. Looks like that's that.
All right, we've got 12 more.
Ryan, are we good on connection?
It's not back yet.
Oh boy.
I know. Again, hate to do this on the stream, but
We got the receiver connected.
think so.
All right. About ready to start the second heat.
All right, we got it back.
Yay. Sorry, folks.
All right, we've got camera connection. Hopefully, it's a little bit more stable for you all at home. We got Heat 2 of the unseeded section. Go through that list now.
What kind of seat times do we have in this one?
So it looks like we have 6:18 is the top time coming in for this second heat. So we have Price of Concord, Hardy of Hollis Brookline, Barrier of John Stark, Ryan of St. Thomas, Schultz of Alvern, Hines of Wyndham, Newt of Dover, Johnson of Timberlane, Burt of Alvern, Zadakis of Co Brown, Owen of Bow, and Sawyer of Timberlane. Again, not sure if everybody is out there, but that's the list I've got.
Concord to the front right now.
Most likely will be number 1 seed Price.
Yep.
She's got a commanding lead right now.
Yeah, she's again 6:18. She'll probably look for something there, but Pack is catching up to her.
Yeah, it looks like
That's
maybe
led by
little
Hardy.
excited.
Yep, that's led by Hardy as well as Hines.
So we'll see if the strategy of going to the front, building a gap is going to work.
Yep.
Is this faster or slower, like seed times in the last heat?
Slower.
Okay.
Yep. Previous seed time had sub-6s listed.
And went sub-6.
Yes, we had 2 runners go sub-6. Yep. Boyer 551 and Hannah 557.
Is that Quinn Hardy from Hollis Brookline?
Yes,
Okay.
that's Quinn Hardy. So Hines leading the way, or nope, it's gonna be Price. 128 went
And
through.
then Pack's closing in again.
Yep.
Yep.
Actually, the entire pack's actually closing back up.
Yep.
Back to front as well.
Yep. So they're right back on Price's shoulder.
So we'll see how she responds once they go around, assuming they do go around.
Wyndham right up on her shoulder now.
Yep. It's Hines. Slowly moving around Price.
Not a big fan of the slow move around.
No.
Yeah, especially on the corner, you really just want to either make a move right before the corner or kind of, if you want to do it slow, do it on the straightaway.
Yep.
Yep. Which, again, she's kind of just sitting right next to her. Price is just going to move on up and...
She's actually out in lane 2. She doesn't
Yeah.
even need to be.
Nope. But, yep, they're tied up together. Now she's making a move into the corner. Nope, Price isn't
she's-
letting her.
Yep. Fighting her off.
Yep. Good response by Price. They went in around 309. I don't know. I'm not liking the staying side by side. If you're gonna make the
Yeah,
pass,
if you can't get around, then just tuck in behind.
Yep,
Right.
But and she's still out front. She's still out in the far lane still.
Yeah, she is leading.
Oh, now she's cutting in.
There we go.
There she goes. Coming up with 600 to go.
So
Hardy
seems to
right
be
on
a
the
good
back
pack
of that
4
now.
right there.
Yep. So it's Hines, Price, Hardy, and I believe Burt.
Alvern.
And now Hines is starting to pull away from Price.
Yep. Mine's looking pretty good.
All right, coming to a lap to go.
All right, coming up, 1 to go.
On the bell.
4:44.
So she's well away now, and it's a
Yep.
really good battle in this pack of 3 for the second
134
spot.
was that split. Burt of Alvern starting to move up.
So she's
Should
been
be
about
well
even
on-
so far.
She should be well under that 6:18. That was the fastest in here.
Yep. Yeah, 6:18 was held by Price.
That chase pack is now stretching out, led by Hardy.
They're starting to move on her a little bit. I don't know if it's enough to catch up by the end of this race.
You would think that Hines has a little bit left for the final 100.
Yeah.
Oh, holy smokes. Look at Price just went around the whole pack.
Yep. Wow, she's
Nice.
she's kicking in.
She found something else.
Yep. She's leading the race. Hines moves ahead of her. Falls back to 4th, and now she's moved up into 2nd.
I don't think she has
She's not.
enough room.
She isn't
but-
gonna have it. So
They're gonna
Burt's
pass her
now
again?
making a close on Price.
This is nuts.
Really fun finish. to
Price
this
looking
one.
Yeah,
around. This
yeah.
is going to be a nice finish for Burt. Great try for Price. She's tried to get in for 2nd.
What were our times there?
6:17.18 for Hines. That was
Oh.
Schultz actually for Alvern, not Burt. 6:18.88 Price. 6:20.11. Hardy 6:21.41. Ryan 6:30.67. Barrier 6:33.72. Burt 6:38.10.
We have our last athlete in the finishing straight.
Zadakis 6:38.73. Sawyer 6:50.27. Owen 6:55.23.
All right.
We
Looks
have Newt
like
finishing here.
they're going to be bringing the boys up.
Yep, so we're off to the boys unseated. We have 3 sections for the boys. Also worth mentioning, I think we have middle school boys and girls.
Oh, do we?
1600s. Yes,
I
we
remember they
do.
used to do that.
Yep.
Nice.
So we are also doing middle school as well. So
Oh, that was at the start of the meet. It's in the middle of it. Awesome.
yep, it's in the middle.
Very cool.
Now we start with a 32 in the beginning, which was this again. I mentioned before. This is the first meet that did that. It's had the 3200s first.
How's that, folks? A lot cleaner.
Yes.
Let's see. There we
Oh.
go. Beautiful.
Again, it's pretty wet out there, so. we're
Yep.
gonna-
Is it?
Oh, I don't know. You guys are the ones
Alright.
out there. I don't have no idea. All right, boys. First section of this unseated heat is off.
What's our top time coming in?
4:54
All right.
by Wanamaker of Alvern, followed by Beetleman of Portsmouth, Vaccaro of Londonderry, Sargent of Bow, Paiva of Milford, Hollingshead of Wyndham, Spencer of Souhegan, Scott of Hollis Brookline, Froberg of Coe-Brown, Regalt of Souhegan, Glue of Plymouth, and Glacier of Coe-Brown.
we do have Alvern at the front right now.
Yep, it looks to be followed by, I think that's Beetleman, right behind him.
Portsmouth.
Yeah, some of the maroon jerseys kind of blend in a lot between some of those teams, but it does look like it's Portsmouth.
Getting.
Still a pretty tight pack up front.
We have umbrellas descending upon my viewing space. now individuals stand in front of me as well.
Yep. So
There we go.
Wanamaker up at the front. We've got Bielman passing.
Whoa! Somebody from Wyndham just sprinted around the corner.
Guess he didn't like where he was.
No, I guess not.
Seemed for like that first lap, no one really wanted to take the lead. Now it's spreading out a bit more now.
Yep, so Bielman is now taking it up. I don't know what that split was. It looks like we have probably Froberg of Co Brown or Glacier. Froberg now going to, he's actually on the inside of Bielman.
Definitely some jostling going on. It's like everybody wants to be at the front, but nobody wants to be
inside.
in the front.
Yep, so a lot of movement up front. That first split was 72, officially. Froberg now at the front, followed by Bielman.
Yep.
And then also followed by Paiva.
Now got Bo swinging around to lane 2, trying to get around.
Looks like he was around 230 for the 800.
Right at 5-minute pace. Now we're starting to stretch out a little bit.
Yep, so Froberg's picking it up. Bielman followed by Paiva. 1, 2, and 3.
Guys, think we'll see a negative split in this one?
I think so.
I would imagine, based off of how Froberg's opening up a little bit more. Yeah, they ran 2:29. Froberg was 2:28 high. Yep, we're coming up on the final lap. 500 to go. So now Paiva in second. Vaccaro has moved up a bit. He's kind of sneaking in here to the top 3. Got a big move here from Sargent. Let's move up on the shoulder of
Vaccaro.
Vaccaro.
Pat could win this race.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there's.
Froberg looks pretty good right now.
He does,
And
but
Paiva.
Paiva is closing in. So we'll see what the response is on this final 200. Vaccaro was able to hold back Sargent.
Might see the move right here.
Yep, 200 to go.
Or is he going to wait?
I don't know. Looks like
he's trying to go around.
Yeah,
now.
Paiva's opening the stride. Froberg. I don't see a response yet from him. I don't know if he has one. Oh, Froberg might be trying,
yeah,
but
Paiva's pulling away now.
Paiva's
definitely
opening
away.
a gap. So
What's the
Paiva
clock
of Milford going to take this one well under 5.
Nice.
So big negative split.
Big negative split.
451 unofficially. 451.62 from Paiva. Froberg 454.42. That was the top seed time. Glue 457.21. Spencer 457.80. Glacier 458.27.
All right, they're getting ready to pull out the next crew.
Griedelman 459.98. That closes out our sub 5. Wanamaker 5 flat 12. Hollingshead 502.65.
All right.
Here's
Heat
the next
2 coming out.
Yep, and I'll leave the results up for the rest of the pack there, as I'll announce the next heat. Again, we have 3 heats for the unseeded. We've got Zumbach, but that's Dylan Zumbach, not Ryan.
Not Ryan.
Yep, we have Schultz of Alvern, Eberl of Oyster River, Polzen of Dover, Buccino of Hollis Brookline, Stevens of Conval, Worcester of Bow, Fox of Sauhegan, Kiefer of Lebanon, Anderson of Oyster River, Wynn of Dover, and Mann of Exeter.
Tyler, have you seen longer shorts than the 5th seed wearing?
Wow.
Those are long.
I've seen longer shorts, maybe not in a mile race.
We had a kid one time. He was in middle school, but I had coached his sisters. They were older, and he showed up one day and he had forgot his running shorts, so he had cargo shorts, and so we were yelling "Cargo Callahan."
Yeah, that kid's shorts are longer than his jersey.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I saw at the Boston Marathon there's a guy who ran 2:38 in jeans.
Oh yeah.
He ran by, and I was like, "Whoa, look at that!"
You saw the banana, the world's fastest banana, right?
Was that a record for the banana?
World record.
There
yeah.
were actually 2 bananas, funny enough.
Oh, I only saw the fast one.
Yeah, when the second guy came by, I yelled, "You're the number 2 banana!" That's really the world record. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
What was the time?
I want to say it was like 2:30 something.
That's just embarrassing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying so hard to run fast in a marathon, probably won't beat the banana.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Well, the kid in the shorts is in the lead.
Yep, he sure is. He's taking it out. That was around
Taking it out.
31, 32 through the 200.
Oh.
Well, Mike, you must
He's
know-
ripping.
I'm guessing this might not be a negative split, or at least by him.
Might not. Top seed is 5 flat, and that's by Zumbach.
You know Courtney DeWalter, Mike. You must.
Yes, I
Yeah.
know Courtney
That's,
DeWalter.
her classic style is the
Yep.
long shorts.
That is true.
So maybe this is a strategy that is going to work out.
I hate to say, but I don't think our friend from Hollis is any Courtney DeWalter for sure.
Buccino going through 61.
61.
60, what? Must be 71.
Or is it 70? It might be 71. Yeah.
Has to be 70.
Yeah,
That's
that
always
doesn't look
around
like a
61.
61.
71, yeah.
I watched Dalbeck go out in 61 last week.
Yeah.
And it looked a little different.
71.
The pack is now there.
Yep. Can't quite see. That looks to be Eberl in 3rd. Not sure who's in. Might be Stevens of Conval. Is that Conval?
Yes.
Yep.
I like the Dover boys, 4th and 5th right now, working together.
Yep. So that's Wynn and Polzin.
I do feel a little out of sorts here with 2 Dover boys.
I know.
on
How's
the
that
mic.
feel for you?
Yeah.
I'm a scenic sandwich.
Yeah. Must be a PB&J or something.
All right.
Speaking of
I don't
which,
see a number for Oyster River, but I believe that's Eberl. I don't believe it's Anderson, but
I saw
not
a bunch
sure.
of numbers blow off as soon as they headed off the line.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't really imagine numbers be staying on that well today.
No.
Nope. Wow.
Oh,
Wynn-
here's your Dover
Wynn-
boy.
Wynn is going for it.
Yeah.
Is Wynn going for the win? That's the question.
And
So I
Courtney
believe he's actually a
DeWalter now is in
triathlete
last.
mostly. Max is there's a lot of triathlons, I believe. I see him training sometimes around. He lives near me, so.
Ah.
But he's kind of in a good spot now.
Yeah.
So we have the pack pulling away, and he's just tucked in 2nd.
They look like they're rolling smooth right now. At least most of them.
So now it's about 4 by themselves. Coming up to the straightaway and 1 lap to go. So I imagine that it's going to be either running shorts or half tights that win this.
As opposed to leisure shorts.
I will say there's a few. I feel like there's a resurgence of half tights among runners now in this heat, at least.
Yeah, this heat seems to be heavy with them, doesn't
And
it?
we lost both.
I always like them better in
We
the
lost.
shorts, personally.
I'm a shorts kind of guy, just from
That's fair.
way back. Not that I like wearing them now, but definitely a bit throwback. Wow, is that tight up at the front, huh?
This is a great finish.
Is that Zumbach? Zumbach zooming by?
Yeah, you can kind of see the similar form to his brother
Yeah.
and the speed. See if he's got in the home stretch.
Again, apologies on the camera connection. It is very wet outside, so we are doing our best to keep the show going.
And
As
it will be Zumbach.
so, again, we're gonna keep going. Looks like
He looked happy there.
He looked happy.
so. Zumbach came in with the #1 seed. He wins that one.
His friend from Oyster River doesn't look as happy, but. And here we go, finishing up that one.
Yep.
Now
So officially 4:58 for Zumbach.
he was pretty happy. Now I know why he's pretty happy, right?
Yeah, sub-5. Kiefer 5 flat 40. No other results yet. So Zumbach and Kiefer 1 and 2.
All right, I'm not sure. Yeah, what? Bring that third heat right out. There's no reason to stand around, boys.
Oh,
It's
Here they
not
come.
getting any drier out here.
again, might as
And
well keep
I
it
gotta
even.
say,
get
I'm
them-
big fan. Is this Milford right here? He's had his sweats on and just taking them off just now. So
No,
good-
I think
good job,
that's
Ian.
St. Thomas.
St. Thomas. Sorry, same colors.
get your blues right, Tyler.
Either way, that's I like that strategy. That's what I would do.
So Eberl 5 flat 59, win 502 58, and I'm cut off. So I'm just gonna leave results up and going as we'll announce our third and final heat of the boys unseeded. Wind sounds like it's picking up out there.
Feels like it's picking up out here.
So we got Petersons of Pembroke, Latang of Merrimack, Garcia de Perez of Exeter, Bain of Merrimack Valley, Hoult of Alvern, Friccione of Wyndham, Smith of Lebanon, Steele of Kingswood, Verd of St. Thomas, that's probably who Tyler was just mentioning, Gom
Yep.
of Winnicunnet, Satterley of Pembroke, Sinopoli of Wyndham, and Jeffrey of Merrimack Valley.
Not only that, he's got the Mr. Miyagi Karate Kid
Yeah.
band.
I actually think this might be the first time I've ever seen the other, like the upper waterfall, have more runners than the lower waterfall.
Well, and that's not supposed to happen.
yeah.
it's
Oh,
No.
little trip up. in
it's
the,
always supposed to be 2/3, 1/3.
That makes sense to me.
And
yeah, I'm surprised he didn't switch them around.
I don't. I mean, usually what you do is you just, again, you look at the field, and if it's 8, it'll be 5 and 3 type of deal or something like that. But I don't know.
I think they're just trying to keep things going at this
Yeah.
point. They're just kind of like, all right, whatever.
yeah.
Get them going.
Get 'em going.
How about you?
These guys are going right along.
Yep, it's strung out already. They're all packed up.
I like the train style of racing,
Yep.
just one after the other.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
I think an important thing for these guys to recognize is that, you know, if you're in kind of the third heat, you're more going for time than place. Like, just, you know, go. Sometimes if
Absolutely.
you do win the race, it'll lead to a good time, but I would just tuck in for this first lap and, or not tuck in, sorry. I would, you know, if I'm not feeling the pace, go to the front.
Yep.
If they're bringing you out, just tuck in and go along for the ride.
I see a couple of strides being run right in front of me. I'm guessing that's our middle schoolers.
And I believe it is, yep.
Nottingham.
So just to announce the schedule coming up. So we have the middle school girls and boys 1,600 meters. Then we have our hurdles and dash finals. Then we finally have our seated section of the 1600 meters, girls and boys, followed by the 4x1s, 400s, 300 hurdles, 800s, 200s, 4x8s, and 4x4 to have a little relay party at the end.
Is that all Kingswood right now in the lead, or am I mistaken?
That looks to be all. I think those
Nope,
two are
top,
Pembroke.
Top 2 Pembroke. Okay, yeah.
Top 2 Pembroke, then a Kingswood.
Very similar uniforms.
Yes. Well, and I think they used to have the same uniforms until Kingswood got these new ones, but it's still the same color combos.
I think I was saying last week I love the Kingswood uniforms. I think they're great.
Yep. They used to be in the gray when I was running.
Yeah, yeah,
definitely
they were.
the change up to the green is really nice. Yeah, because they had the just plain gray jerseys with the green lettering, so they stand out a lot better with those green and white jerseys.
Yeah, when in doubt, choose green for your color.
What does that mean? Dover?
Dover.
Oh, okay.
Green wave. Come on.
What does that mean?
We couldn't tell you.
The green wave.
Yeah,
AKA
I don't think anybody's.
toxic
I don't think
water.
anybody's figured that out.
Algae.
Lived there all my life, still have no idea.
I mean, the Kachiko is kind of polluted, maybe. But
All right, so we got Pearson's or Satterley up front. I mean, either one, they're 1 and 2, and Steele, they went through at about 2:30, 2:31 through the 800.
Oh, that's good.
So we're right around 5 flat pace.
Darien High School in Connecticut, they're the Blue Wave, which I think is even worse mascot. It's like saying you're the long-necked giraffes. So
Yeah,
it doesn't make
I
any
was gonna
sense.
say, but can you imagine if you were the brown wave or
Oh,
something?
no.
Like that? Toxic brown wave. That'd be great.
All right, 1 lap to go. Pearson's leading the way.
Pull away now from the second and third. As Peterson, you said, is the one in the lead?
Pearson's was in the lead.
Yeah,
Satterley
he's
and
looking pretty
Steele.
good.
Looks
Opening it
smooth
up.
still.
Yep, so Pearson's went through at about 350. Satterley 351.
It'll be close to breaking 5 then.
Yep. Steele also 351.
Be cool if all 3 of our heats broke 5.
Yeah.
That'd be good. Nice little way to close out the unseeded heats. But Pearson's looks smooth. Could take this one as teammate looking to try to secure second.
Coming into the final stretch.
He looks strong still.
Yep.
So he's opened up. Good finish here.
Yeah.
Looks happy.
Yep. Arm spread.
Yep.
Teammate in second.
So here we go, our official times. Peterson's 5:03.91, unfortunately.
Oh.
Satterley 5:08.73. Steele 5:11.50. Bain 5:18.59. Piccione
Oh.
5:23.56. Hould 5:28 flat. Verd 5:28.66. Smith 5:30.22.
All right. I
Sinopoli 5:30.44.
see a bunch of middle school looking girls without any sweats on at the moment. Let's get these girls ripping.
Like, I'm on the line. Let's go.
All right. We've got, I think I'm seeing some siblings of high schoolers coming in.
Yeah.
Yep. We've got Skarupin of Milford, Pratt of Voice River, Kavanaugh of Voice River, Campbell of Lebanon, Trested of Nottingham School, O'Connor of Barrington Middle, and Kritzer of Voice River. I can't imagine who Kavanaugh is a sibling to. Can't imagine who that is.
Yeah.
So, fastest seat time here. Again, this is heat 1 and only 1. Is 5:50.08 by Skarupin.
5:50:08. That's solid.
Yep. Pratt
Solid middle school
5:55,
time.
Kavanaugh 5:56. So we've got 3 sub-6 seeded times here.
All right.
2 of them are double zeros, so we'll have to see what comes out of those 2. But Skrupin looks to be potentially official with the 08, but everybody else is double zero, so I'm not sure.
You know, Oyster River does a great job kind of getting both siblings out to join their teams. Like, I think of the O'Briens, the Cooks, the Kavanaughs. There's a lot of siblings at Oyster River.
I will say it's actually probably worth noting the grades of these middle schoolers. So Skrupin with the #1 seed is in 7th grade still. So, and then Kavanaugh's in 6th.
And they look good. They're out.
Yeah.
So very quick, very spread out.
I'm pretty sure that's Skrupin up way
Yeah.
out the front. They're not wasting any time.
No. She's
They want to get out of the
super
rain.
smooth.
And my guess is potentially Kavanaugh in 2nd.
Yeah, it's Kavanaugh in
If,
2nd for sure. I'm not sure who's 3rd, but she's from Lebanon, and she is short.
Campbell.
I like it.
Campbell. 6:05 seed time. So I believe the order is Skrupin, Kavanaugh, Campbell, and Pratt, or Kritzer. Yep, so that is Kavanaugh in 2nd, followed by Campbell, then Pratt, then the rest of the 3 that looks to be Trested, O'Connor, then Kritzer in that order.
I think this is a great opportunity. I feel like when I was in middle school, there were not many invitationals that you'd be able to race at.
Yeah, especially when you can kind of see
What did they just
high
split?
schoolers.
Yeah.
Looks like 123.
Nice.
That's
So,
awesome. That's a really good
Really good
race.
split.
I would imagine we'll see some slowdown on that lap 3 because we see it at the high school level as well. But right now they're rolling good.
The gap's about 15 meters or so.
Yep. Looks like Kavanaugh is trying to eye closing that gap sooner than later.
No, she's definitely closing it.
Yeah. I mean, Skrupin had a really good opening.
I will say, I don't want to jinx it, but I think the rain has momentarily stopped.
It seems to have been.
I'm sure we'll come back storming later on.
Especially now that you've said it.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Well, I
just
think
ensured.
acknowledging that you might be jinxing it might be doing a reverse jinx, but
I think I'm gonna try to
it's going to be a good race.
Yes.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. We're coming up on lap 2.
I wonder how well these middle schoolers know each other. You know, you have all the high schoolers who I feel like most of them know who they're racing.
I
I'm
feel
not.
like that community doesn't really develop until you get
Right.
to high school.
Yeah, that's the
'cause
question,
There's not
like-
a lot of like good mix within especially across the state.
But I also I'm gonna disagree just a little bit. And again, I think you're right, Tyler. But I'm not sure in the heats that we just saw, the unseeded heats, that those guys
Oh, well,
necessarily
sure,
know
yeah,
each
yeah.
other as well.
Yeah.
But by the time you end up in the seeded heat, you definitely know each
Yeah,
other.
I agree with that.
Matter
That's
of fact,
more,
I
that's
think.
more what I meant by that.
Yeah. No, I think also sometimes what happens too is like in those early stages when you're a freshman and stuff like that, you don't want to know the other guys
Yeah.
at that point. You're like, I just want to beat them or whatever. And
Yeah,
it's not until
that
you kind of
definitely-
grow and figure it out. Like, oh no, they're my competitors, but they also help me run fast.
Yeah, I think for me, my freshman year, the first guy I got to know very quickly was Radaganda from Exeter.
Oh yeah.
300 raced against him,
Yep.
crushed it. First 300 I saw him in. Well, I mean, history shows the rest. I mean,
Yeah.
State
Exactly.
champion in 600 meters ran 120
Yep.
by himself.
You might see Kavanaugh go to the lead here, heading to the bell.
Yeah,
He does.
Kavanaugh
He does.
makes the pass. Looks really smooth again. She is one of the youngest here. 3 6th graders in this heat. coming up to our final lap.
Final lap. Oh, and she just
428.
put her
There
head
we go.
down and swung the arms. I love it.
Wow,
I
she,
love that.
She knows 400 in, time to kick.
We might see her cruise to a win here and then watch her sister in a few minutes take
Yes.
the title in the girls seeded in high school.
Yeah, just a little preview. Kavanaugh, I see it at 450. The only sub 5 in the seeded heat.
Here's a few more coming through the line, heading to 1 lap to go.
Yep, we're just over 5 minutes now, and Kavanaugh really picking it up.
Yeah, she's got a
200
giant
to
lead
go.
now.
Yeah.
Well, it's not crazy big, but it's substantial.
It's substantial gaps. Garupin in second.
She'll look back for a second. Now she's taking off again.
It's time to kick it in one final gear.
Yep, and she's definitely pulling away now.
Yep.
So we're at 1,500.
Yep. Oh, head down again. She hit another gear. Wow.
She's definitely got a good arm swing going.
Yep.
That's how you
Good
can
power,
tell the
yeah.
Kavanaugh sisters apart, right?
Yep.
There
Yeah,
we
really
go.
nice. Sub 6.
Wow.
Nice.
553
In trainers,
for
baby.
the
Yeah.
for Kavanaugh. Skarupin, not sure, probably just
Oh,
over
look at
6
this
minutes.
finish by
Nice.
Lebanon.
Wow. 6:01.28 for Skarupin. Campbell 6:05.03.
Nice.
Pratt 6:05.95.
Oh, here we got a good kick here. Nice move by Oyster River on the home stretch.
Yep, looks like that's Kritzer. She was all the way in the back. She's moved ahead into 5th.
Good run.
Finish here, see if it's under 6:30.
The entire heat's going to be done under 7 minutes.
Yep, 6:35.57.
That's
Crested
terrific.
That's excellent.
6:38.02. O'Connor 6:44.36. Wow. That's a great heat right there. All under 6:45.
That's
even.
awesome.
And here,
Here
you
come
know
the
what?
boys.
These boys are smarter than the high schoolers. They're taking off their sweats right now. They waited until the very end.
All right. Again, might be seeing another sibling here. Oh, looks like we've got.
Oh, we have a sibling.
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
we sure do. So we got Youngs of Deerfield Community School. Cox
in the
of
half
Lakewood.
tights bit too.
Yep.
I didn't even know they made half tights for people that young.
Got. Oh, I don't actually. It doesn't look like Broden is running.
I don't see
him.
Broden.
Yep. So. And then we have Willett of Cooperative Mills, Dinnan of Oyster River, Dunham of Deerfield Community, Neal of Northwood, Damaris of Lebanon, Bungard of Northwood, Belanger of Nottingham, Magel Haberick of Nottingham, Beckman of Nottingham, and Newbold of Nottingham. All 7th and 8th graders.
Boys, go up.
It was young Newbold who didn't.
Yeah.
I think his dad would tell him better.
Yeah. Sometimes you just let them learn, right?
Mike, what do you think about wearing spikes in middle school?
I have no problems with it. I don't know, like there were spikes in that last race. I don't know that they provided any benefit.
Sure.
But you know, if the spikes make you feel fast, that could be a positive. And you know, I'm not. Oh, I'm watching. They don't know to come up to the line.
There we go.
This is awesome.
There we go.
I saw 5 feet.
We're all good.
I saw 5 feet on the line.
Oh no, he's not cutting in now either.
All right, so top seed coming in 5:01 for Youngs.
And he's in second right now.
Yeah, and that looks to be Oyster River's Dinnan, I think, up at the front. He's seated 5:10.
Yeah, there is no reason at most middle school levels for people to wear the spikes, but I've seen also the opposite be true, where people, because they don't wear spikes, they get nervous to wear them, and that's
Sure.
silly to me as well.
I think I would maybe say for sprinters, I could see it being
Yep.
being useful. I think for distance, I would wait till high school to start
Yeah.
wearing spikes.
I had my daughter in middle school in flats, cross country flats.
Yep. Yeah, I wore trainers through middle school and got flats for cross country as a freshman.
Ah.
I don't know. For me, I feel like it depends on the event as well as where
Yeah.
you
Oh,
are
yeah.
timing wise. Like if you're really solid in middle school with like in like the 4, I would say it's justified to get you.
Yeah.
to
No,
some
I would agree
spikes.
with that too.
Like
Yeah,
if,
both
if
of the
you're
young
running
runners are
like
the same
56,
form.
55 in the 4, something like that.
If you're not going to get up on your toes, though,
Yeah.
like, you don't.
Right.
You don't
if
really
you're
need
if you're
to.
running like maybe 65, I probably couldn't justify it. But anything like 56, 55, I'd give the justification. You could probably start getting some races and spikes.
I think you should make them wear even heavier shoes so that they'll even be better when they get to high school. Just
True. Yeah.
find the heaviest shoes you can, throw them
Wear
on
some
them.
bricks.
I don't know. When I was really young, I thought whatever new sneakers I got were the fastest sneakers. Right?
Right.
It didn't matter.
I had some running shoes as a freshman, and they were pretty they weren't clunky at all. Like they were pretty thin shoes, and I thought those were flats.
My youngest daughter wouldn't wear spikes, and it wasn't until her senior year for cross country that she'd wear a pair of cross country spikes.
Interesting.
I ended up buying her a pair of road flats, and she'd wear those.
All right, we've got Dinnan getting passed by Youngs,
Yep.
as well as Willette.
Still
Young's
pretty
looking really
close
smooth.
field.
That was around 237, I think, for the 800.
Wow, nice.
Right around 236, 237.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if these boys ran faster than one of the unseeded mile heats? What was that, 5:03?
Yeah. Well, Sam Young's probably should be able to, right? He's
He's a 5:01, so we'll have to see. He's looking really good. So Dinnan's now following on the back of Willette. Willette behind Youngs.
I like that he seemed to really be patient those first 2 laps, and now he's taken to the lead to bring the pace up a bit, or bring it down.
I was gonna say, I think the young boys get to luxuriate in the fact that they're shorter than most, and so like when a race goes off, I don't think that they're automatically in the front, and sometimes that can be huge, right? Like.
Yeah, if you
Not
blend,
to have
blend in
to-
a bit more.
Yeah, and you don't have to defend the front
Yeah.
necessarily.
It does look like he's putting in a lot of effort into this 3rd lap, but we'll see what he's got coming into the final. He's already putting his head down a few times. Dinnan looks like trying to make a move on the inside.
We got somebody running
Yeah, I
up
don't know
the
if he knows he
inside
can't
of
cross
the.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
What was he doing?
I don't know.
Surprised that he
Is
made it
he-
that far. All right, here we go. We got a
He's
good race
probably-
going.
Yeah.
He's probably in the seated hurdles,
I don't know. But
maybe?
he was
I
about
saw him
to
doing
cross
laps
the
around
line.
this side as well. I think he crossed the line already.
Probably shouldn't have done that, but
Maybe he wanted to steal these boys' thunder.
Well, they are certainly bringing the thunder as we
Yeah,
go to this
yeah,
last
yeah.
lap. Which
All right,
luckily
so-
we'll have no thunder today, actually. We just had some rain.
Willette
It's
on the shoulder of
anyone's
Youngs.
race right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Young's up the front. Willette looking to make a move. We'll see if Youngs can respond.
Willette is in front by a slim margin right now.
Youngs responds.
Oh, Young
Oh,
just
here we
dropped
go.
arms.
Hit 200,
200
to go.
The magic
Going to the
200
arms.
mark.
So Kavanaugh waited till 400 to turn
Willette
it up.
has something else left in the tank too. He's moving up again. Dinnan still there though. This is looking to be an exciting race coming in the back front straight. Willette. Dinnan
Here we go.
going against Willette. We're not going to
Willette
get
looks
sub
good on the
5.
inside.
5:01.
Dinnan's
02,
got it, baby.
Oh,
03.
my.
Willette. 5:05 unofficially.
I think it was Willette who got it, but that was pretty
Yep.
close.
Willette 5:05:30.
And those 3 boys pulled away like crazy.
Dinnan 5:05:48. Young's 5:09:49. Actually curious to see where they stack up in the unseeded heats.
Yeah.
What was that? 509.
5:05:30.
Oh,
Five,
never
yeah.
mind. I was gonna say.
They finish inside the top 20 of the unseeded for high school.
Nice.
Yep. They would sit. So Willette would sit 17th. Dinnan would also sit 18th. So 17th and 18th for the high school unseeded races is where they would sit. Young's 5:09:49, Neal 5:46:33, Newbold 5:53:11.
You have to wonder how many of these kids are going to Co-Brown next year.
You wonder.
I know.
Beckman 5:58:95.
I know at least one.
Damaris 6:05:37, Bungard 6:07:60. Belanger 6:11:94. And Magel Barrick 6:14:73, and that closes out the boys middle school.
And they're
1600 meters.
hot setting up the hurdles right now.
Yep. Looks like we're getting those out as we speak.
Well, I hear them calling the 1600.
Yep. So again, we've got all the finals coming up. Then the seeded 1600 for girls and boys. And
How
then,
many are in the seeded heats for those?
I think. Oh, looks like it's 6 for the boy. Oh, nope. Sorry, that was nope, not right. We have 15 for the girls and 15 for the boys.
Nice.
Yep. I looked at the 100 meters for a second and saw 6.
I was
like,
figuring
nope,
that's what you meant. That'd be
that's not it.
6 in the seeded mile.
Yep. Very limited mile.
Yep. Exclusive.
All right, so I'm going to announce the finalists for the girls 100 hurdles. Our finalists are Rogers of Oyster River, Balabanek of Dover, Dow of Hollis Brookline, Flynn of Portsmouth, Howell of Souhegan, and Pelletier of Kingswood. Heat 1 of 1, obviously finals.
I think it's also worth mentioning we should probably start looking at who's in contention for performer of the meet, both on the boys and girls side.
Oh, yeah.
That's something they do here.
Well, so far.
We've only had the 3200 as a scoring event so
Yep.
far, so.
So Will Samard, congratulations.
Samard,
Will
right.
Samard.
Performer of the meet. Mackenzie Cook.
So it's it's currently those two.
We say that, but we also have no idea what's been going on in the field event.
True.
So it could be somebody is having
Well,
a massive field event.
maybe
day.
somebody
Speaking
won
of,
shot
I
put,
can
discus, and long
potentially
jump.
see something. Well, boys long jump. Callie, John Stark, 21 feet 7 3/4 inches.
Oh, he could have been in the running for it today too.
Because he would have gotten high jump too.
He
right?
would have gotten
Yeah.
high jump. Yeah, he's the
Ooh.
best high jumper in the state.
We had 3 guys over 20 feet in long jump today.
What?
Yeah.
I would not want to land in the sand
No.
today.
Burris of Londonderry, 20 feet 9 1/4 inch, and Oglesby, 20 feet 4 1/4 inch.
Wow.
All 3 of those guys over 20.
Must be very easy to measure today.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Girls are off. We have 1 missing, so only 5.
Who are we missing? Sale?
That looks like Flynn. Missing Flynn from Portsmouth. And it's going to be, of course, the number 1
Dow.
seeded Dow.
Yeah. No,
Taking
she
this
looks
one.
good.
She's, again, the favorite. 15:46.
She looked good.
Her prelim. She actually stays consistent. 16:15:46 was her prelim time also. So
What do you
same
know?
exact thing. 15:46 back to back. Pelletier 16:85, Bolabanek 17:30, Rogers 17:71, and Howell 18:36. So that'll be the girls' 100-meter hurdle finals. Moving on to the boys. This one will be a good one.
Should be, yes.
So we have Michael Reynolds of Merrimack Valley, Grzybowski of Co-Brown, Kelly of Portsmouth, McCamick of Hollis Brookline, Harwich of Phillips Exeter, and Kasongo of Londonderry. Kelly having the number 1 time, but you've got all 6 guys all under 17, and you've got 3 of them under 16.5.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be they should be coming across like almost blanket finish, which is that's phenomenal.
And the rain's died down a little bit, looks like.
Any wind is at their back.
Yep. So this will be coming out to be a really good hurdle final for those 3. Well, 6 actually. So again, Reynolds, Grzyzbowski, Kelly, McCamick, Harwich, and Kasango. Another brief thank you again to our today's Meet Hub sponsors, Tim's Truck Capital and Adventure Camper Rentals.
I drove right by Tim's Truck Capital. Right off the Epsom Circle there.
Should also probably say thank you to Marathon Sports. They
Marathon
they
Sports.
sponsor all of our live streams. Can never forget about Marathon Sports. Get
I
all
bought
of
my
your,
Vaporflies from them. Great
yep.
shoes.
Great place to get some of the best running gear you can.
They also recently had a lot of Boston Marathon merch.
Yep, as that was just on Monday. So again, huge sponsor for the Boston Marathon. Also, they help coordinate a lot for that. So they do a lot of great work here in New England, representing the sport of running throughout New England. So a big thank you to them for continuing to do so, especially the work that they continue to do helping kind of showcase the high school meets, as here we are.
Here we go.
Finals heat.
They look pretty even.
And it's pretty close, but Kelly looks to be just a bit ahead of Grzyzbowski and McCamick.
Wow, this is tight.
This is going to come down to the finish. Kelly ahead of McCamick, followed by Grzyzbowski. Kelly under 16:15.92. McCamick 16:05. Grzyzbowski 16:39. Harwich 16:69. Kasango 17:10. And Reynolds 18:09. That's a good final.
That was.
Heat.
Tyler, did you see Des Linden is switching over to trails?
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I had seen, I got her on my Instagram, and I saw that I can't remember where she went, but she was, over the winter, she was doing a bunch of trail running. They were doing some of those like hut runs and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like she's the kind of person who would really succeed there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sometimes tough to say what does that mean, what does succeeding mean for something like that, but like, you know.
Well, obviously, if you're a Boston Marathon champion, you're going to do pretty well, running anywhere. So.
Yeah.
But I think she's got the kind of personality, too, that really leads to success. So.
Well, I think when you look at the Boston Marathon that you won in 2018, that's the type of grit you need for trails and ultras and stuff.
Well, here's our 100 final for the girls.
Yep. We've got Carty, Fitzpatrick, Saysaw, McBride, Milks, and Conte. How much time do we think Saysaw's going to shave off now with that?
I don't know. She was so far ahead of everybody in that last heat.
Her prelim time was 12:84, and she's already pretty far up. It looks like Fitzpatrick right on her, but Saysaw pulls away. Final 50.
Wow.
And wow, so 12:84, 12:61 now. She shaved off over 0.2 seconds off of her time.
That was great.
Heck of a day for her.
Yep.
13:04 for Fitzpatrick. McBride 13:29. McCarty 13:32. Milks 13:37. Conte 13:45. Moving right along to the boys finals.
We'll say Saysaw is someone who you might want to watch out for performer of the meet.
Yep. I don't know what else she's entered in, but
200 probably.
I would anticipate.
I would imagine, yes. So she's seated in the 200 also. Yep.
She is Raposa running in the 200?
I don't know.
Maybe 400. That's her main event. So
that is. She could be running
pretty
both.
Pretty good 200 meter runner too.
I don't see Raposa in the 200.
Gotcha.
I'll take a look over in the 4 in a moment, but looks like we are getting ready for the boys. Again, we have Masaos, Bruneau, Willette, Edwards, Scopel, and Pettingill. This is going to be a good one,
This should
too.
be good.
Yeah. So, again, Bruneau, Willette, Edwards are your top 3 coming in. You also have Masaos. Also, again, all 6 of these guys are no joke.
No.
But you got Willette and Edwards coming with both sub-11 times. We'll see if either one of them can do it. Again, Edwards.
Sub-11.
Edwards came in with the best seed time of 10:84.
I'm not sure I could fall 100 meters straight down at that speed.
All right, here we go. They're all in their blocks. Starting command given. They're in set and they're off. A little bit of a looks to be a little bit of a clunky start for the guys in the middle. So it's gonna come down to top speed. Edwards getting ahead.
Well,
Bruneau might have gotten Willette at the end too.
I think he did.
Bruneau did, just barely there. 11:0.
I was gonna say I can't like. It'd almost be hard to come back and run a lot faster.
Yeah.
Just simply, you know, the sitting around in between. Hard to stay loose, I would think, if you're a sprinter.
And I also think the kid that was running up between the finish line was actually Bruneau. It looks like.
Oh yeah.
I think that was Bruneau.
You're right.
So Bruneau 11:07, Willette 11:15, Pettingill 11:50, Masaos 11:70, and Scopel 11:80.
Well, guess who's back? A
Kavanaugh. And she's got some good company.
Yes.
So we have Kavanaugh, White of Nashua North, Cross of Exeter, Geddes of Merrimack Valley, Martin of Alva, and Parisi of Winnacunnet, Melissa of Phillips Exeter, Laufersweiler of Londonderry, Butler of Halvis Brookline, Rosen of Phillips Exeter, DeLong of Londonderry, Bergeron of Pembroke, Mooney of Sauhegan, Zames of Exeter, and Ryan of Portsmouth.
We have like 1 million girls missing from this.
We have a ton missing.
Yeah, I again, as I said the names, I'm not sure exactly who's starting, but
we have no one from 5 through. Oh, never mind. 7 just joined them, but.
Well, there is a 5 there too.
I was saying,
then it's
sorry,
9 to
6 through
12.
8 were not there.
Yep.
10, 11 weren't there.
7, 9. So we're missing. So it looks like we're missing 6.
I hear
8, 10,
hear Coach
11.
Newbold calling for one of their runners to get into the situation.
Start him up.
We got okay. Here we go. Here comes the Phillips Exeter girl.
All right, there
around.
we go.
She's gonna make it. Got her spikes on in time.
Here we go. Again, do we have more in the barrel than the
I think
official
we're
start,
even
or
right
are we
now.
even?
We're even.
Okay. It looked like from my angle we had.
All right, here we go. So watch for Kavanaugh to really try to do something
Well,
special.
and I expect.
Oh, shoot. That's
Is that
not good.
everybody?
That's everybody in the barrel.
Except for Sauhegan girl.
Yep.
I would have called that back if I were them. Oh, man.
So yeah, so Mooney will not. That's a DQ for on everybody, right?
It should
That
be
has to
everybody
be.
except for the Sauhegan
I've
girl.
So
never
I
seen
feel
that
like that's
before.
the equivalent of if you know in football, everybody but the center call.
Yeah.
Everybody but
like-
Sauhegan.
I feel like that would be they weren't that far out. I would call them back if that was the case. I don't know if they can do that if it wasn't
Yeah.
a false start. Or
I'm
something.
gonna play devil's advocate on that one. I think this is a perfect opportunity for a learning experience.
Yep.
They still get to run the race. They're still gonna have a sense of where they are. But yeah, I mean that's either they weren't coached properly or they just don't understand. And
I was more saying because Kavanaugh got completely cut off there at the start, so I would say
Yeah.
call them back.
that's
You know,
but it's
if
okay.
since it was everyone, maybe say, hey, you'll get a second chance. Let's don't do that again or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think as long as nobody fell, I guess there's no reason to call it back in that
Interference,
this case,
I
really.
suppose.
Yeah, there was really.
Kavanaugh well out in front now. She's got about 5-6 meters on Laura White and Eli Cross.
Yeah. I mean, so I think it will be a good battle between Cross and White. Kavanaugh is really pulling White. There's definitely a chance for White and Cross to kind of reel Kavanaugh back in, but
I don't know. I don't think so.
it's going to be.
It's not. I don't think it's ever an easy task to reel Kavanaugh.
I never
in.
said it was easy, but
I
with the
think,
distance right
Cross
now,
and
it could
White
potentially.
are two of the best runners in New Hampshire, but Kavanaugh is one of the best runners in New England, if not
Yeah,
the
I would
country.
agree.
So, I mean, this is really. I think we
And
saw this
she
earlier
just
on,
doubled the lead in
Yeah,
200 meters. So
Now I'm going to retract my statement. And now I'll retract it.
we were notified that, this is a good point, that basically every 1600 from now on that she's going to be running is going to be a state record watch. I don't know.
yeah.
Do you know what the record is? Do we have that pulled up somewhere?
I sure can get it pulled up. Although I don't know if it's fully updated on our website.
Because she smashed the indoor
Yep.
record. So, what's she at? 800. Do we know?
That was just under 230, looks like.
Okay.
So,
probably not
pretty
today,
quick.
but
No, definitely not.
I mean, it's definitely nice conditions right
state
now for
record
this
is
race.
4:47.48. Held back in 2010. Actually, now that I think about it, the record should be here. Oh, we haven't been looking at meet records, although it might be, again, tough in this weather. 4:53 is a meat record.
The weather's
she's got a
perfect
shot
now.
at 453.
Yeah, so we have a meet record watch, definitely. I'm actually going to look back and see if we saw anything of sorts today. I don't think we have. Oh, actually, Cook might have gotten it.
I wouldn't think so. But
She got close. She got
Yeah.
pretty darn close. 10:48.45. The meet record's 10:48.35.
oh,
So she was a tenth of a second off.
Well, it feels like this
Wow.
race just started, but Haley Kavanaugh is coming up with 1 lap to go already. She's well out in front of really a very good
45
field.
meters, 40 meters.
At least, yeah.
Yep, and 3:44 is the split for the 1200.
Seems like she's going to be going for just sub 5 today.
Yep.
See if she can
Boys,
reset.
not even close for the meet and state record, obviously. Both are sub 9.
Both Cross and White look really good.
Yeah, that's a great battle. Let's see if we can get that in frame. It's going to be very hard because Kavanaugh's got such a big lead, but see, right now those two are locked in battle with Cross, trailing off of White. Seems she can make a move at some point.
Yeah, Kavanaugh is ripping this final 200.
Yeah, she looks great.
Yeah, she's not letting up.
And look at those arms.
All right, so it's going to be White in second, followed by
White.
Cross.
Yeah, White looks like
Yeah,
he's
White's
doing a
pulled
great
away.
job. Pulling
Yeah,
away.
but Cross looks like she's gaining, though. All right, let's see how she won't get sub 5. She'll be right on 5-minute pace. So official time for Kavanaugh, 5:49, followed by White, then Cross.
I would give her sub 5 if you take off that start.
Probably White, 5:11.14, Cross, 5:12.51.
Here's the rest of the pack. We'll see
Yep.
how many of them are actually going to
Right,
qualify.
we'll
you know.
see. We'll see the official how many are able to get an official time in.
It's going to be about a 15.
Yep. So I
95.
believe Bergeron will not get an official time. Time is 5:38.99. I don't know if they're going to take into account the DQs yet. Martin 5:40.01, Melissa 5:41.01, Butler 5:45.29,
I'm going to say I'm not sure there will be disqualification.
Rosen 5:48.57. I guess not.
I mean, the fact that they're not popping up doesn't necessarily mean anything. But like, you'd have to have somebody over there.
To kind of say who each one was.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know that happened.
I would imagine.
I mean, we do have video of it if they needed.
If they
I don't think that'll happen.
Yeah. But On a technicality, it would have been. Oh, we actually did get a bunch of the DQs just
Okay.
come in.
Right,
So, unfortunately, so.
What about Sauhegan?
Actually, no. It was a bunch of DNSs.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
It was all. We have a bunch of DNSs, not DQs.
Not so many. Not so many here, though. That's a lot more
That's a
boys on the line
giant
than we have
field.
girls.
Yep. We have again 15 on here. I think we have. Do we have all 15 there? I think we do. Oh, we're missing number 3.
I like seeing Zumbach trying out the mile. That's fun.
Yeah, he's seated at 422.60. So we have Zumbach of Winnacunnet, Kerouac of Co-Brown, Peters of Portsmouth, Lehman of Oyster River,
There's more on
Martin
the
Biggs.
waterfall this time.
Yeah, I don't know why they sent that last guy up
let's-
there.
No.
Martin Biggs of Winnacunnet, Heyman of Plymouth, Bravo of Phillips Exeter, Miller of Merrimack, Cosgrove of Phillips Exeter, Poteet,
They should take 2
Of
guys off this waterfall and put them in the
Exeter.
back.
Clark of Exeter, they should, Ramsey of Londonderry, Bonifato of Oyster River, Jobin of Co-Brown, and De Buono of Londonderry. So we have a range of 422.60 to 453.40.
So
the
this
time
should
range.
spread out pretty good.
Yeah. A couple of them are seated with double zeros, so
I like seeing that we've
There you
got 2 800-meter specialists for our top 2 seeds, and then our 4th seed, who's 3rd in this race, is a 32 specialist.
Well, I find it interesting you say 2 800-meter specialists. You're saying Luke's an 800-meter specialist?
I
I
don't
think that's what he's done mostly.
I think that's what he thinks he is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess that's fair.
I think this probably is more his strong suit, if anything. But
I would agree.
I've seen him run so many 8s though.
right, but just based off of indoor, I feel like the 16 is definitely in his wheelhouse more so. But
I don't know why they're giving Zumbach that,
no, I
that
mean
much
if
of
you're
a cushion.
if you're Kerouac, you have to.
I'd be
you have
right
to
on it.
yeah.
It depends what kind of pace they're on.
Well, we'll see in a second. It looked like they were going pretty good.
I still think that's where I'd try to be, right?
Yeah.
Today's the
And
day to
Zumbach
run
is,
fast. You might as well.
Zumbach is reeling it back down a little bit.
Well, it's going to be hard for any of them to beat him because he's got the best kick in the field by far.
Yep. So going through at about 65, 66.
That's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, so why the rest of that group is not up there is
It's-
I don't understand.
I mean, the rest of the group is seated at 430s. It's a 10-second difference.
2.5
Again,
per lap.
I
But-
wouldn't have come here to run.
Right, I
430.
wouldn't- yeah,
I
no,
would
I-
have come here
not
to
at
run
all.
420.
Well,
I find it interesting. I feel like in the last few years we've seen a lot of guys doubling back from the 3200. I don't think anyone.
I don't see anybody.
Yeah.
yeah. So meet record here, 415.
And who would that be by?
That would be Moskowitz.
Oh, I almost
415?
expected it to be.
415.64.
I was expecting it to be. He won New England's in the mile.
see.
Broussard. Jeremy Broussard.
Makes sense.
All right,
But
coming up.
Moskowitz makes sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's decent. He's decent.
I think that his 2-mile record's probably the best record in New Hampshire.
Might be. All right, he's got 15 meters on the field.
214.
Ooh, that's going to be a bit tough to run quick off of that. But he can close well, so we'll see what happens.
What was Moskowitz's record? 844.
8:44, yes.
Yeah, that's.
First time breaking 9.
That was his first time.
I mean,
Might as
it's
well
the
go all the
greatest
way.
race in New Hampshire history. It has to be.
Anybody in comments name something greater race than that?
Yeah.
Oh, Zumbach's looking back. He's. I don't think he necessarily has to. He's got to know he's got a pretty good gap. He's got.
It's a really bunched pack for second place. I
40 to
like
50
the way
meters.
it's
It's
setting
like
up.
So
it's almost like they think they're racing for first or something.
Yeah.
yeah, it's Kerouac, Heyman, Lehman, and Martin Biggs
Yeah.
are the 4 right there.
I like Heyman. He's like
Heyman's
I don't
grown
want to say
a lot into
from
his own.
nowhere, but like he built himself into a pretty good little runner.
Yeah, I mean he's there.
See what the split in this last lap is. I'm sure it's going to be quick.
You would think.
Yeah.
All right, Kerouac's going to the lead of that second pack now.
Yep. So I mean, yeah, Heyman's kind of been one of the names that we've always looked at, but he's grown really well into his own. So Zumbak's 1,200, 321.
So now the chase pack's really strung out.
Yep.
Yep, Kerouac, Lehman,
Lehman, yep.
Heyman, Martin Biggs. But Zumbak doesn't. It looks like he's opening up, but I mean, it doesn't look like he's kicking as hard as I've seen him.
Well, it is a little bit
Gun to
longer
tape pretty
race.
much.
Yeah. So he won't get pretty close to his seat time. It's gonna be about 426, 427, 426 high.
Good finish here.
So Kerouac, Lehman coming on the inside, but it's going to be Kerouac, followed by Lehman, then Martin Biggs, then Heyman. So official times here. Zumbak, 426.68. Kerouac, 434.45. Lehman, 434.71. Martin Biggs, 437.17.
Well, these guys crashing the line
Heyman?
trying to break 5. I love it.
438.60. Poteet, 446.52. We'll see how many get under that. DeBuono, 450.35. Crosgrove, 450.83. Clark, 451.09. Bonifato, 452.98. Miller, 454.69. Jobin, 455.20. Bravo, 503.68.
So how many was that?
That was, I believe that was 11 or 12. So that's
Nice.
2, 3. Yep, that was
Nice.
12 guys
Under 5.
under 5.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
All
And,
right.
4x1s.
4x1s.
Got the sprint relays going. And we've got 2 heats.
2 heats only? Nice.
Yep. Handoffs will be what to look for here. How wet it is out. So we got Lebanon, Merrimack, Concord, Oyster River, Londonderry, and Alvern in the first heat. So supposedly a full heat in first heat, and then we only have 4 teams in the second heat.
It's now mostly just windy.
Yeah. I've seen it causing some havoc a little bit with some of the less powerful javelin throwers.
I feel like even with the powerful ones, that would cause some havoc.
Yeah, I mean, there's your good javelin throwers, you know, it sails through the air like a dart. Your less good ones sometimes loft it up there, so it gets pushed around a little bit more. But I don't want to pretend I know anything about javelin throwing, though.
I tried throwing a javelin once, and it crashed into the side of my head and dropped immediately on the floor.
I'm watching people not knowing how to put their blocks on. Like they got the wrong side blocks.
I feel like there's been a lot of learning experiences at this meet.
Ah, yes.
Tyler, just got a comment saying the greatest race has to be Pierce Sen's 2022 New England's Mile.
That's a really good race. And also that was fun because all of New Hampshire was there watching him. Like we had a giant fan club watching at the finish line. We're just like, stay record, stay record. That's a really good race. And also is the fact that like the entire season we've basically been saying like he just needs to get into a race where he can actually have competition, and he's going to have that kick, and that's exactly what happened. That's definitely a contender. question is 407 more impressive than 844?
407's pretty fast.
It's
It is
very
fast. But I don't know, 844 sounds kind of better. But I guess I don't know. I honestly I did not see both races happen, so.
I think the COVID 5000.
Well,
Portsmouth was one of the best
where
races.
where
ever.
Aiden ran 14:40 as a sophomore.
Yeah,
I was in that race.
I know you were.
I was in that race.
I know you were. That's why I said it. I got to commentate that one from on top of the press box. That was awesome.
That was really cool.
Well, and how many? I can't remember. There was like 10 or 12 of you,
yeah,
and everybody went what, sub 16?
Everyone was sub 16. We had, I think, it was either 2 or 3 guys who were sub 15, which
Yep.
back then sub 15 was ridiculous.
Yeah, I would say that it still is.
Okay,
but,
well it was more unheard of, I guess,
Yes,
back then.
Well, yes, a high school girl hadn't run that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that, Jane Hendegren. And I mean, when I say that, I think it's great.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I think it's awesome and everything like that. The part that I have a problem with is when you start college immediately with the capacity to beat collegians, right? Like, where do you go from there? You know, hopefully you keep ascending, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen very often.
I also so obviously amazing, but I also feel like it completely will overshadow any incredible performance we see in a 5K any time later on. Like now, a girl runs 15:30.
Yeah,
and it's going to seem slow.
Yeah, which is still pretty incredible.
I'm just happy she didn't beat my PR. It was by a few tenths of a second, but
Oh, she got me by about a minute.
yeah. Seems we're getting pretty close to being ready for this 4x1.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why we have a whole bunch of sprinters that don't know how to set blocks, but what do I know? Nothing we ever had to worry about, right, Tyler?
Yeah.
Did you ever mess with blocks?
No, sir.
Just get them out of the way, right?
Tyler, I've never seen you touch a pair of blocks,
I
actually.
think I don't even know if I've ever actually done one for fun. I
No?
can't recall ever
Oh,
even
I've-
trying it.
I can say I've done it. I don't know if I ever did it when I was in high school, but showing kids how to do it, coaching I have. And we're off.
For me, they sure are fun.
But yeah.
Yeah. I like them.
All right, so let's see the first handoff.
All right.
Hard to see over.
And the handoffs are what really make or break 4x1s.
Oyster River
Looks
is
like
away.
we're all
They look
clear.
pretty good.
Oyster River in the lead.
Who's that in second?
That looks to be Londonderry, I believe.
That would make sense.
Maybe?
Got the handoff.
Or John Stark, maybe?
No, I think it's
No, it's,
Londonderry.
that looks to be
Londonderry.
Londonderry. Yep. So Oyster River followed by Londonderry. Actually,
Concord?
yep. Oyster River, Londonderry, Concord. That's Saysaw.
So imagine Concord
So-
might fight for second place here. They're going to catch
So
first.
Concord at Saysaw trying to catch
Wow.
Oyster River. She gets pretty
Wow.
close.
Wow.
Wow.
Good run there.
She took that well behind Londonderry
Yeah.
in the handoff and then almost caught the front.
Sub 52 from Oyster River. 51.96. Concord 52.22. Londonderry 53.17. Merrimack 54.74. Lebanon 55.12. And Alvern 55.40.
All right, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the watch is on for Saysaw here. Meet
Yeah.
athlete of the meet.
Yep. So Concord's going to probably get second here, barring anything crazy from Heat 2. Fastest time here is 54.32 by Merrimack Valley. So we have Milford, Merrimack Valley, Souhegan, and Sanborn.
You ever run 4x1, Ryan?
I actually did.
I figured you might.
Did
Oh,
I?
middle school, right? Had to be middle school.
It was
No.
definitely middle school.
Oh.
I think I've done it in high school.
Yeah, I
though.
bet you did. I mean, there's always a time period where like, oh, we got to get one more. And I remember watching Zach Emerson run one for Hillsborough one time. And he was, I think he was that year. He ended up being the 3,200 meter.
Yeah.
champion.
No, I did definitely run a 4x1. I remember the team exactly too from when I ran it. I was
Bit of
a
stumble
freshman.
there.
It was our 4x4 team decided to run the 4x1.
Ah.
Yep. We did not compete that at the state championship meet, but we did run our 4x4 as a 4x1.
Well, there were some years there where Dover got so bad that our 32 guys had to come down to be 400 runners in the 4x4 and stuff like that.
Ooh, these are some rough handoffs we're watching.
Yep. Looks like that's Merrimack Valley and Sauhegan.
Yep.
It's just two teams.
Yep.
So head-to-head between these two, and it's going
MV
to come
seems
down
be
to
in
the
the lead.
handoff. Merrimack Valley is looking to take it.
Ooh, Sauhegan maybe coming
Sauhegan
back.
is gaining.
It's going to be enough.
I think Merrimack
Oh,
Valley
no, it
to
is.
the lean. It's gonna.
I don't know.
Sauhegan might have that.
That's going to be super
Oh, they seem to be
tight.
pretty happy.
That's both of them are happy with that race. Let's see who got it. I don't know. Sauhegan looks like they're looking to take it.
Well, that
That's
is
good
wonderful to
sportsmanship.
see,
I
yeah.
love that. Merrimack Valley will get that. 55-36. Sauhegan 55-37. Wow.
A hundredth of a second.
That's a heck of a race.
Very cool.
Very great race from that to close out the girls 4x1. Now, boys, 4x1.
Who's in lane 2? Because nobody's in lane 2
Concord.
right now.
So it looks like Concord may not start. So we have Merrimack, Londonderry, Milford, Co-Brown, and Alvern, and Concord potentially in lane 2. Top time 43.63.
Let me check with my Concord connection. Jay Smith, where's the Concord boys 4x1? Well, they're
I saw
supposed to
nothing.
have one.
I saw him say any. I didn't see him say anything. He just kind of looked at you
Yeah,
and
that's-
just was
that's-
like,
I was gonna say, that's kind of what I usually get out of him
That's
anyway.
true. He's focusing on getting pictures. He's trying to make everybody look good.
How closely related are Jay Smith and Mike Smith?
I don't think
Ah.
we're related at all.
'Cause it's not a very common name,
enough,
is it?
though, interestingly enough, we are definitively Caucasian men, and we decidedly both have Asian daughters.
Uh-huh.
So there is a similarity there, not related, but
A very similar life path.
exactly. I think he's a lot more successful than I am, though. And here
All
we
right.
go,
Boys 4x1 is off.
without Concord. And
Londonderry looks pretty strong right now.
yeah, I would say Merrimack does not.
Oh, I didn't even see Merrimack. Wow.
There's a reason for that. I didn't know Co-Brown had sprinters.
Yeah, they I believe they recently.
Yeah, Co-Brown's been
Broke out
getting
of
quite a few
4x1.
sprinters
Yeah.
lately. They've grown well, but now
Good
Milford.
race here. Londonderry's coming back, trying to
Wow.
fight off Milford.
That looks to be Wilson and Londonderry.
I don't think that was
Masaos,
Wilson for,
I
Milford.
think. I think Masaos was able to take that. Londonderry gets it 44-28. Milford 44-34. That's a lot farther than I thought that would be.
I believe Wilson was the leadoff for Milford.
Yep. So Co-Brown 44-94.
Uh-oh.
Alvern
Lebanon just
47-13.
grabbed blocks after the
48-23.
rack. Something tells me they might not work. Oh, thankfully found blocks that are already set up.
Got a very enthusiastic fan off by the
yes.
fence.
Yes. I went to a coaching clinic where they're talking about using blocks and stuff like that. And the guy was saying that when he had people come up and say that they didn't like getting the blocks, it wasn't comfortable and stuff like that, he would say to him, what's the most comfortable way to start a race? And they're like, I don't know. And he said, so he'd just lay on his back. And then he'd say, go, and he'd have to stand up and run from there. That's the most comfortable, but it's not the fastest way to start a race.
No.
True. That's true.
No. One of the best
Blocks are not about comfort.
One of the best drills that I've had athletes do is have them start in different positions and have them react as quick as possible from position. You know, push up, laying down on their back is one of them.
Yep.
It's a great reaction time drill, kind of, for these starts.
I think if I were ever a coach and I had to teach some block starts, I would hire someone else.
Either that or you just do what I do, Tyler. I don't want to say you ignore the sprinters, but you just encourage the distance runners.
I like
just
that
end
strategy.
up with a distance team. Ooh, somebody went down.
Oh, that was a bit of a late handoff for, I don't know who that was on the outside. Winnisquam, maybe?
Well, Winnisquam's not here.
Okay, well, I was...
Might be Winnicunnet.
No, what's that blue one? Like the white... I'm totally blanking on it, but Sauhegan's in the lead right now.
They are.
Oh, Merrimack Valley, sorry. Maybe this is me realizing that Winnisquam has similar uniforms to Merrimack Valley. Maybe they don't. I don't know.
Winnisquam.
So it looks like Sauhegan takes that 45-49, Merrimack Valley 46-22, Lebanon 47-90, Oyster River 49-35. And then Exeter DNF. And that closes out the boys 4x1s. Move on
There
to the
you
girls
go.
400s.
What's that? Loads of fun. I just got asked by Coach Cox whether or not I'm having fun. How can you not have fun in Northwood on a rainy Saturday afternoon?
No other answer.
There's
no other answer.
We should ask Coach Cox if we can get some free lunch.
Sheedy wants to know whether or not he can get free lunch for sitting on top of a camper. Send
Very nice.
Davio is the thing. Where's Davio? He's probably sleeping in the back berth.
I think Davio is on. No, I see him right here. I can zoom in on him right now.
Zooming in on Davio. Yep, there he is. He's got my jacket too. Stole my jacket.
I was wondering how he got one.
Yeah, no, he stole my jacket.
Ah.
Courtesy of Coach Cox, by the way. Thank you for that jacket.
Marathon Sports, probably.
Marathon Sports,
Well,
actually,
Marathon.
most likely.
Actually, I think
yeah.
it probably printed up by Jay Smith, I would think.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine.
Actually, Jay is supposed to have a. What's the thing that all the media guys have, like a card?
Credentials?
Credentials.
Credential?
Yeah.
Oh, Tyler, you do not want a credential made by Jay Smith.
What's wrong with that?
You should have seen the picture that he used for mine. I never used a credential ever.
Yeah, I sent him a picture of me.
Oh, well, he never asked me for one.
Ah.
He just went online
He just
and
kinda
found
grabbed
the
one?
worst one he could find.
What do did he stalk your Facebook or something?
I don't know. I had won an award like 15 years ago. It didn't even look like me anymore. It was horrible. I'm like, where the hell did you get that picture?
All right.
Online.
First heat of the girls 400, we have Poteet of Exeter, Bowden of Timberlane, McGuire of Phillips Exeter, Phipps of Phillips Exeter, Thurlow of Sanborn, and Willette of Winnicunnet. A couple of sub-60s here.
Sub 60 is fast.
And well under sub-60. We have 56.62 from McGuire.
Is anybody else in this heat but Poteet from Exeter?
She should win the heat.
Oh, is there Winnicott on the outside?
Winnicunnet, Sanborn, and Timberlane.
There's no.
Oh, but we don't have everybody
go.
in here.
Tim's trying to get everyone onto the track.
Yeah. Realizing that there is some
Yeah, there's some
confusion.
confusion. Yep. Looks like we've had a little bit of that today.
I don't know, and it's hard for me to say it. Again, this is my first season away for track, anyways. But it seems like it's almost like a late start. Like a lot of teams haven't had a lot of events, and so it definitely seems like teams are rusty for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was a weekend that almost all those meets were canceled
Oh, with the
Yep.
snow?
because it was
Yeah, yeah.
snowing and stuff like that.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a meet at Sauhegan, I think,
Yeah,
and that got canceled.
and that I mean, and I think right along with that, because that was a Friday Saturday rain event, and I think
Yeah.
so it nixed the number of Friday meets and number of Saturday meets. So I think athletes are a little bit behind in understanding how this all works.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's been a bunch of quote unquote game time decisions for a lot of athletes today with the weather.
Yep. Oh, well, we got somebody else in there.
Yep. So it looks like we have. I guess we just have 2 runners.
I think we have 3. There's one in the
3?
lane 6.
Is there one in lane 6?
Yeah.
I can't see from because of the crowd, but Tyler and the Bird's Nest sure can.
Yep.
Yep, we do have 3. So it's gonna be Poteet, Woolette, and looks to be Phipps. And Phipps is the only sub 60 runner here,
Whoa.
and she looks to be trying to do so on her own.
Yes.
Is she in full-on sweatpants?
I don't know.
It has to be tights, right? Like
You
wouldn't wear
think,
that
but they
for-
look a little. They look too baggy.
They do.
We're gonna get the zoom in.
No, I think they're
No
tights.
tights, yeah. Oh, she's looking really good. I mean,
Okay, running strong right now.
yep.
She's leading now.
Yep.
It is tightening up
good
a
close
bit.
for Poteet's closing in pretty well.
She
She's
had
got
a big enough lead that she's gonna be totally fine.
Yeah.
Right.
and yeah, Phipps is gonna get 57 high.
Wow.
Wow.
All on her own. 57.89 officially for Phipps.
What about Poteet?
Poteet gets pretty close, 60.92.
Oh.
So she just PR'd. We'll let 66.68. And everybody else is DNS.
I feel like it should not be Tim Cox's job to be calling people onto the track, but he's doing a great job of it right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I know in the past that used to be Brent's job. That was he would arrange all of the heats.
So for this heat, we have potentially, again, I'm just going to list the names I see here. Cornero of Milford, Amu of Merrimack, Metcalf of Portsmouth, Johnson of Timberlane, Coates of Milford, and Joy of Co-Brown. Looks like we do have a fuller heat this time around.
Yep. I'm seeing at least 4.
Yep.
I think we have 6 in this heat. Yep.
5 running. 6.
Nope, 6.
Oh, okay.
So all 6 runners are here.
That's kind of a first,
We
right?
have Amu already breaking the stagger.
I wonder how many people.
Amu is doing, wow.
Wow.
She's really flying.
She's ripping this
Nice.
first half of the race.
She's seated at 63. Yeah,
well, with
she's
so few runners in that first heat, you know, if you can run something fast in this one, you can get into a good spot.
that
Well, I
looks
mean,
to
for a
be-
moment, it looked like she was going to beat that heat.
I think that's Coates of Milford in 5. Yeah, Amu starting to
Yep.
die out a bit. So now it's Metcalf pulling up here. So just comes down to who has the final kick on the straightaway. I think it's going to be Coates
Yeah.
taking it round 61.
Nice. That's a good run.
61.49, Metcalf 62.29, Johnson 62.57, Cornero 63.76, Amu 64.66, and Joy 67.09.
Heat number 3.
Heat number 3. We've got Spack of Merrimack Valley, Caravan of Co-Brown, Bergen of Hollis Brookline, Muller of Concord, Yaya of Concord, Alperin of Timberlane. All right, here we go. Third heat of 5 for the girls 400s.
Cole Brown making up the. Oh, not Cole Brown. Lebanon making up the stagger.
I think that's Lebanon, yep. Yep, so she's made up the stagger. She's up front. No, actually, there's no Lebanon here. It's Concord, so that looks to be
Concord,
Muller.
okay.
Concord are 1 and 2 right now. So it's Muller and Yaya.
Coming off the turn.
So it's between the Concord teammates. They
Side
look
by
neck and
side.
neck. I don't know. It's going to be close. Coming down to the lean. Really close one, actually. 62. Yaya gets a 62-71. Muller 62-76. Spack 65-24.
I would think that Concord could probably put together a pretty good 4x4.
Yeah, with the 262s right there. That's a solid half of a 4x4.
Well, and you know who I'd put on anchor.
I mean, yeah. I think we have a pretty good idea of who we put anchoring. So we got actually 3/4 of a solid 4x4.
Yeah, exactly.
Their fourth, I don't know who their fourth would be.
All right, heat 4. Getting their block set. I feel that blocks are a mixed bag in high school.
What do you mean?
Well, in order to have the blocks hold value, you have to be able to create the power coming off them.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's so many people that use blocks, but then pretty much just stand up anyways.
Right.
So why mess with something that can potentially cause a problem if you're not going to get the benefit out of it?
Oh, yeah. No, there's always a rule, like, I don't know if it's spoken or not, but there's always a rule of, like, if you're, for the guys, if you're around, like, 50, like, 51 is when you are, like, really need to be in blocks. If you're running 51s, you need to be in blocks.
Right.
Like, that's, like, guaranteed. Even 52, I would even argue. And then for the girls, probably the same would be around, like, 62, 63.
I do see value if you're not running that fast and using blocks in the learning process.
Right.
But it's not necessarily a positive as far as performance goes.
Right. So there we go. That was Carr of Lebanon, 66-38. Green of Hollis Brookline, 67-34. Laundry of Lebanon, 67-69. Bachhuber of Coe-Brown, 68-32. Rossetti of North, 69-33. And Jefferson, Merrimack Valley, 69-65.
All right. Next heat getting set up.
All right, we're looking at our fifth and final heat. We've got 3 runners, Carr of Lebanon, Hebert of Dover, and Sullivan of Oyster River.
What do you know about Hebert there, Tyler?
Tyler definitely probably knows about the current
Yeah,
team state
I'm
than
sure
I
he
do.
does. Did he fall asleep up there?
No, he might be eating lunch. Might be on a lunch break.
Lunch break.
Yeah. I mean, he's still working the camera, but he's probably gonna.
He is working the camera.
Yep. I can tell you for entry time,
Well, it looks like
67.
she's out pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like she's trying to beat that. So 67 is her seed time. Got Sullivan right behind her, followed by Carr. Let's see if she can close out the second half of the race. Sullivan looks pretty good the second half.
Well, she's going to take the heat for sure unless she trips, which is always possible.
So around 66 for Hebert.
So there we go.
66-42, Sullivan 67-72, followed by Carr 73-65 as we move right along to the boys. And here we go. We got our first D3 competitor on the track that we've seen. Lawton of Profile, Plumley of Alvern, Willette of Oyster River. Actually, Plumley, 600-meter state champion out of nowhere.
Yep.
That was probably one of the best races that day.
I would
Was
have to
he
agree.
won from the,
Slow heat.
so to speak, slow heat. And yeah, I forgot what the exact
Non-seeded.
winning time was, but he ran one with the 125 mid. I believe it was. And yeah, heck of a way to win the state championship in the 6.
I remember, trying to remember, it was kid was quadrupling for divisionals, and then, but he was a 800-meter guy, and came back in the slow heat at Meet of Champions, and won it from the slow heat, which is insane.
Wow. Yeah, in the 8? Wow.
Yep.
All right, boys off. Lawton of Profile, Plumley of Alvern, Willette of Oyster River, Stevens of Conval, Smith of Souhegan, and Sora of Milford. This is a stacked heat in the 4.
I'm back, guys.
Tyler's
Yeah, we
back from
already
his-
asked you all the.
Yeah, we already asked you some questions we need to
Wow,
answer.
this is a great heat.
Yeah, we're all
Love seeing
together.
Talon trying out the 400.
So
Yep.
they went through at about 24 high, 25. So we're looking at
Right where they
around.
wanna be.
We're not seeing anything sub 50 unless we negative split.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, so we're probably looking at around 51, maybe 50
What
high.
do we have? Oh, nice. Holy smokes.
Inside.
This is great.
Yeah, this
Right
is looking
from
really good.
profile, but
Actually, we
What a
actually
great
just
run.
got a sub 50.
No way.
59.91. Lawton negative split.
Wow.
Smith 50-51. Willette 50-53. Plumley 50-81. Sora 51-34. And
I suppose you're on that second 100. You're running into the wind.
I think
so-
that had to be you had to read the split wrong. There's no way they negative split a 400. That
I-
doesn't happen.
I don't know. That looked to be pretty close. It was like 24, like high, from the way I saw it.
So even split maybe.
Yeah, so maybe an even split. All right, next up, still pretty good heat. Rogers of Phillips Exeter, Proul of Exeter, Beatty of Portsmouth, Berard D'Angelo, Timberlane, Griffith of Exeter, and Cunningham of Phillips Exeter.
Beatty's no slouch either.
Yeah.
And we're off.
Yep, second heat is off.
Surprised that Theo was in the second heat. I thought he would be in the first one.
That was a pretty hot
Yeah.
first heat, though.
Yeah, his Beatty's time is seated 51.23. So he missed the fast heat by about a little over a tenth of a second.
This is pretty tight as well.
see who takes this one. Seems like a pretty close race.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's between Beatty and Proul. It's going to be close.
Wow.
Wow. I don't know. Beatty might have gotten it. I'm not sure.
He's still swinging his arms
Yeah.
all the
Yep.
way.
I was hoping he wasn't going to go down. I'm sure the track is very hard today. None of the boys from Conval run 400, huh?
Beatty 51.16. Proul 51.17. Cunningham 51.91. Bernard Angelo 52.71. Griffith 54.20.
I keep touching the headset and get shocked. All right, next heat. First guy we got standing upright.
Yep. So we got Gaudet of Sauhegan, Mannix of Exeter, Scopel of Oyster River, Catino of Portsmouth, McKean of St. Thomas, and Villo of John Stark. Third heat is off. Third of 6.
Tightening up. 200 in.
Let's see, looks like lane 2 could be in the lead.
Yeah.
But it's
2,
pretty
3.
close.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like 2 or 3.
Closing back. Yo, here he goes. He's pulled away the
Yep,
last
so
few
that looks to be
meters.
Mannix.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, Mannix is a solid 400 runner. 52.02. Catino
No,
52.38. Scopel 52.41. Villo 53.92.
So look at the fog over the mountains right now. Just beautiful. I need to appreciate New Hampshire while I'm here.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm in Rhode Island most of the year.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Almost summertime, though.
almost summertime.
All right, so next one we got Zach Coe of Coe-Brown, LaRose of St. Thomas, Thurston of Kingswood, Hughes of St. Thomas, Bode of Merrimack Valley, and Cassetti of Merrimack.
Looks like there's at least one more heat after this, right?
All right, this is heat 4 of 6. Yeah, all these guys are off.
Yeah, it looks pretty even.
Yep. And slowest time coming into today is 55.64, so a lot of these guys are definitely looking to run faster than that. Whoa, look
Brown
at
on the inside. Is
yeah,
really going well.
that's Zachko.
See
Really
if he can
good
hold it.
close
He's
to the 200.
moving right now. Seems like everyone else is kind of in a
Yep.
different race than him. Let's see if he holds on down the stretch. Did he go too early?
Looks to be tightening up a
Yeah.
little.
I think
I
he's
don't
gonna
know.
hold on,
He's,
though.
I think he's holding
He's
on.
tightening up, but he's going to hold on.
Yep, 52 high. 52.90 for Zachko. Hughes 53.46. Kingswood 53.50.
He seems pretty happy.
LaRose 53.98. Bode 55.17. And Cassidy 57.34.
Seems very excited about that run. Just gave a hug to Luke Kerouac for his second mile.
Yeah, you have to be excited about a good run if you're going to give Luke Kerouac a hug. Why would you do that otherwise? What is this, heat 5?
Heat 5 of 6, yep.
5 of
We have
6.
Savard of Concord, Steckbeck of Sauhegan, Pettingill of Timberlane, Salmon of Alvern, Ruger of St. Thomas, and Loisel of Merrimack Valley.
Well, it seems like our opening or outside 2 lanes are not going to be filled.
All right, so looks like we'll miss out with Ruger and Loisel then.
I don't think I'm missing out, but these sprint events.
Yeah, these guys are
a good distance meet.
really gunning it in that
Wow,
start.
yes.
Personally, that's not necessarily the approach I would go with the 4. I tend to like kicking it hard on that second 200.
When I'm in the 4, I sprint the entire way.
Yeah, go as hard as
That's
you
all
can,
I have.
as long as you can,
Yeah.
right?
And there was a guy I raced with in college that said he just goes 100% the entire 4, and I don't understand how he can do that. But looks like we got Pettingill leading the way for this
Yeah,
heat.
he's definitely pulled away.
Yep.
Yep.
So he'll take this one around 53, 54.
Hey, Tyler, you
53,
want to zoom
44.
in on that?
Oh, what?
You got Mr. Ouellette praying to the gods at the moment?
Stickback
Must be one
55-13,
of the-
Savard's 56-23, Salmon 56-48.
Probably the black hot dog that I saw Lars eating. That would make me do that for sure.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we do not want to see that
It's-
from Talon. We've
Welcome
turned
to
away
the
just in time.
400.
This is how it always goes. All right, Spina of Co-Brown, O'Connor of Timberlane, Schultz of Conval, and Harmon of Alvern for our final heat of the boys
Seems like we
400.
just got lane 2 and lane 5 in this one.
Yeah.
2 runners, that's it.
2. One of them's going to win. I think that's Gatorade that I see, but it's kind of hard to tell what's going on, seeing as these guys are so far apart in lanes 2 and
Yeah, it's nice
5.
to see how well they can bunch up.
Wouldn't it be great if it was like photo finish?
It'd be pretty funny. I think it's going to be the inside's doing pretty well catching up right now. Oh, actually, it's a pretty good gap.
Looks like Harmon's doing a pretty good job staying away. Spina is closing in, though.
Yeah, I think
They
he's
come
got
off
the
pretty
inside. He's
even.
going to be in
Yep.
a good spot.
Yeah, Spina's looking good. He's looking to the side. Can't really tell.
I have a tendency to feel bad after I run, but usually it's because my legs hurt. And he
There we
takes
go,
it.
55. 55-88 for Spina. Harmon 57 flat.
And
as-
they're getting ready to set out the 300 hurdles.
Yep, we've got quite a bit heats here for the girls.
What?
Yep, quite a bit. We've got 5 heats.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yep, and I know from a little birdie here that O'Malley of Dover's trying to hit under 50 today.
Wow. You guys have a lot of insight.
I feel like you got
I
a
don't
lot
have
of-
anybody whispering anything in my ears.
You don't know anything about what's happening at Miss Scenic right now?
I know that they're not here. They were scheduled for here, actually. But I think they had too many people going on vacation to make it worthwhile.
That seems to be the consensus around. Everybody's really hating on Black Bear. They don't want to be here.
Well, I was going to say, in the past, I remember at one point we used to do both Merrimack Valley and then Co-Brown, and I ended up giving up one of them. Like, you couldn't do both because the kids were gone, right? So, like, why spend all day at a meet that you only have half your team at? So we ended up stopping the Merrimack Valley meet. Part of it was also because they would have it set up that you could do one running event, one field event, and then one relay. And when you're a bunch of distance runners, that doesn't really work that well. But yeah, I found that when we picked one weekend to have the meet, that versus the 2 on either end of vacation, that you could usually lean on kids and get them to one meet, but you're not going to get them to both.
Sure.
Right, yeah.
Is it the entire state has break upcoming this week, or is it?
Vast majority of it, but not all of it. So some of the ones along the Maine border had it off. So they were off last week,
Okay.
but most of New Hampshire's off this week.
So here in this first heat, we got Perkins of Portsmouth, Clifford of Winnacunnet, Dow of Hollis Brookline, Brown of National North, O'Malley of Dover, and McVicker of Exeter, as we're already underway.
And looks like Dow is the first one to the hurdle. Imagine that.
I know, again, the favorite
Big surprise.
coming in. See that 48.83.
There's somebody that is right behind her, though.
Yep, that's I'm
Winnacunnet?
that's yep, Clifford.
Oh, it's gonna be a good race to the line.
Yeah. Looks like Dow's pulling away a little bit.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. Yep, it's tough.
Maybe a slight bit, but I
Clifford
think
looks
the hurdle's gonna
stronger.
decide it.
Yep.
Wow,
Wow,
she
what
barely
the-
got it.
47.
Wow.
47.10 for Dow. Clifford 47.62. Brown 49.83.
Wow.
O'Malley 51.09. Perkins 52.45.
That was some good running there.
If you guys are interested in some fun content, the Nora O'Malley is one of the head people involved in the DHS Sprint Squad. They have a fun Instagram. I'm sure not many people care, but
Wow, well, I'm sure people in Dover care.
they have some funny content. That's what I'll say.
So in this heat, we've got Bolabanek of Dover, Wilson of National North, Moser of Maryland.
Here we go, coming down to the last hurdle. Exeter and John Stark. Oh, I think John Stark
got
stole
it.
that. I think she took that.
One of my friends at URI just broke 9 minutes in the 3K steeple.
Who was that?
Nick Martin, he's from Rhode Island.
Oh, I don't know Nick
He's
Martin.
very, very fast. But it's funny watching him because he'll be in a race, and he'll make up so much time on the flats, and when it gets to the hurdles, he'll lose so much ground than everyone else.
Oh, my nephew's in his last season at URI.
Yep.
He was having a good year, but I guess he's got hamstring strain or something.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of him recently.
I mean, he's still running. He ran 47 the other day. Not happy about it because he wants to get perpetually in the 46s. But I don't know. He last year after the season was over. He went and did bobsled camp. I don't know if he's planning on doing that again.
Really?
Or not. Yeah.
Do you know Seth Bayless?
Yeah.
Is,
Yep.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, I don't know what Seth's doing.
Oh, sorry, he's bobsledder.
Really?
Yeah.
He looked like a bobsledder when he was in high school.
I don't know the details on it, but I think he's like really good,
Oh.
like nationally good.
Here we go. And I believe that was the last heat.
Yep, sure was. That was Hershey of Plymouth, 55.59, Massacoy, 57.99, and Del Frere, 58.79. To close that one out, as we go to the boys, quickly announce this fast heat. We got Hussey of Merrimack, Kelly of Portsmouth, Lee of Co-Brown, McCamick of Hollis Brookline, Reynolds of Merrimack Valley, and Moore of Phillips Exeter.
Yeah, I guess the thing with Jarrett was that the records he broke at St. John's Prep had been held by a guy that ended up on the national bobsledding team.
Oh, cool.
And had connections to that and stuff like that. So he reached out to him and talked to him last year. Him and another guy went to a camp, And I think he was supposed to be going, if he wants to, he was supposed to be going back this year and seeing about getting on that.
Where was the camp in like Lake Placid? Or
Yeah,
something
Lake
like
Placid.
That? Yeah. I've gone up there and seen the bobsled track before. It's very cool to watch them go down that.
I was gonna say, what did I see? I think I saw somebody taking like a plastic sled on one of those bobsled tracks. You know, YouTube video type thing.
Lake Placid is one of the coolest cities, like in maybe America.
Yeah, I haven't been.
You should go. Very cool place. All right, so here we go. Flag is up on both sides. We're about
Yeah.
ready to start.
I see guys
All in blocks.
in the blocks.
We're off. Fast heat the boys, 300 hurdles.
5 guys,
Oh, I don't like the stutter step from.
burgers and fries.
Was that Kelly that stutter stepped in there? That's not Kelly. Is Kelly not running? I don't see
Might be
Kelly
the
in
one
there.
missing, yeah. See, right now, hard to tell who's in the lead.
Yeah, it is.
So
Well,
that
there's
was
a few guys who jumped at the
that was
same time.
McCamick in the lead right now.
Oh,
Oh, it's
yeah,
neck
we
and
got
neck
both
between
those guys in the center.
between Lee and McCamick. Oh,
Wow.
it's neck and neck between those two. Reynolds trying to get there. Still neck and neck. It's gonna be
Oh.
at the line.
Yeah, that's gonna be very tight.
That'll be close. McCamick takes it 41.07. Lee 41.13. That seemed a lot closer than it says on screen. Reynolds 41.62. Hussey 43.18. Moore 43.50. Kelly does not start.
Seems like the boys are trying to figure out who won this.
Yeah.
If they know yet.
I think they're looking at the clock. They should know now. Yep, there he is. There's the reaction. All right, next heat, we've got Donahue of Merrimack, Grzyzbowski of Co-Brown, Harwich of Phillips Exeter, Krizan of Wyndham, Boynton of Portsmouth, and Zakos of Alvern. So again, time to beat, gonna be tough, 41.07. I think if anybody's gonna do it, could potentially be Grzyzbowski, but
Hey, is it raining again?
Seems like it is a little bit.
Tyler, aren't you outside?
I'm underneath a tent, so
Oh,
I
true.
can hear it kind of hitting, but I put my hand out, couldn't feel anything.
Like
Looks
a
like
little disparity in the start of those.
yep,
Like,
we've got 4. So it looks like we got Zakos, Boynton, and Krizan up at the front, followed by Donahue, so we won't have Grzyzbowski or Harwich. They might be safe. They ran the 100. They might be not trying to do too much beginning of the season. Ooh.
oh, that's not the way to hurdle.
Nope.
This could make it a
Looked
close
like
race
he
at the end now.
tried to switch into some triple jump there. There we go. That's going to be won by Boynton. Boynton 44.90, Zakos 45.57, Krizan 46.44, Donahue 49.69. And that'll do it for that heat. Heat 3 of 4 coming up.
Yeah, it is starting to rain a little
And it's back.
bit. And it's back.
Hawkins of Pembroke, Chafee of Lebanon, Haramana of Concord, Fong of Merrimack, Garanachia of Wyndham, and Wetherington of Lebanon.
Looks to be getting a little foggier out there.
If mountains are not as visible anymore.
No.
Here we go. Third heat. Who's got the air horn?
No.
So that looks to be
Way on the
who's that?
outside.
Is that Wyndham's probably Wyndham, I think.
Looks that way.
Garanachia. He's got the rest of the pack coming up on him. Yep, Garantia gonna take this one, followed by Pembroke's Hawkins. Garnancia 47-34, Hawkins 47-76, Fong 48-04, Chafee 48-11, Weatherington 51-91.
Weatherington is in full sweats. Like those are
Yeah.
sweats.
Yep.
I can't imagine hurdling in those. It's very
No,
easy.
I can't either, but I mean, I guess if you're warm, who's really winning out there? All right, last heat. We've got.
No, that was the last heat.
Oh, that was the last heat.
I'm not.
Time for the 8.
What?
I'm, I'm just telling you, they're pulling the hurdles off the track.
Yeah. Well, it said heat 3. There's said 3 of 4.
I'm
So
not disagreeing with you.
I
If
could.
there's one more heat, there's not going to be any hurdles to jump.
All right. So moving right along to the 800. We have Niveau of North, Madeline Cook of Oyster River, Paterno of Exeter, Paulowski of Bow, Sherman of Londonderry, Madden of Wyndham, Mallory of Phillips Exeter, Dowling of Exeter, Phillips Exeter, Riccio of Exeter, Hannah of Lebanon, White of Londonderry, and Baker of St. Thomas.
I do notice that Pawalski's got the number 4 number, but after watching her in indoor,
Yeah. That 6 in indoors was very impressive.
yes, I wouldn't be surprised to see her out to the front.
We saw her there last week at Sanborn Invite. Obviously not afraid to lead.
Nope. I'm pretty sure she's not afraid of anything.
Yeah.
So again, top time is Niveau with a 220, followed by Cook with 222.85.
Well, she goes right to the
Yep.
front.
Yep.
Surprise!
Who would have
surprise,
thought?
Surprise!
So it's going to be Paulowski, then Niveau, then Cook, 1, 2, and 3, followed by Paterna, Brianna Paterna.
Oh, and right around.
Ooh,
Yep.
fun.
So Niveau is going to take the lead back.
On the gas.
So we have 4 heats of the girls 800.
They're rolling.
Yeah, it's
It's very
Single
short.
file in an 800, and it's stretched.
and Paulowski's coming right back up on Niveau with Paterna right behind her. So this rate, this is what you see usually in the really good 8. Everybody spread out. You're going to see a lot of movement probably on this second lap.
We do have a pack of 4
Yeah.
and a
Yep.
sub pack
I wouldn't
of
be
3
surprised if
out
you
of the
see
way.
somebody from the backpack start moving up to them either in the second lap.
I don't know. They look pretty good up
I
front.
don't know. It's Londonderry. That's Sherman starting to make a move up. They came through in 69.
They're
Definitely a
rolling.
good pace.
Yep. So they're under 220 pace right now.
Cook's starting to close back up now.
Yep.
Yep.
Paterno's going
so Paterna
around.
makes a move over Paulowski. Cook's moving to the back. Paterna now moving ahead of Niveau.
And now Pulowski's now on the shoulder of Niveau. Kind of
Sherman's
trying to
gone
follow
up
Paterna.
on her own on an island. She's trying to work her way up to that front pack.
Seems like we got 3 pulling away now.
Yep. Niveau.
Whoa, Naveau going around
Yep.
again.
It's going around Paterna.
Pulowski's now coming
Paulowski
back.
opens up her stride.
Wow.
So it's now just those 3. Cook left behind. See how long Sherman's brought it back.
Oh, Pulowski's trying to come around now.
Yep.
Navo's still holding on though. It's going to be to the line.
Yep.
Pulowski pulls away now.
Pawalski.
Yep. Paulowski's going to take it, followed by Niveau, then Paterna. Then it's going to be Cook. So official winning time, Pawlowski 2:20.32, Naveau 2:20.87, Paterna 2:21.54, Cook 2:25.60, Sherman 2:29.76.
That was a very fun race to watch.
That was a good race.
2:31.54. You had 5 runners under 2:30.
Nice.
Riccio 2:31.57, Baker 2:33.23. Dowling 2:35.14, White 2:35.70, Hanna 2:39.53. And now close out that first heat of 4.
Trying to think who's going to beat Pawlowski in Division 2 in the 8.
Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh, if she chooses to run it, right?
I feel
Right.
like she might as well. If she, I mean, she's probably going to be going for a fast time in the 16, and then you might as well do the 8 because that's afterwards. So,
Well, so's the 32.
yeah. But I think she could be. I would.
Do it
Triple
all.
Crown?
I've always wanted to see Oyster River have Cook and Kavanaugh both do the triple and
Yeah.
see just how many points they can rack up.
That'd be pretty good.
Be interesting to see for sure.
They're always doing about 2 events, it seems.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Doherty of Concord, Houston of North, excuse me, McHugh of Concord, Boy of Winnicunnet, Pfister of Bow, Taylor of Merrimack, Carter of Milford, Campbell of Portsmouth, Rogers of Wyndham, DeRoy of Dover, Kennedy of Souhegan, and Curtin of Winnicunnet.
I was looking back. I had to find, somebody had asked me a question. So 1,500 unseeded?
I love the sunglasses on a day like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah.
It's always fun.
Maybe they're light sensitive. 5 and 5.
All right, third heat is off.
Tyler, are you one of those guys that has to start his watch?
Ooh, I think if it's over a 5K, then yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Also, if it's on the roads, always yes.
Yeah. So I just watched somebody start their watch in the 8.
No, so I actually had a ritual in high school where I would. It was a bad superstition for me to wear my watch in a race. So,
Oh, to wear your watch?
Yeah, I just took it off before my races.
I say I've always worn mine, but it's like I don't mess with it. And the only reason I keep it on is because I always have it on anyways. Right? I
Yeah.
think I'd probably run around in a circle if I tried to run without it, weighing me down, or not weighing me down.
You'd be off balance without it on.
Exactly.
No, I wear my watch 24 hours a day.
Yeah. But I don't know. Like I wouldn't use my watch. Like I wouldn't start my watch in an 8. They have a clock right here.
Yeah, no, especially if there's a clock, you have no need to have.
Right.
Only thing I can say is maybe if at the 200 mark you want to see what you're at, but. What was that first split? Do we know?
That was round 1. Oh, no, I'm not seeing the split right now.
Seems there's a horn out there somewhere, which I think makes it an electric atmosphere.
Yes.
There's a Tour de France out there.
Anybody with devil horns? Make it real Tour de France-y.
That first split was 80.
240.
This is
What do
very
you think?
spread
This
out.
could be a negative split, 800.
Yeah, she made the move at, on the home stretch heading to the
Yep.
last lap.
Yep.
She looks strong still.
Yep.
Doesn't look back.
Yep, that's Barnard. Gonna be taking this one in heat 3.
She looks really good. Nice run.
That one's going to be around 240, so
Even
split.
baby. Look at that girl pound it from Dover.
yep, that's Glow 245.92. Yellen 246.32. LaPointe 248.29. Smith 253.13. So we get the rest of the pack come in and get ready for the final heat of the girls 800.
We've got some hugging going on the track. I'm not really sure what that is.
I think I just heard a few boys who run 800 yell, Heat 4.
Whoops.
You know you definitely got wrong information when you hear that. I've been there a couple of times.
It's much better to be standing there prepped to run your race
True.
when they say Heat 4 versus.
and say, Heat 1, oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, fourth heat. We have Enos of Plymouth, Stern of Hollis Brookline, Field of Winnacunnet, Stringer of Winnacunnet, Hayes of Timberlane, McBride of Exeter, Labonte of Londonderry, Owen of Bow, Sedgy of Sanborn, Sawyer of Co-Brown, Capers of Merrimack, Burke of Co-Brown, and that's it.
You know what? You know what is strange? I think they've been splitting the heats in half to put them on the
Yeah.
waterfall. Put them in the barrel. I don't get it, but the concept being that when you break it in 2/3, 1/3, right? You've got the entire starting line back at the start finish.
No, I mean, they're taking up half of the line. Like, I feel like even with 10 people, it's not even necessary to use the second start.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely not.
This is a strong start right here.
Coach Cox. It was Coach Cox. Yes. All right, we got quite a lead out there. Winnacunnet, 1-2 right now.
Yep, looks like we're out in about 40. That looks to be Stringer up at the front, followed by Field.
They're all done with javelin, I can see. They're putting away the tent and all that stuff.
We have results from girls triple jump. Baumgart winning it 33 feet 4 inches, as we're now in the final lap of the girls' fourth heat of the 800.
And that lead is shrinking.
Grenier of Co-Brown won the girls' discus, 107 feet 4 inches.
We could be looking at an athlete of the meet in triple and long, maybe.
Girls triple, we have
Baumgart. You said.
Baumgart, yep, and then haven't seen girls long jump yet. Boys javelin, Reese of Phillips Exeter won with a throw of 180 feet and 8 inches.
180 feet. That's
Yep.
out there.
Yep.
That's
Girls-
not that far.
Girls shot put. Borico of Concord, 34 feet 6 1/4 inch for girls shot put.
What was that again?
34 feet 6 1/4 inch. And that's all of the field event results that we have so far. Again, high jump and pole vault, I believe, are not going to be done today, I believe.
We got a
So-
good kick down to the line.
Yeah. Big change in
Nice, good finish.
who's up front for sure. Nice finish.
Yeah, so that's Enos. Oh, excuse me. Nope, that's going to be
Hollis.
Stern of Hollis Brookline. Just going to be running around 245.67, followed by Enos 247.28, McBride 247.42, Stringer 252.30,
That'll
Field
wrap up.
255.92, Hayes, 258.18. Labonte, 258.87. Capers, 302.41. Sawyer, 313.41. Burke, 316.78.
Here we go with
And
the
that's
heat.
it.
Heat of the boys.
Yep.
This will be fun.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. Think
Logan
I
Gorthals.
wasn't told anything, but I believe Mello from Dover is probably going to try to break 2 here.
He has to be. Yeah, he ran about too low in the winter at one of the New Balance meets.
Yep. 2 flat 60s is seat time, but we've got
You got more boys on the outside. Nope, must be even number. Never mind.
Yep. So we got Keel of Phillips Exeter, Yee of Phillips Exeter, Toomey of Londonderry, Corthals of Milford, Whitley of Milford, Berdesi of Dover, Fitzgerald of Londonderry, Kesey of Oyster River, Norda of Sauhegan, Dunning of Alvern, Robles of Londonderry, and Sutherland of Plymouth.
This is going to be quick.
Yep. So we got 3 guys, 157 and under.
Toomey almost went
Man,
down.
they're out. They're all fighting for position
Yeah.
right here.
Yep.
Everybody's
and
trying to-
you have to. In an 800 like this, if you're running 157, 156, or your top guys, you have to be going out fighting for position.
I've got money that it won't be Phillips Exeter for the win.
I don't
Really?
think so.
I feel like they always have really good guys in the 8.
I'm not.
Their
not
missed
gonna-
distance crew is
I'm not
definitely
going to
solid.
disagree, but I'll take the field against them.
All right. Hey, I'm picking Mello, so.
Yeah, again, him coming in second right behind Zumbach in indoor state championship was
Yeah, very good race.
really great race.
But it's the Phillips boys leading the way. Trying to bring it out.
Yep,
And looks like they're definitely going on a hot pace right now.
yep, we're
Look at
about
Sauhegan go.
57.
Nice.
If you're running,
Oh, Dallin Norda with a big move right here.
Big
He's trying
move.
to be aggressive.
yep. Again, if you're running 157, you have to go out that quick.
Yep.
57 is right where you want to be. If you can close in 58, 59, this is a great run.
That was one of the. That was a great move by Dallin Norda to get to the lead.
That seems
question
super
is-
hard with that
Yeah.
long
I know.
to go, but
I'd love to see him try to hold it.
I know. So
he would too.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's nope. I think he went too soon. He's already
Here goes Mello.
he's tying
moving
up. Yep, and this is where Mello tends to have a strong suit is the last 2. If he has a good day, this is his strong
Oh,
suit.
he's going to win this race. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, you got tying up Mello. This is his strong suit. Is his final 200. This is his final
Yes,
strength.
sir.
A
Yep.
lot of people
Yes, sir.
cheering
Got
for
it.
him.
Green wave for the win.
He has grown well into his own.
Yeah, let's go.
So final time, let's look to see. He's definitely under 2. 158.19.
Nice.
Yee, 159.39. Corthals, 159.72. Mike, good call that Phillips Exeter wasn't going to be winning this one. Fitzgerald,
hey, the
2
Phillips
flat
boys made it a
94.
race, though. That was really
They
good.
did.
I don't disagree. I just
Kesey,
know-
201.13.
I've noticed that so far on their distance races, their seed times weren't reflective of their placing. So sometimes you give them an aggressive seed time in order to get them towards the front of things. So
Yep, so there's your winner of the 800 so far. And I don't think that time's going to be
they're
beat
split
today.
in half. No, there's more in the outside than there is in the inside. This is wild.
Wow.
I've never seen this before.
No. So, yeah, official splits were 57 and 61 for that 158.
Well, thankfully, it's really not as windy as it was earlier.
Actually, I think that's how I ran my first 800. 158 was the 57.61. Definitely how you do it. And we're off with the second heat. We've got Renali of Portsmouth, Sousa of Co-Brown, Kiefer of Lebanon, Plowman of Co-Brown, Robinson of Merrimack, Dangora of Exeter, Cataldis of Winnicunnet, Little of Merrimack, Ruger of St. Thomas, Gainey of Londonderry, Tui of Lebanon, and Champney of Winnicunnet.
Got Co Brown out front.
So that looks to be Sousa up at the front for Co Brown.
Joined by Exeter.
Yep, that's Dangora of Exeter.
There's the horn again.
Yep, they went through at about 61. Yeah, Dangora is really pushing it on the back straight.
This is Wally in the lead.
Yep.
He's one of the Stowe running camp friends.
Ah.
Looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's Rinaldi in
Brandon is
second.
smart.
Looks to be Champney.
Oh,
in
he's
third.
fighting hard to the end.
Yeah.
But he's got a good lead right now, so he'll be fine.
So looks to be 2:06. Definitely a rough second lap. They opened up in 61.
Your friend from the Stowe running camp looks like he wants to be a swimmer.
Yeah.
So Dangora takes that one. 2:06.25. Rinaldi. 2:07.88. Ruger. 2:09.46. Cataldis. 2:10.26. Plowman. 2:11.58. Sousa. 2:13.54. Tui. 2:14.27. And Champney. 2:15.62. Kiefer. 2:17.14. Gainey. 2:17.36. Little. 2:20.67. As we go on to the third heat. Again, there's 4 heats for the boys 800. Allen of Hollis Brookline, Champney of Winnacunnet, LaRose of St. Thomas, Corrigan. Nope, sorry. It's going to be Cotrill of Exeter, Gilliland of Merrimack Valley, Gilsnan of Wyndham, Cole of Bow, Minor of Concord, O'Brien of Somersworth, Lamb of Oyster River, Jeffrey of Merrimack Valley, and that is going to be it for 3.
So Somersworth is Division 3 as well.
Okay, so there we go.
But this is the first I've seen of them.
I think we saw a couple of Somersworth earlier on.
Yeah.
We saw them we saw them last week at Sanborn for
Right.
sure.
I think we meant today.
Okay. He's actually never seen them before in his life.
Never.
Who's Oyster? Yeah, we see them mainly in the field events, but they did run the 110 hurdles and the 100-meter dash. It's Gonzalez
you
and
go.
Wynn.
Well, that's quite a lead.
Yeah, good start.
This is that big Bo kid. He's real chesty. And
That's Cole.
he's in trainers. Interesting choice to race the 800 in trainers.
Coming to the line, we'll see what his split is.
There's your horn.
Maybe something like a
I'm
duck
honestly
collar.
surprised they have not taken that out of here.
It's festive, Ryan. Festive.
I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying I'm surprised they haven't.
So he's got about 20 meters in the pack. We'll see if they start coming back. And they're coming back on him, I think, right now, but is it enough?
Yeah, he's on about 2:05 pace right now. They look like they are coming back. That's Champney and Cotrill.
Just don't know if they're coming back at quite
They might not have enough time.
yeah.
Yeah, Cole looks like he is closing.
I think the gorilla's on his back a little bit.
Oh, yeah, no,
but
he just started
He gets
picking
to
up again.
fight it
Yeah.
off.
Yep.
The gorilla started trying to climb on, but he pushed it off, and found another gear for the last stretch.
Well, he's big enough to push a gorilla off.
It's not that big.
What do you mean?
Cole is going to take it 2:11.
Sheedy, he's two of you.
Cole 2:11.57. Cotrill 2:13.50. Champney 2:14.04. O'Brien 2:14.23.
Nick Simmons. He's a Nick
Yeah,
Simmons.
the bison.
Gilliland
Bison.
2:17.90.
All right, final 800-meter heat.
Gilsnan 2:18.36. LaRose 2:20.63. Allen 2:21.68. And we'll leave the rest of the results up there as we go on to our fourth and final heat. We have Cherist of Kingswood, Beckman of Co-Brown, Verd of St. Thomas, Griffin of Dover, Patterson of Conval, Steele of Kingswood, Ellie of Voice River, Stromsky of Wyndham, Collins of Wyndham, Gouveia of Sanborn, and Aretz of Wyndham.
We got a number of trainers in this race.
Yep.
Trainers for the win in the last one, so.
Here we go. Fourth and final heat for the boys 800.
Little reshuffling of the deck here. All right in a line.
That looks to be Cherist up at the front. Oh, that's actually Griffin of Dover up at the front.
Dover leading.
So it's Griffin followed by Beckman. Beckman going to overtake Griffin, as well as Ellie. Looking to make a move around Griffin. They went through at about 73. Looking at 220. Yeah, 226.
And to think that that's 20 seconds slower than the girls' record for this place.
Yeah.
Right? 206 high school's no joke.
No,
Girls.
no doubt. No doubt.
Tyler, you ever run 206?
Oh, looks like we
Oh,
lost
we have
Tyler.
a switch at the top. I see Ben's up at the camera.
All right, Beckman up at the front. We have some runners charging in to overtake. So that's Ellie
Oh, wow, this guy
trying to get there.
And he does.
Ellie does, followed by Beckman, then Griffin, then Patterson. Ellie takes it 225.79. Beckman 226.13. Got a negative split. Griffin 227.02. Patterson 227.13. Verd 230.29. Collins 235.46. Stromsky 238.08. Aretz 241.13.
All right, on to the 200.
Yep.
Now, this is the event that suffers the greatest, what would you call that, attrition out of track meet.
Yeah.
You know, you look at you're like, oh, we've got 80 people running the 200. By the time you get around there, your hurdlers and your 100, they've come off a little bit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think that'll change the number of heats.
Don't think so. We've got 7 of them.
Hopefully, they're not all half full.
Hopefully not.
7
So
heats that could have been.
that could have been
4
just
heats.
4. Yeah. Yep. So this one we got McBride of Exeter, McGuire of Phillips Exeter, Sasaw of Concord, Phipps of Phillips Exeter, Brown of North, Pawlowski of Bow. Although I have not seen Brown today, so I don't think Brown is competing today.
I do see Pawlowski and Sasaw out there.
Mike Smith.
I don't think you're muted.
Am I?
Ben would like to be unmuted.
He is not muted right now.
He's
I'm not.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, I thought I was muted.
Nope.
Unbelievable.
We probably should mute
Yeah.
you, but
Is that why you're
That-
banging up
you-
there?
Yeah, that's why. I was seeing if I could get your attention.
You did, but you were unmuted. So I didn't do anything.
My bad. My bad.
we now have Ben joining us.
You know, I took over for a fading Tyler Sheedy, and I mean you can see the camera work on that last race. Impeccable.
Oh, Lordy. Here we go, first heat.
Right, and actually, spoke too soon. There is Brown. Brown's right there.
She didn't run the 100, but is
Nope.
running.
I don't think she ran the hurdles. Did we? We didn't see her in the hurdles, right?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay, so she was saving up for the 200. But again, definitely Saysaw's going to be taking this one for certain, and she is around 25 high. 25.65 for Saysaw. Brown 26.48. McBride 27.82. Pawlowski 27.93. That's pretty good for her. Pawlowski goes 220, then 27.93.
I know. I was just thinking that. I just watched her finish too. She's not even like gassed coming
And
off.
I mean, that says a lot. I mean, you have to be a really good 800 runner. I mean, you have to
Strength is
have
strength,
that.
right?
Yep. Like you should be able to run an 8 that fast and be able to do another 200 after.
She's hardly breathing.
Yeah. All right, second
comes
heat
two.
already underway. We've Noble of Hollis Brookline, Lutz of Lebanon, Milks of Portsmouth, Carty of Oyster River, Fitzpatrick of Coe Brown, and Metcalf of Portsmouth.
I'm impressed at the rate of speed that they got that second heat off. Because again, this is another one where it's kitty quarter on the track.
Yep.
Has
And
a tendency to make it slow.
Yep, and we're missing 4 runners here, or 2 runners. We have 4 runners, and that was
Coe
carried
Brown.
out by Fitzpatrick of Coe Brown, 27.40. Carty 27.66. Milks 27.72. Lutz 28.11. And that'll be it for Heat 2. Moving on, Heat 3. Neild, Carr, Kearney, Horan, Kelly, and Hawley.
Guns up. I love it.
Yeah, we're already moving in.
Just curious, what's Mike Smith's race of the day so far?
Race of the day.
I'm giving it to that guy's 400. That was awesome.
Yeah, I would probably. I don't like necessarily going there, but
Wow, that's a heck of a run by Neild right now. She broke the stagger quick.
yep.
But you got Kelly of Pembroke also closing in.
Pembroke's gonna
Oh,
take it.
yeah, it's going to be Kelly. Kelly takes third heat, 27.95. Horan, 28.46. Neild, 28.67. Kearney, 28.81. Hawley, 28.83. Benjamin, what the heck is going
I
on
don't
with
know,
you, dude?
man. I was trying to grab
Get
my
it
water
together.
bottle that I dropped. Figured it out. We're good.
I did like both of those 2 miles,
The 2 miles were really
but I
great.
like watching a 2 mile, so I'm a little jaded.
All right, already underway with Heat 4. Lucas, Gauche, you, Main, Foley, and Callahan already in set.
Already on their way.
Yep.
5 in this race.
You looking good already, trying to
Yep.
break the stagger.
You had a great leg in that 4x1 that Oyster River won.
She did. You don't know what to expect out of you.
That looks to be Valley's Lucas coming in 27 high. 27.85 for Lucas. You 28.57. Gosh, 29.06. Callahan 29.21. Foley 29.48. As we move on to Heat 5. Quarter match. Belial, Bachhuber, Eck, Bergeron, and Hebert. Looks like things might be going smoother this time for Belial of Kingswood.
Who's shaking our camper right now,
Guns
man?
up.
You want to take a guess?
Mike Smith?
No.
Oh.
He's not in the camper.
They're off.
Speaking of campers, thank you again to Adventure Campers for providing us one here. Keep
Brent and Amy.
keep most of our equipment safe here, as well as myself. Nice and dry.
Yeah, you got the easy job today.
I wouldn't. I don't know
wouldn't
about
call
I
that.
don't know if I go that far.
All right, so it looks like we have
Dover.
Dover from the outside. Hebert coming in to win that one. 28.59. Quarter match 28.44. Bergeron 29.68.
I can't. My phone is like dead. I can't. I don't have a charger. All of these are just USB-C to USB-C, and I have nowhere to plug it in. Huh? That can work.
And we're off.
All right, we have
We got 5 in this one.
Yep, Jefferson, Kinsella, Pomalis, McRae, and Morrison in this one.
Londonderry on the outside.
There we go. It's going to be 29 low for Morrison, 29.02. McRae, 29.56.
And here comes the rain again.
Yep.
Back at it.
Come back. Kinsella, 30.65.
I don't see. Was that Heat 7?
That was Heat 6, and there was only 6.
Oh, okay. I thought there was Heat 7 because I'm seeing the guys.
I think they
warming up.
adjusted. They actually did shrink the Heats.
Okay.
But now we're on to the guys. So here we go. We have McKean of St. Thomas, Wilson of Milford, Bruneau of Hollis Brookline, Woolette. Third event of the day.
Yeah, I like it.
Rogers of Phillips Exeter, Pettingill of Milford. So I don't know. Let's see what.
Yeah, I was talking to Talon earlier, and he said he's not sure how this is going to go because he can't feel his legs or hamstrings. So
Well, considering he was losing his lunch earlier, the fact that he even told you that is good.
Yeah. So he's gotten third in both events he's been in. So
I don't know that we can say that's performer of the meet.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. But
If he wins it here, that might make things different.
just a little bit. Yeah. Let's see how he does, especially with the rain coming in. It's gonna make it tough for this 200 heat.
Again, whatever wind is pretty much at their backs for this. I don't see him out there actually.
All right, here we go.
I don't see Talon out there.
I don't see Talon out there either. So. And I don't see Bruneau either, so they probably called it
Gonna
for the
be
day.
Avery
It's going to
Wilson.
be Wilson, easily. Oh my gosh, did he get under 22? I don't
I
know.
have no idea.
wouldn't surprise me. at all.
22.08 for Wilson.
Wow.
McKean 23.06.
Really good run.
Yeah. And then Joyner 2360. As we move on to our next heat, we have 7 heats listed here. We have Williams of Wyndham, Newick of Co-Brown, Velo of John Stark, Reardon of Exeter, Lurvy of Pembroke, and Scopel of Oyster River.
Scopel's been having a really solid, I mean, we're early in the season, but so far he's had some pretty solid performances.
Yeah, definitely.
Running low 11s and
52 mid.
no, he's a soccer guy, so probably getting trained up for that.
You always see those soccer players really good in like the 4 and the 8.
Yeah. A lot of short sprinting.
Yeah.
All right, settling into the blocks.
Yep.
Doesn't look like there's a lot of them, and that's the unfortunate nature of the 200.
Yep. Looks like we've got just 3 of them. Ooh, good start there.
Yes.
Not sure who in the middle that is. I think that might be Reardon, who had a great start. Pembroke's Lurvy is going to be challenging Reardon. Looks, might be Velo, though, from the inside. No, that's definitely going to be Reardon. Reardon taking that one. Reardon 2375. Lurvy 2376. Velo 2389. Now I'll do it for that heat. Moving on to heat number 3. We've got Scully of Kingswood, Batstone of Exeter, Taylor of Alvern, Featherstone of Conval, Nicole of Kingswood, and Gaudette of Stowhegan. Not saying that they will all be there, but
You're definitely not saying they'll all be there. I see 2 guys.
I see a third.
Third.
I see 3.
1, 2.
I see 2 of them starting. I see one of them still
Alright.
getting his block set.
How was Ben doing on camera?
He's doing good.
Probably better than me. I'm back to shaking again. The rain has returned.
The rain
Yes, it has.
returned.
And we've got a red flag.
Yeah.
That's going to slow things down a bit.
Yeah.
Wonder what's happening.
Doesn't seem like it's the starter that.
I don't think we shouldn't be having a blocks issue because there's definitely plenty over there. We have a I'm wondering if we have a timing problem, maybe?
Maybe. But why? I don't know.
I think we may have a timing problem because I don't see them changing over to the next heat. So we may have one.
Well, we do have a red flag here at the timer's 10.
Yeah. I can't see that, so I just assumed.
I'm impressed with the timers being able to do this all in the rain.
Yeah. It's got to be tough. I know 2006, there was a monsoon during the cross-country championships. Of course, 2006 was 100 years ago technology-wise, right? But I remember they end up running the meet. I think that's the only reason our girls won by 3, and it was just because it was such a mess. But I remember them saying they would never do that again.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, it's interesting you consider, like, they say they might cancel a meet sometimes, not just because of the athletes. They
Right.
need to have timers in there, need to have officials in there. So I can say, oh, I'd be fine running in -20 in snow, but don't know if
All the equipment works.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, looks like we got white flags going up. It looks like we've only got 4 in this heat. Batstone, Taylor, Hughes, and Borgalt. Oh, I see what they did. They condensed the heats. That's why there's
Oh,
a red. So they
nice.
were changing the heats out. So we now only have 6 heats.
Do we think that saved time overall?
Uh,
Or is that basically a heat's worth of time?
I don't know.
I guess you have more guys to race, makes it better
right.
heats. So
Yeah, maybe they were looking at. It's possible they were looking at heats where, if they were looking at a heat where there was only going to be 2 kids in it,
yeah.
and you had 2 of those, it's like, wow, we definitely better move them up.
Yep.
Was it last week where there was a heat where there was just one girl in it?
I don't know.
I think
if it was after the mile, I was not there.
Oh, yeah, it was after the mile for sure.
Yeah, I have no idea. Batstone takes it 23-26. Taylor 23-61. Hughes 23-94. And Borgalt 24-16. Moving on to Heat 4. Says we have 6. We've got Palma of Londonderry, Clow of Bow, Stone of Sauhegan, Potter of Wyndham, Smith of Londonderry, and Schultz of Co-Brown. Not sure if we have all 6 there. I'd imagine we would if we shifted the heats around, but not entirely sure.
Yeah, I only made it to the seeded mile, I think, last week. It was a long meet.
Yes, it was. Yep. All right, here we go.
Thumbs up.
I don't see 6 runners.
Yeah, it looks like there's a gap somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 runners?
Yep, only 4 runners, so, okay. Looks like Smith's looking pretty good on the outside, but we also have Palma.
It's pretty even.
Yeah.
Looks like a Londonderry
gonna be
1-2 in
close.
this heat.
Yep. So that looks to be Smith taking it 24-45, followed by Palma 24-48, Cloud 24-75. And Cloud 24. Oh, that was Schultz 24-68, then Cloud 24-75.
So this should be the last heat, correct?
Heat. Yes, we've now condensed down to 5 heats instead of 6. So now it is Rod Lunas of Sauhegan, Vong of Merrimack Valley, Robin of Winnacunnet, and Bode of Merrimack Valley. And then after that, we move right into our final 2 events of the day, the 4x8 and the 4x4.
Just think, if we did the 4x8 at the beginning, we'd almost be done.
That
We'd
is
have a
true.
32 next.
Yep, so almost there.
Almost there.
Thought I maybe soft winch there, but
This looks pretty even.
yeah,
Like
it looks
it's
they're all
spaced
stride for
exactly the same.
stride. Nobody's breaking the stagger. Everybody's right there. Oh, it looks like
Oh, no, it's Merrimack Valley, but
yeah,
for sure
it's
now.
Bode. Looking to take this one. Yeah, around 24.
I am not seeing a lot of teams gathered around
For the relays?
for the relays.
No,
yeah,
I
if they're
think,
happening right now, then you'd think you'd see some more. But
Yeah, I think everybody's just trying to keep dry now.
I think,
Bode.
I think a lot of teams have left by now as well.
Have they? I haven't seen.
I know Samello won the 800. He told me he was leaving right now.
I can't really see it. I've been standing on this side of the trailer
See,
for 4
for
hours
maybe
now.
girls 4x4, you got Sauhegan and Co-Brown. I don't see anyone else.
Yeah, I only see
Sorry,
one
the
heat
pole in the way.
and 2 teams.
I would
Yikes.
think that you would have, like, if you come here to run the 4x8, maybe you'd do that. But like, why do you
I
need
just heard
to
him yell,
run
"There's no one
4x8?"
here."
What's that?
I heard one of the Co-Brown girls yell, "There's no one here."
Which, indeed, when you're supposed to have a field of 5 teams and there's only 2.
So this is what, 4x4 or 4x8?
4x8.
4x8.
This is 4x8.
They all seem to be in good spirits.
Do they have boys teams? I'd run both these together. What's the
Yeah, that's what you would hope. But
There's supposed to be 8 teams for the boys, but I don't know how many officially there are at this point. I'd
I
imagine if
guarantee
they,
there's not 8.
I would bet there is not 8.
Combine them. Combine them. Combine them. That's what I'm calling.
one heat to rule them all.
Yeah, exactly.
One heat to combine them.
I always thought, what would make for an interesting meet, for everything that does a full lap, just run all those races at the same time, and you kind of pick which race you want to be in when you get to the end, right? So 400, 800, 1632. If you get out really good and you're winning the 400, you quit. Like,
Wow.
I'm out. I've got lots of great ideas, by the way.
Throw that into an invitational one day. See what happens.
Since we're kind of in now a long event, it's going to be pretty lonely. I'll go throw out an idea I had.
Yeah.
Think about this, Mike. It's an ultra race.
Yep.
It's a 24-hour race on a rail trail. Like, say, like an endless rail trail, okay,
Yep.
as far as you can think.
Yep.
And it's an out and back. The thing is, it's a 24-hour out and back.
So you go out 12?
So not necessarily. You go out as far as you think you can make it back.
Oh.
If you go out 12 hours,
Yeah.
then you have to negative split to make it back in time.
Gotcha.
If you don't make it back in time, you're out.
Gotcha.
So, but also, if you go out 11 hours, it takes you 12 to get back, you wasted an hour.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like,
yeah.
how far do you think you can push it before you have to turn around?
Right. Interesting.
That's my big idea.
We do one that I stole from someplace up in Conway where we do it's called Full Moon Fever. It's a 5-mile loop, and you can start anytime you want. We do it on a full moon, and we start at 8:45. You can start anytime you want, but you have to get back just after 10, the stroke of 10.
Okay.
So you figure out, okay, I'm going to run 9-minute miles, 45 minutes, and you leave 45 minutes beforehand. If you get back too early, you're out.
No watches, I assume?
No watches, yep.
Huh.
It's amazing how close people actually can get. Like, we have people that finish, and it's like they're within 10 seconds of it.
Wow.
Yep. Both sides, too. I used to go to Northampton for a cross-country race that they had. They had it weekly, and it was a predict your time.
That's pretty fun.
And whoever comes closest to predicting their time would win. I did it one time, and I was within 35 seconds. I thought, yeah, I got a shot.
And how far was it?
5K.
Okay.
And I wasn't even close. Like,
Yeah.
somebody was like 5 seconds off. And that, every week it was like that. I'm like, how in the world?
Well, it's funny. I feel like if I was like racing an all-out 5K, I could probably get within 10 seconds consistently of where I'm going to end up being. But that's fine. I also like the idea of like a race where you start out with like an 8-minute mile, and you see how many miles you can run. You have to negative split every single mile.
Okay.
And then if you get underneath 7, you're out.
Yeah.
See how far you can get.
Which
So
be
Co
about-
Brown leads off in front.
Yep, 251 split for the first leg.
Salhegan. So we're only 40 meters separating these two teams. That's pretty good.
I would love to see it close back up and see if we have a race between these two teams. It'd be pretty fun.
That would be pretty cool.
Well, Tyler, we are looking at a race between two teams.
Okay, well. It would be fun if we were at a track meet.
How did you guys stick around for anything for a baton relay?
Oh, that was. I know what, I'll tell you this. That might have been my best call on a broadcast I've ever had.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
I was getting fired up for that. That was really fun.
So last year when we did it at our place, and we always, our meets were always a little different because it's dirt track. We don't have lines.
Yep.
We can't do hurdles or anything. We did shot put relay. So everybody had to race with a shot put.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That
which-
sounds horrible.
Yeah, it is pretty horrible, but it is pretty funny watching. Some people are carrying it one-handed.
Yep.
Other people are, holding it in front of them with two hands. Some people are putting it up on their shoulder.
Sure.
It's pretty interesting to watch them do it.
I'll give you some of the best batons we had last week. There, probably my personal favorite for maybe most creative. There was a team that was carrying a giant cowbell, and they were striking it the entire time through their race.
Wow.
That was pretty cool to watch. There was a giant eagle float, like it was like a pool float that was in the shape of an eagle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And that was in the same heat as the American flag, so that was kind of funny.
Oh, American flag, that was Messinic.
Oh, it was, yeah, it was. That was pretty majestic.
How do you carry a flag? I don't
know. It was like it looked like there was a Revolutionary War. Like they were.
But I mean, they didn't have a flagpole, right?
No, they did. They did.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that.
Oh, it was awesome. You gotta watch the video. Then there was.
I noticed they didn't end up in the results.
No, I don't think there was results.
There was no results
actually,
for it.
I talked to Chris, the timer, and I was like, "Hey, Chris, you got to time this?" He's like, "No."
How do you know who won officially then?
Well,
everyone's
yeah.
a winner in a race like that.
The problem was that there were a lot of teams. What they did was they used phones as their baton, and it sounds kind of lame, but it was cool because I think they were videoing the entire time, so it was like a video of the entire way around with each person.
It is lame as far as what they're carrying, but
Yeah.
I do get it.
There was a giant caterpillar and that was next handoff right there for Co Brown. He's got about a 100-meter lead now.
Yep.
One
See
team
that split in
had
a second.
a giant caterpillar plushie, which is pretty funny.
That was a 244 split for Co Brown.
Picking up a little bit.
Solid.
Yep. So 251, 244.
I'm going to guess that Sauhegan's not going to close the gap here.
I would guess
I would
not.
guess not. Yeah, they had a 259 to start. They're coming around now. So 603.
You're in the right place to run a 603 split.
303 split for Sauhegan.
Okay.
So a 259, 303.
Well, it's pretty even.
It's a very lonely track right now.
It seems lonely. Runner's Alley.
Yeah, we're not. What's Runner's Alley?
I think there's one or two stores that
Is
are
there a
still
Runner's Alley still open?
No.
I think
If there is a
I
Runner's
think
Alley, we
so.
do appreciate them. But Marathon
Yeah.
Sports is who's the
No,
one.
they're all runners. They're all marathon sports.
I could have sworn there was at least one runner's alley still.
They may
I'm
not
sure.
have changed over the.
But they're still part of Marathon Sports.
They're
so.
all marathon sports.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know Portsmouth changed over. I think Manchester was still runner's alley when I last time went.
I've never
But
been to the Manchester.
That was still
store.
a while ago.
You've never been to the Manchester store?
Well, I even live in Dover, so Portsmouth is one we go to.
Right, exactly. I go to the one in Portsmouth a lot of the time, just because I like Portsmouth.
When are you in Portsmouth?
When aren't I in Portsmouth?
All right.
Portsmouth is nice, buddy. I was there just the other day.
Are you ever in Dover?
I went through Dover just the other day as well.
Which part of Dover?
I didn't stop at your place, but
Clear what
where
I
was
heard.
I just went through the center of town on my way to Sanford.
Okay.
I cut through. We didn't stop. All right, so
One handoff to go.
about
Just
200-meter
brought up a
lead.
Good point. We should probably shout out our timers. Speed Sport
Speed
Timing.
Sport timing.
Yep. Thank you to them for staying out in this
Yeah, braving the elements.
wonderful weather. And
friend Chris
continuing the
Benson.
time. Yep, Chris Benson. Is Brian here? Do we know if I didn't see Brian.
I don't know.
Didn't either.
Yeah, I didn't see Brian, but yeah, Chris Benson is here. Thank you to him for timing today's meet.
I always get his last name mixed up with Chris Berman. You know, the
Ah,
football guy.
They
Co
are
Brown
not
just
the
had
same.
241.
That's a good split.
yep.
So it looks like we are cutting down the time as we go.
This 3 years ago was an infamous boys 4x8 where Dover High School decided to load up their first three legs and put their 240 guy on the end.
Oh,
It's okay. The 240 guy now has broken 17 in the 5K, so he's pretty good now.
nice.
Who was the 240 guy?
Ethan Fiorenza.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But we had
That's what I thought. That's who it was.
we had Zach as our first leg. He got us the lead. Then Jerry and I extended it, and then Aiden Cox closed down us in the last leg, about 200 meters.
Of course, it was Aiden.
It was, yeah, I mean, we were being laughed at by the commentators. I think, Mike, you might have been one of them.
I may have been.
You may have been one of them.
It's possible. I don't think I might have. I've only commentated this like one
No,
other
I think
time.
it was, it was Davio, it was Rory Curran, and it was, Greg was one of the commentators.
All right, final lap for Co Brown.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they win, seeing as they have 300-meter lead.
Yeah,
It's a
at
heck
least
of a
200.
limb.
Yeah, a big, long one.
They had a 259 split for Sauhegan, so 259, 303, 259.
Pretty consistent for Sauhegan.
Yeah. And then Co Brown was 250, 244, 241.
Nice. I see Graveline in front of me. Graveline? Graveline? I have no idea.
I don't know. Actually, I work with his stepdad, so I should probably figure that out. If I'm going to continue saying his name, I should probably know how to pronounce it right. I'm actually surprised he hasn't given me crap for that yet.
I was going to say, I see it, and I think grapevine, you know, it just has the closeness to it.
Graveline would make sense, though.
Yeah.
There we go. Co Brown closing in.
Finishing up with a win.
Potentially trying to go sub 11. Probably not going to be able to get it. We're at the 11 mark now.
All right, so what are we thinking? What is it going to be? It's going to be Sazal, right? For female performer.
I'll take a look.
Right? Doesn't she have 2
I did
wins?
miss the 200. Did Cesar win the 200?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she's got to have it, right?
2
Right.
wins.
Yeah, 1284.
And almost brought him back in the 4x1.
1284. 1261. So she won she was first by a mile in the prelim.
I guess the only other thing would be
the
long
dash.
jump, triple jump. Is it Bumgark got both of those?
I will figure that out in a second, but also Cesar won the 225, 65.
And then for the boys, I don't know.
Also, it might not be done. She could be running the 4x4. I'll check on that.
Did anybody double in the for the boys in any events?
Bruno did,
Bruno, yep.
but he's the only one, I think, right?
I think so. I'll double check on that too. Give me
Wait,
names.
Bruno
I'll check
didn't-
on these
He didn't
things.
win 100 though.
No.
No.
Talon Ouellette was second in 2 or
He
Yeah,
was
yeah,
third
yeah.
in 2 events.
So-
Didn't compete in one of them.
and he was the star of the right in front of the camera.
I agree on that, but that's not generally how that's picked.
That's not how that
I
works.
would pick it that way for sure.
So
All right, what do we
Cesar's definitely a
got?
front runner for sure. Let me take a look at field
Any
events.
meet records for the boys?
I have not. There are no meet records
No.
on any side.
There's no question that it was Cesar for the girl. There's no question in my mind.
McBride won the long jump with 16 feet 6.5 inches.
Yeah, so I mean, it's got to be Sazal.
Yeah.
I think the question is who it is for the boys.
Rio Cali might be.
Yeah, but he didn't. He wouldn't have had high jump.
Oh no, he didn't have high jump. I'm looking at long jump. So hold on. Is he in? He's not a triple jumper, is he?
I
no,
don't
he's
think
not.
so.
No, he isn't. All right, boys, 4x8.
I think it's funny to note
Got
they
6 teams.
if you look back in the video, they left a little spot open in the first lane for a ghost first seed team.
Right.
I don't know why.
Out of respect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The memory of the first seeded team. Who was, I don't know who that team was, but
Who would it be?
maybe Oyster River?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, that would be a good guess.
I can check that real moment.
Right now, we've got Will Whitley from Milford out to an early lead.
Oh, Milford always has a good 4x8 team.
do.
Phillips Exeter was number 1.
Oh,
820.
that makes sense.
Phillips Exeter. So yeah, so right now it is Milford up to the front. They have a really solid 4x8, but I'm not sure. You say that's Whitley up at the front?
Yeah.
Oh, so they might be running their A team, maybe. Because
You
that's
see
not the-
Corthal's in there?
I see Korthal's down there. I don't know what leg he's on.
Okay, so
Well, if
they're
he's in there,
definitely-
they're running their A
They're
team.
running the A team. Then I would put money that Milford could win this.
They were pretty much the best team in the state.
They
in
definitely,
indoors.
yeah, absolutely, no doubt. So official times from the girls was 11:04.49, Sauhegan 11:56.99.
Yeah, both under 12.
Yep.
It's a good last leg for Sauhegan.
Yeah.
Sauhegan's moving right on up.
So what do you think's going on here? Whitley just looks like he's jogging.
He does, but I guess
He
we'll
got
see
out
what
to-
the time is.
He got out to a pretty big lead, and they closed it up. But
Yeah. Oh, he might think that he's put up a good gap, but I mean they're coming.
he's got to be able to feel him at this
Yeah, I mean at this point, yes, he has to, unless he has raced already today, so he could be a little bit tired from the.
I'm just trying to get a
Amazing,
read
but-
on whether they're not worried about it or.
I don't know. He's still in second. He kind of jogged it in to. Oh wow, 2:16 first leg. So I don't think he definitely did not go out hard.
He doesn't look gassed, but he does look off, doesn't he?
Yeah. For sure. And then, do we know who?
The individual, I don't know.
Yeah.
I only know him
I've
and
seen him
Korthal.
before. I can't put the name to the face, unfortunately. But I think he's a part of their A team. So it's Milford and Bow at the front right now. Followed by, I believe, Sauhegan. No, that is.
What,
Is
Bo?
that Alvern? That's Alvern.
Oh, sorry, you're
Alvern,
talking about the third.
Alvern, then Co Brown, then Sauhegan, then Merrimack Valley.
This is my buddy in the trainers.
Oh yeah, it's Cole. Cole of Bow.
Pat Young.
And fourth is Sam Matson, who's one of the stars of the Alvern YouTube channel.
There you go.
They have some pretty funny videos.
Well, I hope they're funny because he's sliding to the back of the pack.
they are actually some of the most hilarious track content you could find. Yeah, Youngs is definitely making up some ground, trying to get Co Brown back towards the lead.
I like 2-milers in a 4x8 at the end of the day because everybody's tired and they're not going to slow down much.
Nope.
I
Scott.
just hate that the 4x8 is ahead of the 2-mile at the state championships because my true 2-milers don't really bounce back after the 4x8.
Just got word that the A team from Milford isn't fully running this. They're just using it as a workout today.
They're what?
They're using it as a workout today.
That's I
Okay.
mean, it looked.
Well, it could be interesting if it is a workout. I mean, we're going to have Luke Kerouac coming on the last leg, and he's a sub-2 guy, so won't be easy for Corthals.
Well, depending on what the gap is, right?
Yeah. All right, guys, let's play some fun trivia. What is one thing that Logan Corthals and I have in common? It's very random.
One thing that Logan Korthal.
You're never gonna. Only Ryan might have a shot to get it.
What would?
All right, I'll just tell you guys. We are both Green Bay Packers fans.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
not even.
How do you know that?
Well, he's a fan of the Packers, and
You know that?
yes, I know it for a
you
fact.
just, you just know it.
I guess my question is, why do you know that?
That's,
All right, so the
that's a
reason
good
for that,
question.
my first ever game I watched was when they won the Super Bowl.
And Logan was watching it with you? I don't follow.
I don't know why he's a fan of the Packers.
No, I'm asking
Okay.
why do you know that?
Oh, he's always posting his Instagram Packers stuff.
oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
And also, you have to wonder, why wouldn't he be a Packers fan?
Why would anybody care about football? I do understand that it is America's game and people like it.
Sauhegan looks pretty good right now. They're going to move up, and they have Dallin Norda as their
Dallin.
anchor.
And I doubt he's doing a workout. He's going to run.
We actually have 3 very solid anchors coming up for these top 3 teams.
Are those all Nikes with the exception of the Brooks trainers in the exchange zone?
Yeah, it looks like it.
This will be a very fun last 800.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. So there goes Korthals, followed by Kerouac, then Norda.
Korthals doesn't seem to be working out right there. He seems
No, he's-
yeah,
I,
unless the workout is, let's work on top end speed.
All right, worth the workout. 1 by all out 800. I guess 2 by.
2-day rest.
Yep, and here comes Kerouac.
He's had about 2-hour rest.
Yeah.
Yep, 222 was the split for Milford. Co-Brown 220, Sauhegan 217.
I would actually let Kerouac go by, kind of go easier this first lap, and just kind of get on his back and get ready to kick at the end.
Yeah, it looks like he just took that first 200 easy. Now he looks like he's getting into a workout type of pace.
Now, does Kerouac want to go around or kind of sit on him?
Oh, he's
No,
going
I go
around.
right
You already have
around
your
at this
answer.
point.
He's going around. He's going for this.
See what Logan has to answer him.
Yeah, and Korthals just kind of latched
They
on
better
behind
not let
him.
up either, because Norda's
So-
no joke.
So round 57.5 for those two.
Nora's about 10, 15 meters back or so.
And,
Kerouac has a gap.
Not much, though.
Nope, Korthals is still within range.
It's be a very fun finish.
Yeah, I don't think Korthals is going to be doing this as a workout. He looks like he's trying to
He
reel
always
Kerouac
looks like
back in.
that, too.
Well, I
though.
think
Yeah,
if you're fighting for the win at
Oh,
a
you're
big
gonna
meet,
fight for the
you
win.
might as well.
yeah.
Workout or not, I think instinct takes over.
Yep.
Yep, there those two go. Yep,
Logan's coming back.
Korthals is trying to close in. Kerouac really trying to close it.
See what Luke's got to hold him off.
And
I think it's going
Korthals.
to be enough. Oh, maybe not. Now
No,
he's coming
don't
back.
think so. Korthals
Oh, here we go.
coming around.
No response from Luke. It's going to be Logan Korthals and Milford taking the win.
8:53. It's going to be about 2:02 split for Milford.
I think they both ran about the same split there.
Yep.
Yeah, 2:02.41 for Milford. Interesting how that works. 2:02.33 for Kerouac. So Milford takes it 8:33.73. Co-Brown 8:54.41. Sauhegan 9:35.
Those are some pretty solid times at the end of the day.
Bow 9:14.64. Merrimack Valley 9:22.64. And Alvern. They coming down the straightaway?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, here we go. Alvern closing in.
Huge crowd of fans for Alvern.
Yeah.
Alvern 9:54.06. They get under 10.
Girls 4x4, let's go.
Speaking of Alvern, shout out to John Crawford of Alvern, who just ran 2:40 at the Boston Marathon.
Oh.
Had the race of his life.
Nice.
I think it was a 13-minute PR for him.
Wow.
All right, we're supposed to have 2 heats of the girls 4x4.
Let's hope it's just one. Was that?
We'll have to see. So we're supposed to have Alvern, Merrimack, Exeter, Oyster River, Winnacunnet, and Concord.
See a lot of big names for Oyster River's team. It's 5 p.m. right now.
It's 5:01 actually, Tyler.
Sorry. Actually, it's 5:02 now.
Oh, well, there we go. All right.
What's the chances this is going to be a 3-turn stagger? Not very
No.
good. As officials,
Sorry, 400 runner up.
yep. You got to feel pretty good that Oyster River handing off even with Exeter,
Yep.
and you're tossing.
It did seem to be Cross who got the baton.
Yep. So
That's
it's Cross and
two
Cook.
of the best distance runners in the state
Yep.
right there who were facing off in a 400. Fun to see.
Cross and Cook. So that was a 65 between Paterna and I don't know who Oyster River's first runner was.
I can't. I'm looking, but I can't tell.
Was that Cardi of Oyster River?
It might be Cardi.
Might be Cardi.
Might be Cardi. So 65 is pretty good.
Cook's taking off.
Yep. Cross is trying to stay there. She is kicking in.
This
so
is fun. They both look pretty strong right
yep.
now. This
Cross is looking a little bit better though.
and you gotta think this must be so easy for them. Not easy, obviously, but it's fun to run something a lot shorter.
Yep. So Cross just slightly ahead of Cook.
Cook handing off to.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's not.
Exeter is actually pretty stacked.
Yep.
Paterna.
So that's. Oh. Handoff wasn't too great for Oyster River, so
No,
they
it
lose
was
some
not.
ground there. It's Alexis Paterna in third. And I don't know who's. Do we know who's?
Poteet.
Oh, Poteet. Yeah, she just ran 60 point.
Yeah, I don't think
Today.
Haley Kavanaugh can make that up.
Well, it'd be. I don't think she's going to have a chance.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
would be awesome if they could get it even. That would be so
Yep,
cool to
that would
watch.
be a great race to watch.
I mean,
That's-
through and through, Exeter has, very big names in their team.
Yeah, 63.97 for Cross and 64.86 for Cook. So 65, 60.
Yeah, let's make sure we get a split in
Three
this
for
last
Exeter.
leg.
Winnacunnett's coming back in too. But it's
Oyster River's done a good job not to lose ground.
yep. Keep Kavanaugh within range, but I mean Poteet is a really strong 400 runner. So Exeter just went 65, 63, 64. Oyster River went 65, 64, 66.
And that 66 should have been a 64
Right, with the
handoff.
handoff. Yep, absolutely. Kavanaugh is trying to.
She's closing a little bit.
I don't know if she's. I don't know. She's a tough runner.
Winnaconnett's actually getting pretty close. It's actually all
Wow.
bunching up, but
Potentially in range.
gotta think
I
that
think it's
Poteet's
too
gonna
far for
have-
the
yeah.
4. The 4, it's too far. I mean, Kavanaugh's not backing down. But yeah, I think Poteet is gonna have this one for Exeter. Let's see what she closes in. Again, she did 60 seconds today. 4:15 for Exeter. 4:15.21. 61.51 for Poteet River. Oyster River 4:18.59. Kavanaugh closed in 62 flat. Winnacunnet closed in at 61.45.
wow.
So she had the fastest close of that field. Alvern 4:34.53. Yeah, that's a really good split there.
All right, Heat 2 coming up. Heat too many coming up.
So
We'll
Heat
see
2,
if,
we've got Souhegan, Lebanon, Bow, Co-Brown, and Timberlane, but I'm sure that we don't have all of those teams.
I
Or
don't
do
see
we?
Bo.
Okay.
Looks like Lebanon, Co-Brown, Souhegan, and that's it. Oh.
So no Timberlane or Bow. So 3 teams for this second heat.
I'm of the belief that they could have combined those and run them off the curve.
Yeah. They definitely could have. What, 3 teams here, and there was 4 teams there. Yeah, they definitely could have combined, for sure.
There
All
we
right,
go.
second heat is off.
Co Brown looks pretty good right now.
I've got so many people on the track, I can't see anything.
Yeah, there's sort of a crowd building up.
Yeah, Co-Brown's got a good, like, 30-meter gap on Lebanon.
Brown uniform over the ninja outfit. I like it.
So Co-Brown followed by Lebanon, followed by Sauhegan. So Co-Brown's first split coming around 67. Then Lebanon was 71. Then Sauhegan was 74.
I'm not. Go Brown still with the lead, and a pretty good one.
Yeah, there's no one in sight right now.
Sauhegan rolling up on Lebanon. Half of the race down. Sauhegan. Lebanon taking off there. Looks like Sauhegan's making a little inroads on Co-Brown.
Up there they are. Not terribly far back.
But with 600 meters to go.
That would be terribly far back. The rain to start again?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's like super light drizzle, but coming down hard.
What do you mean super light drizzle coming down
Well,
hard?
it's like really small droplets.
So it's consistent light rain?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a lot of distance to make up.
Yeah, especially in a 400.
You would anticipate that, especially in the 4x4, like the anchor is your fastest. Sometimes you mess with that with 4x8s, but. And it looks like Co-Brown will stay out. And there it is. Brown coming in to take the win in Heat 2.
Nice.
Sauhegan will be second. Lebanon third.
So here we go, official results on screen. Co Brown 437.87. Sauhegan 447.88. Lebanon closing in now. Co Brown closing at 66.20. Sauhegan 67.42. And Lebanon 459.07 closing in 69.53. As we move on to the boys.
Please tell me there's one heat.
There is one heat, Tyler.
Yes.
So, boys heat, we've got Lebanon, Exeter, Merrimack Valley, Alvern, Oyster River, and Winnacunnet. Can't guarantee that those are going to be all the teams, but, or there will be only a few teams, but.
Oh, I'm guessing there'll be no Exeter because oh no, there is. There was no Exeter 4x8, but there is an Exeter 4x4. I figured they probably headed home.
And quickly before we get into this, I'm going to take a look at field events to see if we got all of our results. We sure do. So, boys,
One last battle with the rain.
Yep. Boys triple jump, we have a three-way sweep for Merrimack Valley.
I was going to say three-way tie.
Nope,
Wow.
three-way sweep for Merrimack Valley, all over 40 feet.
Wow.
43 feet, 5.5 inches for Paquette. Oglesby at 41 feet, 7 inches. And Vong, 40 feet and a quarter inch. Girls discus, I did announce. Boys discus, Darius Smith winning at 151 feet.
That's out there
Yep.
on a day like today.
Winning is very Darius Smith-like of him.
Yes.
Yep. Aiden Paquette for the boys won the boys triple and got third in the discus. Just to know, I don't know if we decided who was winning the.
I haven't yet.
Oh, just got word from TikToks they are talking about it. There's deliberation on it. Girls
Yeah, for the boys, I really have no idea who.
Yep. Darius Smith might be it. He just won he won shot put too. So
Oh,
50
discus
feet
and
Oh,
shot
there
put.
it is. That's
Yep.
it.
So he won discus and shot put.
That's very
Perfect.
fair.
Yep. So I think
Nobody else has done anything
our
like
speculation is
that.
going to be Saysaw and Smith
Yep.
will be our deliberation amongst our crew here.
I believe at maybe this is the Seacoast Championships. They do a field performer and a track performer, which I like because I think there's really no comparison when you think about the two of them.
Well, I also look at, and awards are awards, whatever people decide that's good.
Yeah.
But, as a distance kid, you're always at a deficit to field event and sprint kids, right?
I agree.
You can, it's not out of the question that you can probably run a really good 100, 200, play a role in the 4x1 and maybe long jump. A lot harder to pull four events off as a distance kid.
Yeah, I wanted to win it at the Seacoast meet a few years ago. So I won the mile and was second in the 8, but then Ty Doro won the 100, 200, and 400. So there was not much
Exactly.
competition.
Yeah.
Nothing to say against Ty having
No,
it
no,
easier.
no.
He's obviously very, very talented.
But it just puts you at a disadvantage for those types of awards. All right, let's see what this is looking like. It's navy blue versus maroon out there today.
Yeah, basically everyone besides Winnacunnet, it's more of a ocean blue, I guess. Was there a cut-in, or was it not a cut-in? Because
They just-
Winnacunnet cut in, Alvern did not.
Yeah, I mean, so I think you've got some people that are accustomed to the 3-turn stagger and some that are not. But you'd think you'd know that when you're standing
Yeah.
back on the triangles. What do I know, though?
I think, but based on where they were lined up, I thought it was going to be a 400, and then they cut in after, like when they hand off. But
I think that's one of the things that coaches, that coaches think they got to come up with these great training plans and all the strategy and stuff like that. Sometimes they neglect, like, teaching the kids
Just the
how to
basics,
do the
yeah.
basic stuff. And that's more important, really, from the kid's standpoint, right? How to not look like a dunce.
Yeah, like if you're a college coach, you don't need to do that. But
Right,
if you're
right,
a high
right.
school coach, I feel like it's a pretty important thing.
Exeter taking the handoff first, then
Yep.
Valley, Winnicott. The battle of our Maroons. Alvern taking it over Lebanon.
Got a nice Navy battle up front.
Yep, so looks like we got a 54 from Exeter on that one. Then Alvern went 54, Winnicott went 55. Merrimack Valley went 55. 4. Winnicott went 56-2. Alvern went 61-3.
Michael Reynolds on
Lebanon went
anchor for
61-5.
Merrimack Valley.
Yep, so
Exeter looks pretty strong right now. Let's see how close Valley can keep it.
Zumbach is on
That'll
yep.
be fun.
anchor, but he's in.
How about this? If Zumbach can pull it back right here, he's going to win performer of the meet.
Yep. Exeter 54-26. Merrimack Valley 56-6-7.
It's a pretty large gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It's
He's
that's
in road
a
shoes,
big
too.
gap for the 4. You have to run something crazy to gain that back.
Hey, well, he's doing it.
It actually does look like he's
As you
doing
say
it.
that, he's going
Yeah.
around Michael Reynolds.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yeah, the guy up
I
front's
think Exeter's
tying
too
up.
much. I think it's not going to
I
happen.
don't know.
Winnicott at 58-03.
gotta
Alvern
really get
57-9.
going.
Tons of ground right now.
Oh
though.
my gosh.
I
Oh,
think
Reynolds
you're
is
right.
trying to go with him.
Jeez.
I want to see this split. Regardless if he gets it or not, I want to see this split.
Oh, my God.
Oh my gosh. Does
He's
Zumbach?
coming.
I don't know if he has it.
Yeah, not
no,
quite.
it was-
Wow.
yeah,
Great
he
effort,
tied up 50
Really
meters
went
to
for
go.
it.
He tied up.
Wow, that was a fun last leg.
That
Wow.
was.
So 55-10 for Exeter. 3:39.12 is the official winning time. 3:39.94. He split 50.37. Merrimack Valley 3:41.62. 53.99 split. Alvern 3:46.72, closing in 52.55. And Lebanon 3:57.55. 58.46. Wow. That's a heck of a split for Zumbach.
Let me just say, when I said that they weren't going to catch him, it's not I didn't have faith in Zumbach. It was that I had too much faith in Exeter having built a great lead.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if Exeter had run like a 57, that would have been it.
Do I see Oyster River lining up to do a 4x4?
That's what I'm looking at. Look, but there's no other teams.
Yes, I don't know.
They
Did
did not start.
Did they miss their heat?
Did they think that there was 2 heats? Yeah, they were supposed to be in that first heat. So I think.
I also think like they've got a bunch of distance guys in their squad. I don't know if it's quite the team to to run a crazy fast 4x4.
Yeah. So looks like they were meant to run and they didn't.
They do have a baton in hand. Lehman has a baton in hand.
Yeah. It's.
They're waiting to be called out. They don't realize everything's being closed up.
I think they.
Oh.
Tell,
look like they're ready to
tell
go,
Ben.
though.
You should tell Ben to tell them it's over.
Oh, I think we should wait. Just wait and see how
what
long it
happens.
takes.
I know, but. Oh, there's the realization. There it is. Oh no.
Well, they definitely would have won the second heat for
Yeah.
sure.
I don't think they care that much, but we'll see.
Yep, that's what they thought. They thought there was a second heat.
They're all smiling. They don't want to do the 4x4.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
thank goodness.
They were like, "Oh man."
Let me
Yes.
go put my clothes on. All right.
was
Well,
it.
there it is.
All right, that closes out today. What a day.
Marathon Sports.
Paul, are
Tim's
we going
Truck
to
Capital,
hear the performers of the meet?
Adventure Campers. I don't know. Have they decided?
Are they announcing? I guess we should wait and see. We'll quickly mention our sponsors again, as Mike was doing. Tim's Truck Capital, Adventure Campers.
I think Merrimack Valley won the meet, looks like.
Sounds like it.
And Exeter was the winner of the girls. See if we can get maybe an inside scoop on who's the performer of the meet.
I don't know. I couldn't hear. Can't hear from in here.
All right, Saysaw. All right, so yeah, our two that we called for the performer to meet, Saison and Smith.
All right, so
They
that's
are the-
official.
yep,
Saison
official.
Smith are the official
They just
performers of
announced
the
it
meet.
over the loudspeaker. Yep.
Well done. Great job to them for their double wins. Darius Smith in the shot put and discus, Saison in the 100 and 200.
All right, we're all good here.
And we are done here. So again, thank you, Tim's Truck Capital, Adventure Campers, as well as Marathon Sports. You're at the 2025 Black Bear Invitational at Co-Brown Academy, powered by Marathon Sports. And again, go over to Lever as well. Helps us out. Use code NHXCTF to get 15% off of your purchase. And we're going to close it out here. Have a great rest of your night.